The House will be in order. Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the Chair will now recognize members from the list submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to encourage my colleagues to join the Bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus, the Congressional Service Caucus, the German American Caucus, and the Congressional Scouting Caucus. As the proud co-chair of all 4 of these bipartisan caucuses, these organizations are a great way for members to get involved and share interests. As a senior member of the Committee on Education Workforce, I've always supported and will continue to support career and technical education programs that provide learners of all ages with career-ready skills, restoring rungs on a ladder of opportunity. Along with my co-chair, Congresswoman Suzanne Bonamici of Oregon, the bipartisan CTE caucus highlights the importance of preparing a well-educated and skilled workforce. Through this caucus, we have made tremendous strides in providing learners of all ages the skills necessary to obtain high-quality, family-sustaining jobs. One of those successes includes the passing and the enactment of the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act. Through these programs, we give individuals the ability to restore the rungs on the ladder of opportunity. CT programs exist in every state and congressional district. Therefore, I cordially invite you to join the Bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus. Together, we can improve America's competitiveness and help facilitate job opportunities for our constituents. Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage my colleagues to join the Bipartisan Congressional Service Caucus, co-chaired by my colleague, Congressman Jim Panetta of California. This caucus recognizes the many nonprofit service organizations across the country and their long history of promoting community service and humanitarian assistance. These volunteer service organizations have extensive member clubs in towns across America and nearly every country around the world, and notable examples include the distinguished organizations such as Kiwanis Internationals, Lions Club International, Optimus International, and Rotary Clubs International. The caucus will serve as a platform for educating member staff and the public on policy issues relating to our service organizations. It will also share positive stories from clubs across the country and in hopes of fostering the future viability and continued growth of local service clubs and the work of their volunteers. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I would like to encourage my colleagues to join the Bipartisan German American Caucus. I co-chair the German American Caucus with my colleague, Congressman Bill Keating of Massachusetts. And today there are more than 40 million Americans of German descent living in the United States, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania boasts one of the largest German populations in the country. Our caucus seeks to bring together members dedicated to strengthening the German-American friendship and economic partnership, discuss joint priorities, and work through differences in opinion, as well as maintain the historical and cultural connection between our 2 nations. The partnership between Germany and the United States is central to the Transatlantic Alliance and the U.S.-EU relations. Through networking, supporting educational and exchange programs, and discussing recent updates and events around global foreign affairs, the caucus will focus on advancing the German-American partnership to better support security, safety, and prosperity within our own countries and on the global stage. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, lastly, I'd like to encourage my colleagues to join the Bipartisan Scouting Caucus. I co-chair this caucus alongside my colleague, Congressman Sanford D. Bishop, Jr. from Georgia. The Congressional Scouting Caucus is a bipartisan group that aims to promote the values of scouting and support it in all forms at the highest levels of our government. As a caucus, we will serve as an informal group of members dedicated to issues related to scouting and educating other members on this subject. Scouting has been an important part of each of our lives and gives us the tools at an early age to develop personal and leadership skills that have helped make us successful. As adults, We have been involved in promoting scouting and believe strongly in its ability to positively impact millions of American youth. I would encourage any member interested in supporting scouting of any kind to join the caucus. Madam Speaker, I'd like to encourage my colleagues to consider joining these caucuses as we start the 118th Congress. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the storm damage impacting Alabama's 7th Congressional District following the devastating tornadoes that struck our state earlier this month. On January 12th, severe storms, including multiple tornadoes, tore through the Southeast, ravaging communities in Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, and destroying over 16,000 homes. In my district alone, 6,000 properties sustained damage, many to the point of irreparable repair. Across Alabama's Black Belt, rural communities that were still recovering from financial ruin of COVID-19 were once again devastated. Hale County, with less than 15,000 residents, lost over 92 homes with an estimated $2 million worth of damage. Greene County and Sumter County, also in my district, sustained damage. Just outside of my district in Autauga County, 7 precious lives were lost that day. And in my beloved hometown of Selma, Alabama, an EF3 tornado tore through the town center, leveling homes, businesses, churches, and community centers in the Queen City. I spent much of last week in Selma, boots on the ground to survey the damage and to assist with the recovery effort. I will never, ever forget the scene as I entered Selma that evening. It was pitch black as I crossed the bridge. No lights, just street after street of complete devastation. The following morning, I was joined by Governor Ivey, Senator Britt, Selma's Mayor James Perkins, and state and local officials to tour the wreckage. My heart broke to see the depth of destruction in the light. Trees uprooted from the ground, homes destroyed, lives destroyed. It is not lost on me that this devastation struck our community on MLK weekend. But despite the debris and the horrific scenes that we saw, I did see a vision of what Dr. King meant by a beloved community. I saw neighbor helping neighbor and community members lending a hand to take care of the place that we call home. I am thankful that President Biden heard our cries and expedited a major disaster declaration for the state of Alabama. This designation will provide critical federal resources. I am endlessly grateful to our partners at FEMA who are on the ground right now helping my constituents. Today, the Alabama congressional delegation is sending a letter to President Biden requesting an increase in disaster assistance to Alabama, increasing the federal share to 100% of the total eligible costs. We need this. We need this desperately. I also thank the many mayors and residents of surrounding communities who offered a helping hand. We are indeed resilient people in Alabama's 7th Congressional District, and nothing about that will change. Out of this destruction, I know that we have a unique opportunity to reimagine Selma and surrounding areas and to build back better and stronger than before. We will and we can, working together at all levels of government to bring every resource at our disposal to those who have been affected. This evening at 6:30 Central Time, I will be hosting a live telephone town hall about a disaster assistance to answer questions and for my constituents to hear directly from FEMA and the Alabama EMA on disaster assistance. I am asking my colleagues to keep Alabama's 7th Congressional District and all of Alabama that was affected in your thoughts and prayers as we recover and rebuild, but for the grace of God, go all of us. We do need to make sure that our federal resources are adequate to help those who have been impacted by disasters. Thank you, and I yield back. We are indeed Selma strong.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right here in our nation's capital, crime continues to soar at an alarming rate. Yet the D.C. Council is determined to advance a severely misguided bill to reduce penalties for violent criminal offenses. In fact, some of the very crimes that the D.C. Council included in their radical legislation are on the rise. For example, last year, robberies were up, vehicle theft increased by 8%, and carjacking skyrocketed by 14%. Yet the D.C. Council is fighting to reduce, yes, reduce, penalties for these offenses. You just can't make this stuff up. Now, to her credit, D.C. Mayor Bowser opposes this dangerous effort, correctly claiming, and I quote, "This bill does not make us safer." For once, I agree with Mayor Bowser, because combating crime and protecting citizens is not a conservative issue. It's a common sense issue. It's an American issue. In the face of D.C.'s failed leadership, Congress must take immediate action to prevent this disastrous bill from emboldening criminals and threatening the safety of residents and visitors. In the coming weeks, I will introduce a joint resolution of disapproval to stop this insanity in its tracks. And I look forward to leading this fight, and I urge all of my colleagues, Republican and Democrat, to join me so we can ensure that no American faces fear and violence in our nation's capital. Madam Speaker, I rise today in the defense of America's Second Amendment freedoms. The Biden administration is moving forward with yet another gun-grabbing tactic in order to register and ban millions of firearms, moving one step closer to the left's ultimate goal of disarming our nation and dismantling our Second Amendment freedoms. Earlier this month, the ATF finalized an unconstitutional rule pertaining to firearms with stabilizing braces. Under the ATF's new rule, any pistol-braced firearm would be considered an illegal short-barreled rifle, making these guns subject to the draconian regulations under the National Firearms Act of 1934. Let me be clear, unelected anti-gun bureaucrats at the ATF do not have the authority to make laws. That authority rests right here in Congress. And Congress cannot continue turning a blind eye to the Biden administration's weaponization of the National Firearms Act and ongoing assault on Americans' Second Amendment freedoms. The time to act is now, and I am proud to lead this fight. Next week, I will reintroduce the Stop Harassing Owners of Rifles Today Act, or the SHORT Act, to repeal elements of the National Firearms Act, thereby prohibiting the ATF from registering and banning pistols with stabilizing braces. Additionally, as soon as the ATF's unlawful rule is published to the Federal Register, I will introduce a resolution of disapproval under the Congressional Review Act to override the Biden administration's unlawful overreach. I have always done my utmost in the defense of our constitutional right to keep and bear arms. It is now time, now that the House is under the Republican majority, to go on offense. Madam Speaker, I want gun owners to hear me loud and clear. We're fighting for you and your Second Amendment freedoms, and we will never give up. Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight the lawlessness happening at our southern border. To no one's surprise, President Biden attempted to conceal the ongoing chaos created by his disastrous policies at the southern border by releasing the latest CBP report on a Friday night news dump. But these tactics can't hide the truth. Last month, over 250,000, over 251,000 illegal aliens were apprehended at the southern border, making December the highest monthly total on record. More than 250,000 in a single month. If that doesn't pressure the Biden administration to fix this crisis, what will? In a dangerous addition, 17 suspected terrorists were caught illegally crossing the border in December, bringing the total number of individuals to 38 who were on the terrorist watch list and caught at the southern border in just the first 3 months of fiscal year 2023. How many suspected terrorists have to cross the southern border before the Biden administration will take this border crisis seriously? To make matters worse, CBP has already seized over 9,000 pounds of fentanyl so far this fiscal year, which is enough to kill more than 2 billion people, over 6 times the population of the United States. When will the Biden administration finally put an end to the wide-open southern border that allows this deadly drug from China to devastate our communities? While the White House willfully destroys our southern border and subsequently demolishes our national security, House Republicans are determined to secure the border and put Americans first. Part of that commitment is ensuring that every solitary individual responsible for this self-inflicted crisis will be held accountable, starting with Secretary Mayorkas, whose impeachment is long overdue. Without accountability, Americans will not have the safe and secure nation they deserve. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in recognition of Mother Willa Cash, a resident of Detroit and a community mother in Michigan's 12th Congressional District, as we mourn her recent passing. She was lovingly called Willie by those who knew her well. Mrs. Cash's work touched the lives of so many. She worked for the state of Michigan's Department of Unemployment Services and later the Michigan Department of Human Services before retiring in 1999 after 26 years of service. Ms. Cash was a caring, compassionate leader in our community. She volunteered her time and energy to the Unity Temple Church of Detroit and Greenwich Park Association Black Club. She was a proud, lifelong engaged voter and a member retiree of the United Auto Workers Region 1A. Ms. Cash's love and compassion for her family was extraordinary. Willie and her late husband James were married 53 years at the time of the passing, and they were parents of 2 beautiful twins. Please join me in recognizing Mother Willa Cash and her contribution to our community as we honor her memory. Madam Speaker, just over 3 weeks ago, the City of Detroit's water shutoff moratorium ended, terminating vital protection for the health and safety of Detroit's most vulnerable residents. We only got the life-saving moratorium in the first place thanks to years of determined organizing and advocacy from our community's water warriors. Many are the mothers of our neighborhoods. In response to that organizing and advocacy, the city has now created an affordability plan. But many of the mothers in our community and advocates continue to highlight shortcomings and the lack of awareness among struggling Detroiters of the resources available, which leaves thousands still at jeopardy of shutoffs. And for many Americans, water shutoffs are only the beginning. Even after they pay off outstanding debt or arrange for payment plans, reconnection fees further penalize them. We need to move beyond treating missed payments as a moral failing and acknowledge the reality of families struggling as they try to make ends meet. The cost of water in our country has gone up 400%. In the wealthiest nation on earth, there should not be a single family without water. We've had enough of punishing people for being poor. It's time to take our public health seriously and guarantee water as a human right. We all know water is life. It's time we start treating it as such. Madam Speaker, I rise today in solidarity with the protesters in Iran. In the streets, they are demanding human rights and women's equality. The courageous protesters are risking their lives to stop the operation of massive policing and security operations hurting women. No one protesting for human rights in Iran or anywhere in the United States or anywhere in the world should be met with government violence. No one should be prosecuted or executed for fighting for freedom for their sisters, their daughters, and their mothers from oppressive and harmful actions. Mahsa Amini should be alive today. Countless protesters should be alive today. I stand, and I know we all do, with all the brave and courageous Iranians who are, especially the young women, at the forefront of this movement who are fighting for liberation and bodily autonomy. That I yield.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another month and another record as the crisis at our southern border has gotten worse. Under President Biden and Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas' watch, the federal government has completely ceded control of our border to Mexican drug cartels. Yet time and time again, Secretary Mayorkas has repeatedly claimed that the border is secure. Well, the facts tell a different story. Late last Friday, CPB reported that December 2022 had the highest number of illegal crossings at our southern border ever recorded. Over 251,000 illegal migrant encounters in just 1 month. In fiscal year 22, we saw a record-breaking 98 people on the terrorist watch list attempt to cross the border. Since October, we're already on track to break that number, with 38 people caught trying to illegally come into our interior of our country. How many more suspected terrorists have to cross over the border for this administration to take the crisis seriously? CPB seized over 9,000 pounds of deadly fentanyl that the cartels attempted to smuggle across our border. That's enough to kill over 2 billion innocent lives. Madam Speaker, it's far past time that we hold the Biden administration accountable for its complete dereliction of duty to secure our borders. That's why I'm glad that next week, Chairman Jordan and the House Judiciary Committee will be holding the first of many hearings on this crisis. Secretary Mayorkas has completely abused his authority and ignored the United States immigration laws. Questions are coming, and I hope the Secretary clears his calendar because we have a lot, and I look forward to getting answers to those questions. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize Augusta County's own Riverheads High School football team for winning the Virginia Class I State Football Championship this year. This was the Gladiators' 10th state title in the program's history. A 21-7 halftime lead helped propel the team to a resounding 49-27 victory over George Wythe High School. Riverheads has now won a notable 7 consecutive state titles, and junior running back Caden Cook-Cash, who led the team with 282 rushing yards, said, quote, "People had doubted us. I think we proved them wrong." Caden and his teammates sure did that. The Riverheads running game had been strong all season, which allowed the Gladiators to catch the George Wythe Maroons off guard with an impressive 7 touchdowns, culminating in an all-around unstoppable offense. When asked how it felt to take home the title once more, head coach Ray Norcross said, "Our kids played hard and played well, and we did enough to win." Indeed, every state championship is earned, not given, and this squad certainly earned it, finishing out the season with a 12-1 record. Congratulations to all the Riverheads players, coaches, staff, and fans on this incredible accomplishment. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz, for 5 minutes.
I rise today to honor the incredible life and legacy of Walter F. Ulloa, a friend and trailblazer who helped transform Spanish-language media. Walter was a visionary. He was also a beloved husband, father, brother, and my dear friend. From B-Town, known as Brawley, to a global powerhouse, Walter got his start with humble beginnings in the Imperial Valley. He was born in the impoverished farm worker city of Brawley in 1949, back when it was still a segregated community. His family lived on B Street on the east side of the tracks. Like my parents and many others in Imperial Valley, Walter's father, Walter Sr., and mother, Margaret, worked hard to give Walter and his brothers, Roland and Ronald, better opportunities for their futures. Every day for 4 years, his father would drive from Brawley to San Diego to attend law school, instilling in Walter and his brothers the values of honesty, integrity, and a strong work ethic. His mother provided for the family at home, building a strong foundation for Walter and his brothers and instilling in them the values of kindness and compassion. Walter Sr. and Margaret's hard work helped move the family from the east side to the west side, and their guidance, support, and love helped Walter, Roland, and Ronald achieve great success. Walter's skill as a young tennis champion catapulted him from tournaments in Indio and Palm Springs, California, all the way to the University of Southern California, where he earned his bachelor's degrees. He went on to attend Loyola Law School before briefly serving in the district attorney's office and working with the LA City Youth Employment Summer Program. It wasn't until Walter began working at KMEX TV in LA, though, that his career in Spanish broadcast media began. At KMEX, he learned the business from the ground up, first working as a writer and eventually becoming the station's news director. Walter's empire began to take shape when he joined forces with his business partners to acquire nearby stations, ultimately culminating in Intravision's founding. Under his watch, Intravisión grew into a driving force in the media, delivering vital news to millions across the country. The thing is, Walter was more than just a great entrepreneur and businessman. He He was also an exceptional leader who inspired his employees and increased representation across the board. As Intravision grew, Walter made it a point to get to know everyone at his company, from the service workers to the news crews to the office staff. Everyone mattered to Walter, and they knew it. Many looked to him as a father, a brother, a mentor who inspired others with his integrity and authentic leadership. And through it all, he maintained his commitment to his roots, to diversity and inclusion and social justice. His mantra was, quote, "We as Latinos need to see ourselves reflected in the media, and we have the numbers to do it." I can't tell you how much that means to me and how much it means for Latinos and Latinas from the Imperial Valley to the Coachella Valley and all across our nation. Walter is an inspiration to us all. Born and bred in Brawley, he rose to the top. When it came to creating opportunities for others, he refused to take no for an answer. Being born in a segregated community, he fought for Latino and Latina representation at every turn. Whether with Intravision, the LA Music Center Board, the LA 84 Foundation, or the Board of Trustees for the Kennedy Center, Walter's legacy can be seen on screens all across America. And while we recognize the road ahead for equal representation is long, I have no doubt that future generations will carry the torch of his work to ensure we see the faces of Latinos and Latinas on our screens. We hear the voices of Latinos and Latinas on the radio, and that we share the stories of Latinos and Latinas that are woven into the fabric of our nation. I will miss him dearly, and I know that countless others will too. I respect him, admire him greatly. He was a true loyal friend. He always had a genuine interest in me, believed in me, encouraged me, and supported me through thick and thin. To his wife, Alexandra, his son, Bruno, brothers Roland and Ronald, and all his loved ones, and to the entire Intravision family, know that you are in my heart and in my prayers. Together, as we mourn his passing, let us celebrate the blessing he was in all of our lives, the impact he had on our communities, and the mark he has left on our nation's history. Thank you, and I yield back.
Perfect timing. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to address the House for 5 minutes. I rise today to honor a man who devoted his life to the service and protection of our nation, Judge Harold Murphy. Born in Felton, Georgia in 1927, Judge Murphy attended West Georgia College before serving in the Navy toward the end of World War II. He resumed his studies at the University of Mississippi and the University of Georgia School of Law, where he graduated in 1949. He began a law practice in Haralson County, Georgia, and in 1950 was elected to the Georgia House of Representatives as the youngest member at that time. Judge Murphy served 5 consecutive terms before stepping down in 1961 to focus on practicing law. In 1971, Judge Murphy was appointed by Governor Jimmy Carter to the Superior Court for the Tallapoosa Judicial Circuit. And following his election in 1976, President Carter nominated Judge Murphy to the United States District Court for the Northern District of Georgia. He was confirmed by the Senate on July 28, 1977. For 45 years, he served his country on the federal bench and became an acclaimed jurist and legal icon with a stellar reputation that extended far beyond Georgia. He always displayed a quick wit and a keen sense of humor, was kind and empathetic, and treated all those who appeared before him with courtesy and respect. Judge Murphy once subpoenaed a talking mynah bird who had witnessed a store robbery to testify in court. Judge Murphy's humor was only surpassed by his fairness and prudential impartiality. In fact, he is the only judge that was known to receive Christmas cards from inmates in prison that Judge Murphy himself had put away. He was so excruciatingly fair and impartial that during one case, he even talked a defendant out of a guilty plea. Judge Murphy worked tirelessly and carried a full docket until the age of 90. when he took senior judge status in the Northern District of Georgia. He continued to preside over cases until his death on December 28, 2022. Judge Murphy received many professional awards and recognitions, including from the State Bar of Georgia and the University of Georgia School of Law. In 2014, Alabama State University renamed its graduate school after Judge Murphy in recognition of his landmark ruling in Knight versus Alabama, a long-running case that the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals asked him to handle involving the vestiges of racial segregation then present in the Alabama university system. Above all else, Judge Murphy was a loving and devoted husband and father and a strong role model who made everyone who knew him in Northwest Georgia proud. The daily sight of Judge Murphy leading his gaggle of clerks to lunch on Broad Street will be deeply missed by the community in Rome that he loved so much and loved him back. The people of the 14th District of Georgia therefore urge the House to pass this bill to name the building at 600 East 1st Street in Rome, Georgia, the Harold L. Murphy Federal Building and the United States Courthouse. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijola, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Today and tomorrow, House Republicans are bringing the Strategic Production Response Act to the floor, a bill that forces the administration to open up even more public lands and waters to drilling anytime the president releases oils from the reserve in order to lower consumer gas prices. Now, what House Republicans are doing is effectively ending the president's authority to lower consumer gas prices while handing over our public lands and waters to big oil. You might wonder why Republicans are pushing legislation that so clearly hurts the American people and consumers. Well, to put it plainly, they are simply crossing another item off the wish list of big oil. It's a simple payback to their political campaign donors, and this legislation is not needed. It is fabricated. It is based on a lie. Time after time, year after year, the fossil fuel industry's lobbies to control and lock up more of our public lands and waters, and it often comes at the expense of surrounding environmental justice community. And I say it's built on a lie. There are 9,000 permits on public land for effectively for big oil to be able to drill and access that and extract. There are 2,000 that are not being used. There are 2,000 permits on our oceans and waters that at this point, 75% of those permits are not being used, which affords them already the opportunity to extract. You know, frontline communities in this country carry a legacy of dumping activities that endanger both the health and the quality of life of these communities. Sadly, big oil has a well-documented and troubled history of concentrating their polluting projects, such as pipelines, refineries, etc., in environmental justice communities, including communities of color, poor communities, tribal communities, communities without the political representation and a systemic discrimination in terms of the burden they carry. All this is documented in higher air pollution rates in those communities, water pollution and contamination, premature death, higher incidence of cancer, and other diseases that affect these communities more than any other. Yet, Republicans once again stand ready to do big oil's bidding this week. If Republicans really want to actually are interested in helping American families and the communities overburdened by oil industry pollution, they would support the Environmental Justice for All Act. This act that has been worked on for over 3 years was developed and shaped directly by EJ communities during an extensive engagement process during the last 3 years. This act has many components, but the principles are simple. And the principles are that all people have the right to clean air, clean water, and healthy local environments. For too many across our nation, these rights are not yet realized. The provisions in the EJ for All Act are about equitable access to parks and outdoor activities and opportunities for underserved communities. Federal agencies will be required to meaningfully, under NEPA, engage any communities prior to any decision when proposing actions affecting EJ community, and it strengthens tribal consultation and input. The bill strengthens and restores civil rights protections for communities long facing greater environmental hazards on the basis of race, color, or national origin. And the bill brings transparency, coordination, and accountability to federal agencies when they carry out activities affecting frontline communities. I was proud to work with Representative McEachin, who left us far too early, to develop the Environmental Justice for All Act. His legacy on this issue, his compassion that he brought to it, his strength that he brought to it, and his faith that he brought to it continue to be the legacy and the motivation to secure environmental justice and work for this legislation. I'm proud to say that Representative Barbara Lee will now join as co-lead on the Environmental Justice for All Act this session, and the legislation will be called the Donald McEachin Environmental Justice for All Act. We're talking about basic rights. We're not talking about anything extravagant, anything that is not proven by fact. These communities have been burdened time and time again by industry. And the legislation that we will be seeing today and tomorrow, brought forth by the Republicans, opens the door once again to unchecked, unmonitored, and unprotected actions that negatively will continue to affect these communities. The environment, climate, the need for remediation, and the need for involvement by all communities in the resolution of the issues we face around climate requires that environmental justice community, long left off the discussion, long ignored in the history of this nation, and the citing of projects and activities that have hurt those communities and those families need to be at the table. So if my Republican colleagues indeed want to reward Big Oil for their support, for the support that they give them, it's
gentleman's
time
time
that
has
they
expired.
included all communities. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. For too long, the Biden administration has surrendered control of our nation's southern border to members of the cartel and other bad actors who seek to do this great nation harm. This inaction by the Biden administration has allowed an untold number of illegal migrants, drug smugglers, and human traffickers to cross into our country with ease. Many of these illegal entries bring anarchy to our streets by committing violent crimes and help fuel America's drug crisis by smuggling in dangerous narcotics such as fentanyl. Since Joe Biden has taken office, over 4.7 million illegal immigrants have been apprehended at our southern border, representing a 500% increase in border crossings since 2020. While many have been apprehended, thousands of migrants have evaded capture by federal authorities, including 70,000 known gotaways in December of 2022 alone. These migrants remain unaccounted for and now are free to roam the streets of our cities and towns, endangering the lives of innocent Americans. In fact, earlier this month, 4 migrants who were bused to New York from the southern border were arrested on Long Island after stealing thousands of dollars in merchandise from a store in my district. Thanks to the hard work of the Nassau County Police Department, they were apprehended. But unfortunately, because in New York, Democrats have put criminals ahead of law-abiding citizens, those individuals were released to once again wreak havoc on our communities. While I'm glad that these thieves were captured, local law enforcement should not be forced to deal with the end result of Joe Biden's failed border policy. If President Biden is serious about securing our border and preventing migrants from committing crimes like what happened in the 4th Congressional District of New York, he would stop underfunding the Customs and Border Protection and treat our Border Patrol agents the way they should be treated. and provide the agency the resources it needs to secure our borders here in America. As a member of the Homeland Security Committee, I fully intend to hold the President and Secretary Mayorkas accountable for their disastrous open border policies and seek solutions that safeguard this great nation. Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to extend the remarks.
The gentleman has been recognized.
Madam Speaker, we know that we have a crisis of mental health across America, and it impacts gun violence, homelessness, and so many other factors. 1 in 5 U.S. adults live with mental illness, 1 in 7 in California. As a result of the pandemic, more Americans have felt alone, scared, and depressed. In my district, there is severe lack of access to mental health, especially in culturally and linguistically challenged areas, especially in southeast Fresno. In response, we secured $1.5 million to provide expanded mental health and recovery services. But that's not enough. We need to do much more throughout the valley and throughout our country. The lack of investment in mental health services and resources has also fueled a rise of homelessness, as we know, and gun violence in our country. Not even 1 month into 2023, we have had 39 mass shootings that have taken place in America. From Monterey Park in California, Half Moon Bay, to Goshen, California, all 3 in our state, we have been torn apart by senseless gun violence. Americans have offered thoughts and prayers, but those are good, but not enough. We need further action on gun reform and mental health support. It's critical. As the chair of the Crime Survivors and Justice Caucus, I'm advocating that we build on bipartisan Safer Communities Act by hiring more mental health providers, strengthening access to treatment, and expanding resources to our youth. It's very necessary today with our young people. To all my fellow Americans, I ask, it's okay not to be okay. It's okay to ask for help and dial 988. Let's break this stigma and let's try to save lives. Most of you are aware that in California, we seem to have extreme floods and extreme droughts, and certainly that has been proven true in the last month. Last week, I met with local, state, and federal California water leaders to discuss our efforts to divert flood control and improve groundwater recharge. Recent storms have dumped over 32 trillion with a T, gallons of water in California. And weather forecasters are anticipating that in February we will have more rain. We need to be better prepared to avoid what happened in Planada, California. Over half community was flooded and farm workers and others lost their homes. A grammar school was literally inundated, and is now 300 students are being taught in a middle school. More needs to be worked to deal with displaced farm workers and the impacts to farmers. I am working with Governor Newsom and the White House to streamline the process to divert flood water and increase water storage. It's absolutely necessary with climate change and other factors we are dealing with. We have secured some funding to begin to fix our infrastructure. It's time we get these projects permitted and shovels into the ground. Let's get to work. California, as some of you may know, is also the #1 agricultural state in the nation. Dairy producers are a key part of that production, but they're feeling the pinch of the pandemic, an unsteady market, increased in feed and input costs, which impact the bottom line. From milk to cheese that we all enjoy, dairy producers have been working tirelessly to put food on America's dinner table. California produces over 20% of all the milk products in America. I'm proud to announce that along with some of my Republican and Democratic colleagues, we've worked with Secretary Vilsack to secure an additional $100 million in additional aid to support the dairy producers recovering from the impacts of COVID-19. As the leading dairy producing state in the union, this funding will help California dairy farmers and can continue to produce and deliver the most nutritious products around the world. Honoring careers of individuals that make a difference, such as the career of Carrie Donis. Madam Speaker, I want to honor Chief Carrie Donis for 27 years of her fearless leadership and courageous service to the Fresno Fire Department. Carrie is the first woman to hold the position as the department's chief in a country where only 4% of the firefighters are women. Her leadership, the department has grown to 402 personnel for the city of Fresno. She's created programs like Girls Empowerment Camp, which introduces fire service careers for young women. Chief Donis will be remembered for her selfless acts and for consistently putting safety of her firefighters and the community above all else. Please join me in congratulating Chief Carrie Donis on her retirement, and I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Watson Coleman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today not only for Half Moon Bay or Monterey Park, but for Oakland and Goshen and San Francisco, for Dallas and for Houston, for Red Springs, High Point, and Durham, for Chicago and Rockford, for Tunica Resorts, for Baton Rouge, Shreveport, and New Orleans, for Fort Pierce, Sanford, Homestead, Ocala, and Miami Garden, for Phoenix, for St. Louis, for Cleveland and Columbus, for Allentown and Philadelphia and Minneapolis, for Denver, for Albany, for Georgia, for Huntsville, for Enoch, for Baltimore, for Dumfries, for Washington, D.C. We are 26 days into the new year, and in those 26 days, there were 40 mass shootings in our country. That is 40 mass shootings, 73 innocent Americans killed. These were mothers and fathers, sons and daughters who should still be with us today, and my heart is broken for every single solitary one of them. How much more heartbreak must our nation endure? How many more lives must we lose? How many more times must we watch as one another, as another safe space, another sanctuary, another school, or a celebration becomes a site for a shooting? How many times must I come to the floor and make this plea? Our moments of silence won't save a single solitary soul. We've seen more mass shootings in the first month of 2023 than in any January on record. The new year should mark new beginnings, new progress, new hope. Instead, we find ourselves moving backward. In less than a month, this year has become one defined by shock and sorrow. For every other country in this developed world has managed to rein in gun violence. In 1996, Australia enacted common sense firearm regulations following a mass shooting, and gun deaths were cut in half. In the UK, just one school shooting pushed the government to pass life-saving gun violence prevention measures. New Zealand banned assault weapons almost immediately after Christchurch massacre. Where our peer nations choose to act, America chooses to stand by in the face of tragedy after tragedy after tragedy. A safer America is possible. We can end the gun violence epidemic. We can build a culture of rational, reasonable, responsible firearm ownership. We can ban the weapons of war used in so many mass shootings. In fact, we've done it in the past. From 1994 to 2004, the United States banned assault weapons, and during that time, gun deaths plummeted, and they shot right back up as soon as the ban was lifted. We have the resources and the precedent to do that again. What we need is a political will. Ending gun violence is not an issue of can't, it is an issue of won't. My Republican colleagues won't ban assault weapons. They won't ban large magazines. They won't pass universal background checks. The gun violence epidemic is a stain upon the fabric of our nation, and that stain grows deeper every second that Congress chooses not to pass substantial gun violence prevention legislation. Last year, we did take a key step in the right direction by passing the bipartisan SAFER Act, Communities Act, but make no mistake, that was a beginning. and we cannot allow it to end there. I'm grateful that my colleague David Cicilline plans to reintroduce an assault weapons ban. I too am choosing to act. I will soon reintroduce my bill to stop online ammunition sales. Madam Speaker, I stand here confident that my Democratic colleagues will stand behind this common sense legislation. From Sandy Hook to Uvalde, to Monterey Park to Trenton, New Jersey, every mass shooting is a policy choice. Democrats are prepared to choose better, and I demand that Republican colleagues do the same. Thank you, ma'am. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to address the body and seek to revise and extend my remarks. Madam Speaker, Ronald Reagan was prescient in his description of Congress, especially as Congress addresses issues, most specifically the debt ceiling. Here's what Ronald Reagan had to say about Congress. It says, Congress consistently brings government to the edge of default before facing its responsibility. This brinkmanship threatens the holders of government bonds and those who rely on Social Security and veterans benefits. And let me repeat that. Those who rely on Social Security, you could have Medicare, and veterans benefits. That's what's at stake here. Reagan went on to say interest rates would skyrocket, instability would occur in the financial markets, and the federal deficit would soar. Why then would our colleagues on the other side of the aisle hold the American economy hostage? Well, in their own words, so they can cut Social Security and Medicare. They call these programs entitlements. Let us be clear, and for all of those listening to this, make sure you call your member of Congress and let them know that Social Security is not an entitlement. It is an earned benefit, something that people pay for weekly, biweekly, or monthly. And how do they know? How do we trust and verify this? All you have to do is go to your pay stub. It says FICA. That stands for Federal Insurance Contribution. That's federal insurance contribution. Whose? Yours. The more than 66 million Americans who contribute to this program. It's an earned benefit. It is not an entitlement. They clearly are entitled to their Social Security. But here we have the ruse of the year. We're going to hold the American economy hostage so that we can make cuts to a program that Congress hasn't enhanced in more than 52 years. On our watch, ours being every member of Congress, we cannot let this persist. Fortunately, because of hard work in the past, seniors are receiving a COLA this year because of COVID. But it's not been reformed, it's not permanent, and there hasn't been a benefit enhancement in 52 years. In 1971, a loaf of bread cost 72 cents. I don't have to go through the litany of what costs have risen. And with 10,000 baby boomers a day becoming eligible for Social Security, this is not the time to cut the program. This is a time to enhance the program so that all of our seniors, especially those who were hit hardest by the pandemic. How do we know this? Of the more than 1 million people who have passed away from the pandemic, Over 750,000 are over the age of 65. And who's impacted most by inflation? Those people who are on fixed income. And by definition, those on Social Security are on a fixed income and need our help the most during this time of inflation. It impacts every single district in this country. On average, there are 147,000 Social Security recipients in every congressional district. And to deny them the enhancements that they need during this inflationary time and during a time period when Congress has not enhanced the program in more than 52 years is long overdue. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This has been a bloody week in America. Seems like every day we've woken up to news of another mass shooting, starting with the one 5 days ago, when a gunman armed with an assault pistol and a high-capacity magazine killed 11 Californians as they celebrated Lunar New Year. 3 weeks from now, Valentine's Day will be the 15th anniversary of a mass shooting at Northern Illinois University in DeKalb. The shooter started firing at 3:06 p.m. By 3:11 p.m., just 5 minutes later, he had taken his own life, but not before firing off 55 rounds of ammunition, killing 6 people and injuring another 21. In Parkland, Florida, on Valentine's Day, they don't memorialize Northern Illinois University. They memorialize the anniversary of the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. That shooting lasted for 6 minutes. 139 rounds were fired, 17 people were killed, and 17 were injured. And 6 months from now, on Independence Day, folks in Highland Park, Illinois, will be memorializing the first anniversary of a mass shooting when 83 rounds were fired, 7 people were killed, and 48 were injured before the police who were present at the scene could even identify the location of the shooter. We do not get our holidays back unless we act. And too often, this body has responded with thoughts and prayers. Prayers that the American people won't notice, some of my colleagues who are putting the economic interests of gun manufacturers ahead of people's lives. But every once in a while we do act. And I want to talk about what we're capable of when we are touched by the better angels of our nature. And to do that, let's flash back to another Valentine's Day. Not that long ago, 2 Chicago gangs were fighting over narcotics turf. One of them surprised the other, broke in, flash of bullets, 7 people were dead. Chicagoans, Illinoisans, Americans were outraged. Yes, these were gang members, but they didn't deserve to die. That was in 1929. It was the St. Valentine's Day Massacre. It was an Al Capone's Italian gang, killed 7 members of Bugs Moran's Irish gang as whiskey bootleggers, fighting over drug turf. And we acted. That shooting led to the passage of the National Firearms Act that banned civilian access to fully automatic Tommy guns and any rifle with a barrel longer than 18 inches. That law is still on the books today. It saves lives, and no one has ever claimed it was unconstitutional. And oh, by the way, if you weren't expecting that a story about Chicago gangs was going to be about white people, I'd like to thank you for attending today's class in critical race theory. As that poet Ice Cube says, you better check yourself. But I digress. 7 people died in 1929, and we acted. 11 people died on Lunar New Year 5 days ago. There have been 40 mass shootings in the first 26 days of this year. Over 1,300 gun homicides in the United States this year. Another 1,700 gun suicides. I'm proud that my state of Illinois has just passed an assault weapons ban, and it is time for this body to do the same, because I know I speak for all Americans when I say I want to enjoy my next holiday without getting shot. And that inaction, in the wake of way too many avoidable deaths, is completely unacceptable. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today for the first time during this 118th Congress to call for unity and bipartisan action in this Congress. This is a call that echoes across this House from common sense Republicans and Democrats who are ready to focus on what unites us rather than what divides us. It's a call that echoes across my district in the state of Nevada from independent-minded folks who are tired of Congress playing games and politics as usual. And it's a call that echoes across the entire country. In November, every one of us in this chamber won the support of our constituents, and the trends were clear. Extremism is out and real results are in. Last Congress was different. Democrats had control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency. But we didn't close the door on our Republican colleagues. Instead, we brought them to the table and led together to deliver results for all Americans. And the track record shows it. The Bipartisan PACT Act, now law, protecting health care for veterans exposed to toxic burn pits in Agent Orange. The Bipartisan Safer Community Acts, now law, the first major gun safety action in decades. The Bipartisan Chips and Science Act, now law, increasing our economic edge in a global economy and ensuring that we make more of everything in America. And of course, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, now law, the investment of a generation in every corner of this country: roads, bridges, ports, airports, internet access, water solutions for the West, and so much more. These accomplishments are significant, and they will stand the test of time because we brought Democrats and Republicans together to make them happen. Voters defied midterm predictions, recognizing that Democrats delivered by putting people over politics and joining hands with our common sense colleagues across the aisle. But the work continues. We can work together, and what we can work on together will always outweigh what holds us apart. We all want to tackle inflation. We all recognize the need to address the historic drought and to secure future water for supplies for all Americans. And we all want to fix our broken immigration system, to build one that strengthens our security without compromising our values as a nation of immigrants. Congress is at our best when we put policy first and politics last. That's what American people want. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the UNLV Rebel Girls and Company dance team for winning yet another national championship title. This program is no stranger to success, and this makes 8 wins for the university in the last 15 years. This time, they even achieved a 99.1, the highest hip-hop score in program history. Coming from the entertainment capital of the world, the decorated dance team and crew have always represented Nevada well, and their stellar performances have even dazzled audiences across the globe. Their many titles are a reflection of the hard work of each and every person involved, especially the leadership shown by head coach Marca de Castro Verde. The past, present, and future of this program is so bright, and I speak on behalf of all of Nevada as we continue to cheer them on. Congratulations, UNLV, Rebel Girls and Company, on yet another success. And with that, I yield my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maliatakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to highlight one of the crises that we're facing in our country, and it's obvious to so many, except unfortunately so many in this House, that we have a crisis at our southern border. We've not only seen over 4.7 million people cross illegally, many of whom are claiming asylum despite not qualifying for asylum, and we're also seeing record levels of fentanyl killing so many Americans each and every single day. We must take a stand to secure our border, to stop this flow of illegal drugs, to stop this mass illegal migration, And when you talk about the numbers of 4.5, when you think about the number of people who have actually evaded our government, who have evaded any interaction with our law enforcement and CBP agents, you're talking about 1.2 million people. That is more than twice the size of Staten Island, the borough in New York City I represent. It's outrageous to think that we would have individuals entering into our country illegally and we don't know what their intentions are, where they're coming from, why they're here. And that is what scares me the most as an individual who represents the city of New York. We know that 98 suspected terrorists on our terrorist watch list crossed the border last fiscal year. We know so far this year there's been another 38, and that should be alarming to every single person in this country. We must know who is entering our country and what their intentions are. And to allow this amount of people to evade law enforcement, to evade any interaction with our government, is a very dangerous action on behalf of this administration. House Republicans believe that Secretary Mayorkas has completely abdicated his responsibility to keep our country secure, and we will be moving forward with hearings to expose what he is doing. And I do believe at the end of the day, it warrants him to be impeached and removed from his position. Also, I want to highlight how the federal government's lack of action at the border, coupled by my state legislature and governor's horrible actions in New York, have led to what we're seeing now in terms of a rise in crime. First of all, New York is dealing with major actions in terms of crime, car thefts, people being released. In fact, just read yesterday in my district, 20-year-old guy who's been stealing cars. He's being released right back onto the street. It's been about 3 times. The first time he was arrested, it was for 20 counts of car thefts. Let's now look at what we're doing here. When I went down to Federal Plaza and I met with our ICE officials, well, they're saying that New York City is not cooperating with any detainer requests for people who are criminals. That means they either were convicted of a crime in their home country or they were convicted of a crime here. It is the worst of the worst in society that ICE is trying to remove from our country, and our local officials won't cooperate. I think that's outrageous that the city of New York continues to harbor people who are not only in this country illegally, but are committing crimes on top of it. And just the other day, New York City residents found out that they're paying to house, they're paying to feed, they're paying to provide services to individuals who were shoplifting in our state. Think about that. So now, not only crossing our country illegally, they're committing crimes. They were released back onto the street thanks to our state's ridiculous bail law. And on top of it, the taxpayers of the city of New York are paying to house and feed them. How does that make any sense, and how is that in the best interest of our citizens? I'm the daughter of immigrants. I understand and appreciate the aspirations of the American dream. We need to work together to address what is happening at our border. We need to work together to ensure that those legitimate asylum seekers are not getting stuck in the bureaucracy and the red tape because of those individuals who are here claiming asylum when they don't qualify. We have to work on our visa system to ensure that we address the labor shortage. We should have more visas for employee-sponsored visas. We should have family-sponsored immigration as well. And I look forward to working with my colleagues to secure our border, and let's impose some common sense. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, for 46 days, the government of Azerbaijan has forcibly cut off 120,000 ethnic Armenians in the Republic of Artsakh. They're cut off from the outside world. Food has become scarce. They have to ration and even basic items. Diapers and medicine supplies have become so low that Facebook pages are opening where residents are trying to find these items from their neighbors. Residents are separated from their families on the other side of the border in Armenia, including children who have been attending school or visiting families. Azerbaijan has even gone so far as to cut off natural gas during the depth of winter. A humanitarian crisis is brewing, and we should act to prevent it. Let's be clear about what this attempt is. It's an attempt by Azerbaijan to force Artsak's ethnic Armenian population out of their homes by making life in Artsakh impossible. The tactic is blockade. The effect is civilian deprivation. The object is ethnic cleansing. But don't take my word for it. Listen to Azerbaijani dictator Aliyev, who made his intentions clear when this blockade unfolded by saying, "Whoever does not want to become a citizen can leave." What does he mean? The ethnic Armenians are citizens. They're citizens of the Republic of Artsakh. But Aliyev doesn't recognize that citizenship, instead uses it as an excuse to say that he wants to ethnically cleanse these 120,000 people. I'm glad that Secretary Blinken earlier this week called on President Aliyev to end this blockade. But we know that dictators don't often respond to calls for justice. I urge the administration to put real weight behind these calls by making it clear that there will be consequences to Azerbaijan by plunging the people of Artsakh into this humanitarian disaster, including sanctions, if necessary. The administration should enforce Section 907 to stop all military assistance to Azerbaijan and to provide critical humanitarian aid to the people of Artsakh, actions that are long overdue. Ever since I came to Congress almost 27 years ago, I have introduced and fought for a resolution to recognize the Armenian genocide, the first genocide of the 20th century. Back then, it was not uncommon for members of this body to minimize or even deny the systematic ethnic cleansing and murder of 1.5 million Armenians, Greeks, or Syrians, and others by the Ottoman Empire. But Armenian Americans and their allies did not give up. For decades, they spoke truth to power and turned the political tide until the Armenian genocide was recognized by this House and then by President Biden. It may have taken longer, but we got there. This is a painful moment for the Armenian community. I am confident that the Armenian people will rise in strength. Armenians have outlived those who said there was no Armenian genocide, and they will outlive those who say there is no Artsakh. I urge the Biden administration and all members of this body to take forceful stance against Azerbaijan's shameful attempts at ethnic cleansing of the Armenian population of Artsakh through this deadly blockade. Mr. Speaker, we've already hit the debt limit. Republicans say they want to negotiate. Well, we negotiate about spending all the time. What they really mean is that they want additional leverage by threatening this country with a default on our debt, which would cost us, according to Moody's Analytics, 6 million jobs, a 9% unemployment rate, $15 trillion lost in our investment markets. Already, they're dilly-dallying with this debt limit. They're playing Russian roulette with our economy, has already hurt our economy. As the chief Democrat on the Capital Markets Subcommittee, I'm here to tell you that the cost of capital is higher and projects are not going forward because of the actions they've taken so far. But they want to negotiate. They want to negotiate going backward. They want to negotiate reducing Social Security benefits. They want spending cuts, but they won't specify what they want. If we're going to negotiate, let's negotiate going forward. Let's talk about increases in Social Security benefits. Let's negotiate getting rid of the $2 trillion of unjustified Trump tax cuts that went chiefly to corporations and the wealthy. You want to negotiate? Fine. We'll negotiate going forward, but ultimately we will end up with a clean debt limit. You can't just love your country when your guy is in the White House. You can't play Russian roulette just because you don't like the president and you think that president will take the political hit. We need to show the world that our governance in America is sound and that our economy is worthy of investment. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
In Iran, a dangerous regime is harming its people, stripping them of their rights and spreading lies to cover it up. The world must know where we stand. The Biden administration is leading the way, and I strongly support their newly announced sanctions on some of the world's worst human rights abusers. These offenders are top-ranking officials in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the regime's right hand in repression. Sanctions also target the IRGC's business enterprise, which has been funding the regime's brutality for decades. The U.S.'s leadership was mimicked by the United Kingdom and European Union. I applaud this unified response from our allies. It's a clear rejection of Iran's violence and a demand for the Iranian people to be heard. But the struggles continue, and we must all remember that woman, life, freedom is not just a chant, it's a call to action. Mr. Speaker, I rise up for California's children, our communities, and our environment. The vast majority of American school buses run on diesel, a major source of pollution that contributes to the climate crisis. As a result, bus emissions worsen our air quality, with significant harm around schools, in residential areas, and within the passenger cabin. This is a serious problem for our environment and our children's health. The bipartisan infrastructure law that I supported invests in a solution. The Clean School Bus Program funds $5 billion for the purchase of electric school buses, improving the air for our kids and our communities. Electric buses also improve discipline, reduce noise pollution, and give schools budget certainty. They can save school districts up to 80% on the cost of fuel, maintenance, and repairs. However, the Clean School Bus Program unfairly targets California, even though our state has nearly 13% of school children and the second lowest busing rate in the country, ahead only of Mississippi. The law imposes unfairly a 10% state cap on the funds. And even worse, to date, California has only gotten 7.33% of the Clean School Bus Program funds. Our state leads the nation in transitioning to electric vehicles and reducing emissions. We need our federal government to be a partner in these efforts. California wants to invest in clean buses to take children to school to learn and to grow, but we cannot do it alone. If America is to be the global leader in transitioning to a clean energy economy, we need to give every state, including California, their fair share of financial support. The $69.5 million already invested in the Clean School Bus Program in California provides some necessary help, but it's not nearly enough to support our densely populated working class communities, some of which have the worst air quality in the nation. I've seen firsthand the tremendous interest in the Clean School Bus Program when my office hosted grant workshops with school districts and tribal communities to share information about these federal resources for acquiring low and zero emission school buses. But to meet this moment, we need a coordinated effort from federal, state, and local entities to make change. California needs a leader who will fight to remove unfair roadblocks, such as arbitrary state caps that limit investment in clean technology. I will continue to push for a level playing field for California that invests our federal tax dollars where the need is greatest and where they can do the most good. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Giblin.
Would you pray with me? O Lord, our Lord, how majestic is your name in all the earth. We need only look to the rising sun after days of gray skies and behold your glory as it breaks through the clouds. And then we bear witness to the awe of your creation. So may your presence dawn on us this day and dispel the fear and hopelessness that has for so long cast its long shadow on our lives. You reign forever. There is nothing that is not subject to your judgment, not our own errant thoughts, our misdeeds, our adversaries, nor our inability to acknowledge our dependence on you. You rule the world with righteousness, and you judge the peoples with equity. In light of your justness and your justice, may we order our lives. In you may the oppressed find refuge, and the wavering a stronghold in times of trouble. You have never forsaken those who trust you. Those who know you find strength in calling your name. And so we offer to you our prayers, our efforts, and our very selves this day in the strength of that sovereign name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise for unanimous consent to use 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, over the last few weeks, California has experienced severe storms that brought much needed water to our state. If you thought that meant water shortages in California were over, you'd be wrong. Since October of last year, California has flushed over 6.4 million acre-feet of water out to the ocean. That's 2 trillion gallons. This is extremely frustrating for the Central Valley farmers who are fallowing their fields and the communities that are running out of water for daily use in their homes and businesses. The pumps that are in place to deliver water to farms, homes, and businesses aren't allowed to run at their full capacity due to environmental regulations. If we had increased flexibility on these pumping regulations to account for real-time conditions, we could have captured 84,000 more acre-feet of water during the 2 weeks of storms. Increasing flexibility in how we operate these pumps, as well as investing in critical water storage infrastructure and conveyance projects, will allow us to maximize what can be stored for these flow events and make us more resilient for drought. Every drop of water is critical to my constituents in the Central Valley. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in the decades-long fight to end hunger, last September's White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health was a major turning point. And I want to thank the Biden-Harris administration for convening anti-hunger and nutrition stakeholders from across America to come up with an ambitious yet achievable plan to end hunger and reduce diet-related illnesses by 2030. The national strategy put forward will serve as our guide. Now it's time to put plans into action. I'm thrilled that the Biden-Harris administration remains laser-focused on maintaining the momentum coming out of the conference. We've already achieved big wins like permanently expanding summer food benefits for families with kids and signing into law the Food Donation Improvement Act, a bill I championed to make it easier for businesses to donate food. But our work is just beginning, and I urge every American to join us in creating a healthier, hunger-free future for all. I have more faith than ever that working together, we can and we will end hunger now. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, President Biden decided to second-guess law enforcement once again. Last Monday, he asked, why should they, meaning the police, always shoot with deadly force? In the past, he's also told police officers to aim for the legs while criminals are charging at them. These comments show a complete lack of knowledge of policing and self-defense. The fact is, criminals will sometimes violently resist arrest. In those instances, it's important for police officers to be able to defend themselves or others around them. Anytime a firearm is discharged, that's considered deadly force. Is the president suggesting cops never use their firearms, even in clear cases of self-defense or protecting others? To sit on the sidelines and blame law enforcement, not criminals, for the outcomes of these deadly interactions encourages violence against police officers, excuses criminal behavior, and is very bad for recruiting new police officers. The president should be standing with our law enforcement officers, not siding with or aiding and abetting criminals. I yield back.
Members are reminded to avoid engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Good afternoon. There have been 40 separate mass shootings since the year began. This weekend, 18 people were murdered within hours of each other. That's it. That's all there is to say. What do these mass murders all have in common? Easy access to unregulated firearms. That is the problem. It cannot get any clearer. Without easy access to unregulated firearms, these mass murders do not happen. These families do not grieve, and this country does not live in fear. Without easy access to unregulated firearms, we save lives. It's just that simple. It's truly that simple. This type of bloodshed doesn't happen in other developed nations around the world, only here in the United States of America. Other nations don't allow unfettered access to unregulated firearms. This is not who we're supposed to be as America. We should feel safe in our communities.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fox News and Iran International report that the special envoy to Iran for Biden, Robert Malley, has met with the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations 3 times recently. During this period, the Iranian regime was murdering its own people in the streets. The Biden administration must explain to the American people what was discussed. General Jack Keane has correctly warned that Iran can develop a nuclear capability in just 4 more months. Biden refuses to disclose and stop the talks, which would be re-entering with the Iran nuclear deal. An absurd Iran nuclear agreement will give the regime billions of dollars, threatening Israel and underwriting drones to Putin against Ukraine. I have appreciated the bipartisan opposition to the deal with Senator Joe Lieberman and Chairman Eliot Engel. The House Republican majority is committed to providing oversight of the weak foreign policy of Biden. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Larry Rogers, Sr. Larry was a loving father and grandfather and a devoted Chicago sports fan, but he was known to many for changing their lives in the courtroom. Larry was a native of the Roseland community in Chicago and came to the practice of law while he was working 3 jobs to support his family. There were very few other black attorneys at the time, and Larry Rogers Sr. helped pave the way for more lawyers that looked like him. As a lawyer, Larry fought for the little guy. He won hundreds of millions of dollars for victims of corporate malfeasance and medical malpractice. One of his most notable accomplishments was winning an 8-figure verdict for victims of chloride-deficient baby formula, even after the Department of Justice declined to press charges. He lived a life devoted to giving the powerless a chance to take on the most powerful. Larry Rogers Sr. leaves behind a legacy that all of Illinois can be proud of. It was an honor to know him. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
The gentleman is recognized without objection for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Major Katie Lunning, a critical care air transportation team nurse in the U.S. Air Force Air National Guard. The wings of angels come in many forms, and on August 26, 2021, those wings came in the form of Flight Nurse Lunning. Her medical evacuation team boarded a C-17 Globemaster, a massive flying ambulance, to evacuate critically injured Americans and allies in the evacuation of Afghanistan. Major Katie Lunning, an intensive critical care unit nurse manager in her civilian career, is no stranger to hard work and the harrowing missions with the Iowa Department of Veterans Affairs in Des Moines, Iowa. Recently, Major Lunning became the first flight nurse in the Air National Guard to be awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross, our nation's highest extraordinary award for aerial achievement. As Afghanistan fell around her and the Taliban forces converged on the capital, Major Lunning was one of the first to respond to a mass casualty suicide bombing at Kabul airport. The tragic death toll claimed the lives of nearly 200, including 13 American service members, among them Iowa's very own Corporal Deegan Page. Major Lunning was on the scene within hours of the bombing and immediately worked to triage and prepare patients for evacuation while taking enemy fire. With few resources, Major Lunning provided medical care to patients, including 5 who were critically injured, and a 2-year-old with a traumatic brain injury. During the 8-hour flight to safety, all 22 patients survived. She is the epitome of a winged angel, heroic, selfless, and providing rescue to those in time of critical need. With all of Iowa, I join saluting Major Lunning as we could not be prouder. Moreover, her dauntless courage is an inspiration to the future women and men who will don the flight nurse's uniform and serve our state and country in the missions ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today for my first floor speech to stand with women across the country and commemorate what should have been the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade this past weekend. This decision would have guaranteed every woman and girl in our country the freedom to make decisions about their own body. Yet 7 months ago, our radical Supreme Court ripped that freedom away. In today's America, there are millions of women who won't be able to have a say in their own future. This came as a direct result of extremist Republicans and their decades-long war on reproductive health care. Instead of focusing and delivering for Americans, Republicans have proposed and prioritized a national abortion ban. And let's be clear, abortion is health care, and abortion should be accessible to every woman in our country. For this reason, I rise today strongly in support of the Women's Health Protection Act to make Roe v. Wade the law of the land. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Enterprise High School Wrestling's Evelyn Holmes Smith for winning the Alabama State Championship, making her a 3-time state champion. Only a sophomore, Evelyn posted a 36-0 record on the season. Evelyn's perfect season helped the Wildcat girls wrestling team finish 4th out of 59 teams across the state of Alabama. She hopes to continue wrestling in college and represent the United States in the Olympic Games one day. Evelyn is known for her quick takedowns on the mat, and when she came to my office last year, she demonstrated a few of her signature wrestling moves, as you can see here in the photo. On behalf of Alabama 2nd District, I want to congratulate Evelyn Holmes Smith and the Enterprise High School wrestling team on an impressive year. Go Wildcats, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
How are House Republicans working for America's working families, struggling to make ends meet? By pursuing an economic scheme that raises their taxes and increases their everyday costs? The very first bill that House Republicans passed was a break for tax cheats that also benefited large corporations and billionaires while adding $114 billion to the deficit. Last time Republicans controlled the House, they enacted a $2 trillion tax cut for the 1% and big corporations. All the while, House Democrats continue to work to hold large corporations accountable and ensure they are paying their fair share. We are working to strengthen the middle class by creating good-paying jobs, lowering middle-class taxes, and protecting Social Security and Medicare, because we understand that a strong middle class is essential to a strong economy and to a strong democracy and to a strong America. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
From Georgia, seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor my friend Chief Lou Deckmar from LaGrange, Georgia, on his well-deserved retirement. For 50 years, Chief Deckmar has protected and defended our communities as a law enforcement officer. He has long been a hero in the community, protecting the lives of citizens as well as fellow officers. Serving nearly 30 years as police chief in LaGrange, Georgia, Chief Deckmar's unwavering dedication to ensuring the folks of Troup County stayed safe and secure was second to none. Chief Deckmar embodies the true heart of a leader, and his work to heal the community and establish racial reconciliation in the city were just a few of the many accomplishments he had throughout his decorated career. I thank him for his unbelievable devotion to serving the people of Georgia and congratulate him on a well-earned retirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am the congressman who represents the great city of Memphis. Right now, much of the national media is looking at Memphis as there was an awful killing of a 29-year-old African-American man by 5 police officers within the last few weeks. The 5 police officers have been fired by the police department for violating their oath. The DA will announce charges in a few hours. It could be a situation where people want to exercise their First Amendment rights to protest actions of the police department. And people should, but they should be peaceful and calm. We have a new DA, we have a new U.S. attorney, and we have a new police director. They are the right people at the right time to bring about reform and to deal with this case to see that justice is rendered. I grieve for the life of Tyree Nichols, whose life should not have been extinguished. He was an outstanding young man, and it's extremely sad that he was killed. I pray for my city. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today as we celebrate National School Choice Week. School choice is about giving families the freedom to choose the best education possible for their children, regardless of their learning style or home address or financial situation. Every parent in America wants to give their child the best education possible, and Nebraska has great options, public, private, homeschools, but not everyone has the means to access their option of choice. I believe we should fund the students, not the systems. When funding for education follows students to the school of their choice, families win. Nebraska is one of only 2 states in the nation that has not passed a school choice program. I'm excited about these opportunities and look forward to giving parents the choice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to voice my concerns with the ongoing censorship of conservative voices. We're all aware of the leftist bias and discrimination on social media. The recent Twitter files tell a sinister tale of censorship and discrimination against conservatives and Republicans across the country. But the campaign of censorship and discrimination by the left also extends to satellite and cable TV. The nation's largest satellite TV provider, DirecTV, has threatened another conservative-leaning cable news network. First, it was OAN a year ago. Now, DirecTV has threatened to deplatform Newsmax, the fourth largest cable news network. Competition is at the heart of the American economy, but the mainstream media is anti-American institution that has no regard for the First Amendment rights of conservatives or protecting a platform for all viewpoints. DirecTV's actions are a clear effort to discriminate against conservative voices. DirecTV pays leftist outlets to carry their content on their satellite network, but conservative outlets are not treated the same. Many liberal channels with a fraction of Newsmax's audience receive payment from DirecTV. This bias is blatant and egregious, and Congress should look into the censorship and address the discrimination against conservative voices. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and to encourage my longtime friend, Alan Loving. Alan serves as pastor for students and families at First Baptist Church, Madison. Alan has dedicated his life as a minister of the gospel and has impacted countless lives for eternity during his many years of service as a youth minister. Recently, Alan suffered a life-changing accident that has left him paralyzed from the waist down. But we praise God for Alan's continued recovery and rehabilitation. God's word tells us in Proverbs, as iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. Throughout this journey, Alan and his family have been an inspiration to me and to so many others throughout our community. We have been sharpened by his strength and his faithfulness. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to let Alan know that Mississippi loves him, that Mississippi loves his family, and that we are praying for him, his wife Courtney, his daughters Mary Addison and Anna Claire, and we are inspired by his determination and faith. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration continues to fail the American people. Just last month, Customs and Border Protection had 251,487 migrant encounters along the southern border, the highest number of encounters ever recorded in a single month. Despite our constant calls to get this crisis under control, it has only gotten worse. Either President Biden is trying and utterly failing, or worse, not trying at all. Since President Biden has taken office, there have been more than 4.5 million migrant encounters at our southern border, and December marked the 10th straight month with more than 200,000 encounters, a trend that has never been recorded before. None of these statistics include over 1.2 million known gotaways who have evaded our overwhelmed U.S. Border Patrol agents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for all Middle Tennesseans to say, Mr. President, please do your job and secure our border. Thank you, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, by direction of the Democratic caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 60, resolved that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committee of the House of Representatives, Committee on Appropriations.
Consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 21.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 5 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 21. The Chair appoints the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 21, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to provide for the development of a plan to increase oil and gas production under oil and gas leases of federal lands under the jurisdiction of the Secretary of Agriculture, the Secretary of Energy, the Secretary of the Interior, and the Secretary of Defense in conjunction with a drawdown of petroleum reserves from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the majority leader and the minority leader or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 21, the Strategic Production Response Act. 2 weeks ago, this body sent a strong message that we must ensure our nation's strategic petroleum reserve and will not advance the energy interest of China over the energy security interest of Americans. This bill today will help ensure this vital American energy asset and American security interests will not be drained away for non-emergency political purposes. This bill is about restoring America's energy security. It provides a path towards making energy more affordable for Americans who are looking to us to help ease the pain at the pump. H.R. 21 does this by preserving the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for its vital and central purpose, to provide the oil supplies Americans need during true emergencies. Emergencies like supply disruptions that threaten the nation's economy, or the loss of oil production due to hurricanes and other disasters. But simply, under this bill, if an administration chooses to use the reserve for non-emergency political purposes, it will first have to develop a plan that an equal amount would be reinstated from American energy resources. The SPR should be used as a tool of last resort. This is sensible energy policy. It is also urgent policy. At present, the SPR's ability to protect Americans has been put at risk. More than 250 million barrels of oil, approximately 40% of the reserve, has been drawn down in less than 2 years, more than all the former presidents in history combined, all to cover up historically high gas prices in an election year. This is irresponsible. The Biden administration has undermined our nation's ability to respond to true energy emergencies by mismanaging our nation's strategic energy stockpile. At the same time, the administration has taken every action to suppress America's mighty energy production abilities. Unbelievably, the Biden administration has turned to Venezuela and Saudi Arabia to pump more oil instead of working to lift their regulatory restraints on American energy producers. America's oil production and refining capacity remains 1 million barrels below peak levels during the prior administration. We have the world's most abundant resources and the capacity to produce millions more barrels per day. America should never be at the mercy of OPEC or Russia. Energy security is economic security, it's national security, it's all connected. It's foundational to everything. We should be unleashing American energy on all fronts. And don't forget, the United States has some of the highest environmental and labor standards in the world, and we've been the leader in bringing down carbon emissions. And we did this by embracing innovation and our abundant natural resources, not by shutting down entire industries. Right now, America is suffering through the worst energy crisis in decades, and gas prices are still surging upwards. Now, President Biden and the Democrats' radical rush to green agenda has made life unaffordable for people across the country. It's driven up inflation, it's strained household budgets, and weakened our electric grid. And gas prices have risen to the highest levels in history. Some have been forced to pay more than $6 a gallon. Gas prices are still 40% higher today, and diesel prices are up almost $2 a gallon more than when President Biden took office. It's time to flip the switch. It's time to end the politically motivated abuse of SPRO and focus on American energy and American security. Let's send a strong signal this Congress that we stand for energy security, preserving the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, restoring America's energy dominance, and providing for the prosperity of all Americans. I urge the support of H.R. 21, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 21 and yield myself such time as it may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, House Republicans are showing their true colors, bringing a bill to the floor that helps their big oil friends and hurts hardworking Americans. This is a reckless and extreme bill. It will hamstring the single most important tool the Biden administration has used to fight Putin's price hike on gasoline. The ranking member mentioned affordability, but by releasing oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, the Biden administration helped bring down gas prices by over $1.50 per gallon. Republicans call that politicizing the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. I call that providing real relief to the American people at the gas pump. Again, Democrats addressing affordability, trying to bring down high gas prices. And now, after promising to lower costs for American families, House Republicans want to pass this bill that will raise gas prices at the pump. And make no mistake, that's exactly what this bill would do. It would prevent the Department of Energy from using the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to respond to price hikes until big oil is given open access to drill on public lands. Now, restricting the federal government's best tool for decreasing gas prices in the middle of a global energy crisis defies any logic. After all, this is a tool that administrations of both parties, Democrat and Republicans, have successfully used in the past. It's baffling to me to see the Republicans oppose President Biden's release of oil from the reserve, considering that in recent years, Republican administrations withdrew even more due to oil sales that they themselves mandated when they were in control of Congress. House Republicans have also used the reserve as a piggy bank to withdraw nearly 300 million barrels of oil to pay for their priorities. Yet now they want to feign outrage that President Biden withdrew fewer barrels to lower prices at the pump. This is not serious legislation, Mr. Speaker, but instead a political stunt. Republicans are just upset that President Biden stood up and actually used all the tools at his disposal to fight back against high gas prices for American families. Now, this bill actually fights against American families and against addressing affordability. The Secretary of Energy was clear in a letter she wrote to Chair Rogers and me last week, and I would ask unanimous consent to insert the text of that letter into the record, Mr. Speaker. In that letter, Secretary Granholm wrote that by hamstringing the administration, this bill would result in, and I quote, more oil supply shortages in times of crisis and higher gasoline prices for Americans, unquote. The president also recognized this bill as a bad deal for the American people, and that's why he said he would veto it if it ever got to his desk. So I'd also ask unanimous consent to insert the text of the Statement of Administration Policy into the record, Mr. Speaker.
Request will be covered by general leave.
Thank you. Now, it's frankly stunning that after about 2 years of talking such a big game, the Republicans talked on energy security and energy independence, that one of the Republicans' first bills this Congress is a proposal that would seriously undermine both. The truth is that Republicans' decades-old drill, baby drill mentality is outdated, it's reckless, and it simply cannot and will not protect Americans from the volatile price movements of a global commodity. Our country has adopted this mentality for decades, and it just doesn't work. The United States is already the world's top producer of both oil and gas, and the fossil fuel industry already controls large portions of U.S. public lands and waters, and it isn't using most of it. Right now, fossil fuel companies control over 26 million acres of U.S. public lands, half of which is going unused. The problem is not a shortage of land or leases. Republicans only want the American people to think that that's the case because they want to keep holding or doing the bidding of big oil. The bottom line is big oil doesn't want to pump oil because that would lower prices. They don't want to do it. They don't want to address the issue of affordability with gas prices. They don't want to pump more oil. No matter how much we drill anyway, doubling down on our fossil fuel dependency is exactly what has kept us dependent on the global market. And this global market where we have this oil from other countries is largely controlled by dictators and adversaries on the other side of the world. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is not serious. It's yet another old, tired, one-page bill that shows just how antiquated and misplaced Republicans' priorities are. We should be spending our time on serious, thoughtful proposals that actually address our energy challenges and opportunities, that lower gas prices as opposed to raising them, and that ensure Americans and their jobs don't get left behind as the rest of the world transitions to clean energy. So I strongly urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. If you really care about bringing down gas prices, you would oppose this bill. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield two minutes to a leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson.
Well, I thank the chair for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 21, the Strategic Production Response Act. Instead of unleashing America's vast domestic energy resources, President Biden has hobbled our nation's energy production, resulting in fuel shortages and rising energy costs for all American families. He went so far as begging foreign dictators for oil instead of uplifting America's economy. It's worth noting that just a few short years ago, America was energy independent. House Republicans have made it clear that we are going to hold the Biden administration accountable for its actions. As we sit here today, President Biden has drained around 40% of our strategic petroleum reserve. The reserve was established to be used for national emergencies, not for cheap political points or Band-Aids for failed policies. The Strategic Production Response Act would require the Biden administration to replenish and maintain the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and the legislation would require the Secretary of Energy to come up with a plan to replenish the reserve if oil is taken for non-emergency reasons. The President has ample solutions in front of him to fix America's energy crisis. In fact, Americans have been offering up long-term energy solutions to the Biden administration, but they refuse to listen. Instead, they've given in to the demands of left-wing special interest and radical environmental groups and have left the American people stranded. In America, we do our part in making sure that the energy we produce is done in a more cleaner, more safer way than any other country on earth. Unleashing American energy is the solution to our nation's energy crisis. My message to President Biden is simple. The days of taking shortcuts to make up major policy failures are over. H.R. 21 is an important step in holding the administration accountable for their actions, and I'm proud to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield now 4 minutes to the ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee who's worked so hard on clean energy issues, Mr. Grijalva.
Thank you very much, and thank you for yielding, Congressman. And Mr. Chair, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 21 and urge all my colleagues to oppose this big giveaway to big oil. The bill before us today is yet another effort to open our public lands and waters to major new oil and gas extraction. This is despite the fact that oil companies already control huge amounts of our public lands and waters, and most of those they don't even use. Right now, oil and gas companies have about 9,000 approved but unused permits across 26 million acres of public land. Right now, offshore, they have 2,000 active leases covering 12 million acres, 3/4 of which aren't being used. The bill asks us to give them even more land, an area 3 times the size of California, or more than 300 million additional acres. Big oil has more public land than they can use. They could expand production today if they really wanted to. Instead, they lobby Congress to even open up more lands to extraction, to lower environmental standards, and to give them more taxpayer-funded subsidies, and in the process, lock out and public land and public assets from other essential uses that would contribute to the American people and contribute to the mitigation and remediation and the climate action that is required around the issue of climate and the climate crisis. To add insult to injury, this bill would actually make it harder to help everyday Americans. It would prevent the president's ability to keep down gas prices. Last year, President Biden took decisive action, allowing releases from the reserve to lower the prices at the pump. Under this bill, if the president needed to act again to keep prices low, he'd first have to pay off big oil by opening up our public lands. This bill does not protect American people, and it certainly doesn't protect our climate or environment. I urge my colleagues to vote no and yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I am pleased to yield 1 minute to Leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Walberg.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank my chairwoman. Mr. Speaker, I support H.R. 2021. Michiganders are facing hardships due to President Biden and Secretary Granholm's war on American energy. My constituents are struggling to afford to fill up their tanks and heat their homes. Instead of abandoning his failed progressive policies and unleashing domestic energy production to lower costs for hardworking Americans, the Biden administration decided to use America's strategic petroleum reserve as a political band-aid. President Biden has sold off over 250 million barrels of oil, draining our SPR to its lowest level since 1983. American Strategic Petroleum Reserve is to be used in cases of national emergency, not political emergencies. Energy security is national security. H.R. 21 is a common-sense measure to ensure that our SPR remains ready for when we face global supply disruptions that threaten our economy and prevents politically motivated withdrawals.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Let's pass it. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Florida, the former chair of the Select Committee on Climate, who's done so much on clean energy issues.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.R. 21. The Republican bill would cause higher gas prices. It would hamstring the ability of the president to respond to a crisis. It also would open up areas to drilling and pollution that should be off limits, and it would exacerbate climate pollution and the costly related impacts ripping across America. You know, after Putin invaded Ukraine and American consumers were grappling with higher gas prices, President Biden was right to release oil from the strategic reserve to cushion the economic blow to American families. It was a common sense strategy that helped lower gas prices for Americans. But now Republicans want to tie the hands of the president to act when necessary. But there are too many contingencies in the world, war, supply chain issues, natural disasters, to irrationally tie the hands of the commander-in-chief to use the strategic reserve when needed. This bill also opens up areas to drilling and pollution that should be off limits, like the coast of Florida,
could wreck our economy, our beautiful coastal waters and beaches, and areas that the Department of Defense needs for military training. Plus, it's completely unnecessary. The oil and gas industry already controls large portions of public lands and waters. They aren't using it. They're sitting on approximately 9,000 approved but unused permits for drilling. And then finally, this is dangerous and costly and will exacerbate the climate crisis. The top scientists say that we have a rapidly closing window to reduce climate pollution and avoid the worst impacts, but Republicans have abdicated their responsibility to keep these costs in check for everyday Americans. True energy security and independence will come through clean energy, efficiency, and innovation. 20% of the electricity net generation in the U.S. right now comes from renewable sources. With the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law, we are on track now to lower costs, to create good-paying jobs, and to build safer, healthier, more resilient communities across the country. This bill is an outrageous handout to polluters that will cost families, and it will weaken energy security for America. In this Republican House, I guess big oil and the wealthy, powerful special interests win, while everyday Americans will pay more. I yield back my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our energy security is under attack. The administration has drained our strategic petroleum reserve, selling off 40% of the reserve in just the last 2 years. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is now at its lowest level in 40 years, posing a threat to our country in the event of a real emergency. Yet this administration has failed to implement even a simple plan to replace the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That is what this bill does. The Strategic Production Response Act, Republicans are stepping up to the plate to ensure any non-emergency release is accompanied by a plan to increase the percentage of federal lands and water leased for oil and gas exploration. This is responsible. This is common sense. This bill is a critical step in unleashing our domestic energy production, increasing our emergency supply, and delivering on our promise to protect our nation's energy security.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I now yield 2 minutes to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas.
The gentleman is recognized. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of H.R. 21. If the beautiful, wonderful Marvin Gaye were with us today, he would say, "What's going on?" Much more beautifully than I could say it. But this is what's going on. This legislation is bad policy that will severely increase the price of gas at the pump, destroy our environment, and pollute and poison the air that our children and grandchildren deserve to breathe. It will only help the rich get richer. This bill could require the U.S. to open up over 300 million acres of federal lands for new oil and gas drilling. To put that into scale, that is 3 times the size of the state of California. Rather than curbing our independence on fossil fuels and making America more energy independent, my Republican colleagues are pushing legislation that will only increase our resilience on fossil fuels. This bill is incredibly foolish and does nothing to address the real problems. What are they really up to? What it is they want to put money into the pockets of big oil executives while taking it out of the pockets of everyday Americans. So I ask, what is this true intention on this legislation? Who does this help? Well, I just told you, it helps big oil and hurts everyday Americans. Because I know for damn sure it doesn't help the working families across our great country. I'd like to remind my colleagues and all of us that we were elected to come here to this body to represent all Americans, not just special interests. Your bill will only line the pockets of your fossil fuel friends while making gas more expensive for everyday Americans. This bill is shameful. It fails our children and grandchildren. It fails to protect the American people, and I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to a leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Pence.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 21. House Republicans are taking our next step to protect the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and put America back on energy dominance track. First, we're going to stop selling a national security tool to China, and then second, we're going to leverage our domestic natural resources to protect against emergency supply disruptions. The President's decision to exploit the SPR to cover up his own energy crisis was nothing short of a political stunt, and I heard that word used when I first walked in. After draining 40% of our reserve, the President has left Hoosiers in Indiana's 6th District vulnerable in the event of a true supply emergency. The SPR is critical to helping respond to the natural disasters, hurricanes, or severe supply disruptions. It was never intended to be a solution to Biden energy crisis facing Hoosiers and all Americans. If the President was truly concerned about high energy prices, he would work with Republicans to support the domestic resources we already have at our disposal. H.R. 21 is a clear, simple way to leverage our assets and refocus the SPR on its original intent, responding to emergency supply disruptions. I look forward to continuing our efforts on the Energy and Commerce Committee to hold this administration accountable and reestablish American energy dominance. I urge support for this legislation, and I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield now 3 minutes to another member of our Energy and Commerce Committee, gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Fletcher.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Pallone. I rise in opposition to H.R. 21. My colleagues on both sides of the aisle know that as a representative for the energy capital of the world in Houston, I support domestic energy production. We produce oil and gas better. We have better environmental standards, better worker safety standards, and better emission reduction efforts and opportunities. We know it's important to produce energy domestically for our economy and for our national security. We also know that domestic production of oil and gas is a complicated system, from upstream exploration and production to downstream refining and transportation along the way. And that is why I oppose this bill. It doesn't reflect the reality of how oil and gas production works or solve the problem I think it seeks to solve. Oil and gas production is a long and expensive process. Leases are executed many years before production begins, if it begins at all. When we are talking about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, we are talking about crude oil that has been produced and stored for emergency use. So if what we're trying to do is make sure that the SPR is full and available, we should pass legislation to require the government to replenish it after sales are made, to buy when the price is low. If what we're trying to do is increase domestic production, we should be working on permitting reform and addressing issues in the capital markets that are making investments more difficult. If operators can't make the investments, build the infrastructure, and move the product, what good is a lease sale? Today, we've heard a lot of complaints about President Biden's strategic use of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which has successfully lowered the prices at the pump for Americans and weakened Russia's ability to fund its unprovoked, unconscionable war against Ukraine. And it has been a vital tool, as we just heard, for responding to natural disasters, energy supply shocks, and mitigating hostile foreign actors in other times. We should support all of these efforts. The response to this effort certainly should not be to make it harder to do what we have just successfully done. But that is what this bill does, placing new, burdensome requirements to offer vast sums of public lands for leasing at any time mandatory sales are dictated by Congress or exchanges are implemented by the Department of Energy. It's not the solution that my friends on the other side of the aisle seem to think that it is, and I would be glad to work with anyone here to address the real barriers to domestic energy production and support smart energy policy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Utah. He's also Vice Chair of the Energy, Climate, and Grid Security Subcommittee on Energy and Commerce, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the Strategic Production Response Act. The President sold an unprecedented amount of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which was constructed to be used solely during national emergencies. I regret that the President has instead used it as a political tool to attempt to lower gas prices. Perhaps the most frustrating thing is this administration's constant demonization, not just of fossil fuels, but of the very men and women who work so hard to produce them. It's vital for a business to have regulatory certainty to ensure price stability, and President Biden's lack of guidance has created the most unclear times for the energy industry in modern history. You can't attack the oil and gas industry, say you want to put them out of business, and then complain when gas prices go up. It is critical for the SPR to be accessible to the most vulnerable citizens at times of crisis, wildfires, flooding, tornadoes, and hurricanes. All over the country, including in my home of Utah, there are abundant fossil fuels that could be cleanly and responsibly developed on federal lands that could be used to replenish the SPR for times of real crisis. This is why I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield the balance of my time.
I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes now to the gentlewoman who is the ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against the so-called Strategic Production Response Act, which would significantly weaken our critical energy security. This bill before us would result in more oil supply shortages, higher gas prices for hard-working middle-class families, jeopardize our energy security, just so those on the other side of the aisle can do the bidding of their friends at, quote, big oil. Big oil has already received billions of dollars in taxpayer-funded subsidies. They enjoy record-shattering profits, and it is all at the expense of hardworking families. You know, today families live paycheck to paycheck. That is the reality, but there's no thought for what this will do to the prices at the pump for families. Big Oil has more than 26 million acres under lease. Over 50% are non-producing. And it's not because they're not allowed to drill. More than 9,500 permits to extract oil were approved in 2021 alone. While the administration has paused wasteful lease sales, the permitting process for already leased lands continues. The greed of big oil just never ends, and it inflicts pain. It inflicts financial instability on working families. It is a daily assault. You know, there's an old saying, know where you stand and stand there. Well, it's clear where some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle stand, and that is protecting big oil, which has a monopoly, and they can do what they want in terms of raising prices or lowering prices, and they never lower prices. I will continue to stand with the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote against H.R. 21, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Pleased to yield 1.5 minutes to a leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the chairwoman for yielding. This legislation, let's place this very simply, it is necessary because we need to install the guardrails to protect the strategic reserve. Before this administration, it was unimaginable that a president would declare war on American energy. That's why we're bringing this legislation forward, to ensure that our Strategic Petroleum Reserve is being used only for emergencies and not to score cheap political points. Any plan that uses this reserve outside of a national emergency must have a corresponding plan to backfill our stores. It's unacceptable to cancel projects like the Keystone XL pipeline, strip away American energy jobs, and harass our energy producers while also using up our emergency supplies. Americans cannot afford for the White House to play political games. And we need to lower prices at the gas pump for Pennsylvania families that I represent. But using our emergency supplies is unsustainable, and actually, it's reckless. We cannot afford to waste any more time holding up permits and creating complicated regulations that only slow down production. It's time to return to American energy dominance and use the resources that are under the feet of my constituents. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this important legislation, and I yield the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield two minutes now to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 21. A poll was released today that 73% of Americans think that the Republican leadership has the wrong priorities. And today we consider a bill which demonstrates how true those poll results are. With this bill, the Republicans are giving a big, wet kiss to big oil. They're making it more difficult for families to afford gas at the pump and rewarding big oil with record profits. Once again, they're demonstrating they care more about protecting the profits of big oil than protecting the wallets of hard-working Americans. This legislation would make it impossible, or nearly impossible, for the president to lower gas prices by strategically releasing petroleum reserves to this notion of expanding leasing on federal lands, which would make it almost impossible, as Ms. Fletcher explained just moments ago. Linking releases from the reserve to increases in drilling on federal lands will result in higher prices for Americans and an exacerbation of the climate crisis already facing our country. And what's more startling is this isn't even necessary. There are over 9,000 leases available right now where drilling is not taking place. Why? Because big oil wants to keep the price up high to maximize their profits and continue to gouge the American consumers. Let's not help them continue to do that. The president was very wise to strategically use that reserve to lower the price at the pump. So I urge all my colleagues not to embrace this crazy idea of protecting the profits for big oil, gouging our constituents with higher gas prices, worsening the climate crisis, and instead focus on the priorities of the American people: to lower the cost of goods, to lower the cost of gas at the pump, to lower the cost of food at the grocery store. That's what Republicans ran on, Mr. Speaker, and their first act was to gut the IRS, to make it harder for people to get their tax returns back, and today they're trying to protect big oil and make it more expensive for our constituents. Vote no.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When President Biden was elected in January, or inaugurated in January of 2021, gas prices were $2.33 a gallon. I doubt you can find that anywhere in America today. $2.33 a gallon. They've only gone up since then. And the war in Ukraine did not cause the energy crisis. It just exposed what was going on. Refining and production is down 1 million barrels from when President Biden was elected. There's been the shutting down of American energy. It's time to unleash American energy. Please yield a minute to the gentleman, leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 21 because what President Biden and this administration have done with our Strategic Petroleum Reserve is nothing short of abuse. What's worse is that the administration has drained our SPR to bribe the American people into forgetting about the failure of its policies. Since day one, this president and his administration have waged a war against our energy independence and security. when, to no one's surprise, prices rose to the highest they've been in a generation, instead of reversing course, they doubled down and tried to pay off the American people by emptying the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill, and I sincerely hope all of my colleagues on the floor support it today. This bill not only limits the president's ability to abuse the SPR, as he's done the past 2 years, but it also requires the administration to have a plan to increase production if it does pull from the SPR outside of our emergencies. This is energy security, folks, and it's sorely needed in today's uncertain world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Time's expired. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, can I inquire how much time remains on each side?
Chairman from New Jersey has 11 minutes remaining. Gentlelady from Washington has 15 minutes.
15. I would yield now 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Porter.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, replenishing the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is in our national security interest, but handing out 10% of our federally protected lands is not the answer. Big Oil sits on more than 9,000 unused permits for drilling on public lands. That's 9.9 million acres. 7.5 million football fields, more land than Maryland and Delaware combined. Congress should find the political courage to hold the fossil fuel industry accountable. As long as Big Oil holds on to thousands of unused permits, it shouldn't get a single acre more of our land. We cannot strengthen our energy independence with another sweetheart deal for the fossil fuel industry, which also receives billions in subsidies. And without selling out the hunters, fishers, and hikers who rely on public lands and contribute 1.9% of our GDP. I urge my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 21. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to a leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. Dunn from Florida.
Gentleman
Thank you very much,
recognized.
Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stress the importance of maintaining our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The Biden administration has recklessly handled our SPR and made us more vulnerable economically and defensively. They have drained the reserve by almost 40% with no plan to replenish it, jeopardizing economy and national security. America is currently unprepared for a true emergency, forcing us to beg for oil from countries like Venezuela. We are also more vulnerable to an energy supply disruption caused by natural disasters like hurricanes. H.R. 21 would ensure that administration has a plan in place to increase domestic energy product and to replenish the SPR. Democrats want you to believe that draining the SPR is the only way to combat prices. Wrong. We can produce our own oil and gas. Americans have suffered enough under the failed Green New Deal. I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 21, but I also encourage them to support Representative Gates' amendment to ensure the important Gulf Test and Training Range remains a pillar of our military readiness. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute now to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to H.R. 21, the Strategic Production Response Act. H.R. 21 is unnecessary, and it is harmful legislation that will have devastating consequences for hardworking American families, and its impact on our environment will resonate for generations to come. My district, Ohio's 13th district, is home to the Cuyahoga Valley National Park, which receives more than 2.2 million visitors every year. Under H.R. 21, this irreplaceable national park and others across the nation could be subjected to unnecessary oil and gas drilling, devastating ecosystems, our environment, our economy, and our communities. Our national park systems play an essential role in the advancement of our communities. They create jobs, strengthen the local economy, contribute to local infrastructure development, and help to conserve the natural environment, cultural assets, and traditions that we hold dear. H.R. 21 is not a comprehensive strategic legislative undertaking that puts the needs of hardworking Americans first. In fact, it does the opposite. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this wholly unnecessary, and harmful legislation in its current form, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote no.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman, leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee from Texas, Mr. Weber.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 21. President Biden, true to his word of a war on fossil fuels, sold off an unprecedented 250 million barrels of oil in less than 2 years, which is more than 40% of the stockpile. 2 of the 4 SPR sites along the Gulf Coast are now dangerously low on oil, leaving America more vulnerable to a true energy supply disruption caused by hurricane or natural disaster. This issue is very personal to me, Mr. Speaker, and my Gulf Coast district. We house 60% of the nation's SPR. So when I say personal, I mean it. I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill to prevent further abuse of the SPR. I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'll continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Mr. Allen. Please
Gentlelady
yield
is
1 minute.
recognized.
Gentleman from Georgia, leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, energy security is national security. Both sides recognize this, and that's why we have a strategic petroleum reserve to begin with. But the president's idea of strategy means using the SPR to bail him out for his disastrous energy policies. In less than 2 years, President Biden and his administration have drained 250 million barrels from the SPR. And you're going to hear that over and over again today. And guess what? Gas prices are still over 40% higher today than they were before the president took office. Americans are suffering through the worst energy crisis in decades. And to make matters worse, the SPR, once the largest stockpile of fuel anywhere in the world, is now at its lowest levels since 1984. It's time to end this madness and commit to replenishing the SPR, and Republicans have a plan to do that. Our legislation would tie any future non-energy drawdowns from the SPR to a concrete plan of action to increase oil and gas production on federal lands. The bottom line is this administration needs a plan to refill our SPR. And quite frankly, it's a dereliction of duty that they do not have a plan to restore our energy security.
It's expired.
I yield back.
Great job.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities against the president. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Did he reserve?
Oh, reserve.
I reserve. Okay. Did he reserve? I'm sorry.
Does the gentlewoman want to be recognized or
yes,
reserve?
I do. Thank you, Mr.
The
Chairman.
gentlewoman is recognized.
I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Ohio, leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Balderson.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of H.R. 21, the Strategic Production Response Act, led by our Energy and Commerce Committee Chair, McMorris Rogers. I am proud to co-sponsor and support this bill, which holds the Biden administration and future administrations accountable for misusing the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Under President Biden's watch, the stockpile has been depleted by an alarming 40%, falling to its lowest level since 1984. Established in 1975, the SPR was intended to respond to national emergencies and to address severe supply disruptions, not to manipulate gas prices. This bill is quite simple. It requires the Secretary of Energy to submit a plan to increase domestic energy production with any non-emergency drawdown of the SPR. And despite falsehoods from the members of the President's own cabinet, this legislation provides clear exceptions for legitimate energy supply interruptions and only applies to non-emergency sales. The American people want affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy for America, not short-term political gimmicks. That's why I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 21. I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd yield myself 1 minute. I can't help but comment on the fact that my Republican colleagues continue to get up and criticize President Biden for releasing crude oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. I have to point out that Republican presidents have done this many times in the past. I think the only reason why they are criticizing President Biden is because they know it worked. We know that since last June, when the gas prices were at their high for this season, since then the prices have gone down by $1.50 per barrel. And all kinds of evidence to show that a significant reason for that was because of releasing crude oil from the reserve. Now, if you don't feel that that's something that we should do, you can say it. But the bottom line is, as Democrats, we were trying, and the president was trying, to address an affordability issue. You know, Americans don't want to have to pay high prices for gas, and they should not have to if we can do something about it.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes. Gentleman from Texas, leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair. I rise today on behalf of the 2 million hardworking Americans, Texans, 10 million hardworking Americans that the president has told, your job doesn't matter, putting food on the table doesn't matter, your mortgage payments don't matter, your grocery bills don't matter. You know, I'm actually shocked that this is a partisan issue, that we have my Democrat colleagues that are saying that we don't want to refill an SPR or we don't want to consider it in emergency use only for political emergencies. You know, the president campaigned on a promise to end fossil fuels, and he's pushed his failed policies from day one, including the cancellation of Keystone XL, telling 10 million workers who provide the energy our nation so desperately needs that he doesn't want them to produce. In fact, not only does he not want them to produce, he's going overseas begging global oil cartels for more energy. These policies are completely disconnected from reality, and we're now facing rolling blackouts where families in the middle of the night may not have energy. In places like California, that's standard practice. However, now you have to consider it in Pennsylvania and Ohio and everywhere else. Why? Where are my Democrat colleagues who believe in affordable, reliable energy? Where are my colleagues who want to ease the burden of inflation that the president has caused? This Republican majority knows and is in touch with the reality that every family is facing choices, and it starts with energy. Inflationary choices. I'm proud to work alongside Chair Kathy McMorris Rodgers to restore energy security. President Biden's use of the SPR for his own political emergencies is unacceptable, and we are now standing up to return the SPR to its rightful use for national security emergencies, not fabricated political emergencies. It's time for the president to join the Permian Basin, for the president to join every state in using this for what it was designed to be used for. It's a shame that my Democrat colleagues will not stand up for a national security imperative. We must let our producers produce, do what they do best, and keep government out of it. I yield back.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, again, in response to the previous speaker who criticized the president successfully used the SPRO to lower prices at the pump and provide relief to American families. And now Republicans want to take away this strategy, which will only result in higher gas prices for Americans. The president's strategy worked, and thanks largely to his actions, gas prices have fallen an average of $1.50 per gallon nationwide since their peak in June. President Biden's actions also made money for American taxpayers. A Wall Street Journal analyst found that the United States made nearly $4 billion in profit from Biden's sale from the reserves, receiving an average of 96 cents per gallon of oil sold from it, well above the current market price of approximately $82 per barrel. So the Department of Energy has already announced plans to purchase oil to refill the reserve, and will begin making those purchases at a low fixed price later this month. So we've actually made money, lowered prices for the American consumer, and going to be able to fill the SPRO at a lower cost.
Gentleman's time's expired. Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you bought gas recently, you would be aware gas prices are up 40 cents just in the last couple of weeks. Our reserve is drained. We need to pass this bill. Pleased to yield 2 minutes from to the gentlewoman from Iowa. Member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Miller Meeks.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairwoman Rogers, for yielding me time. I rise in support of H.R. 21, an important and timely bill, and I'm proud that the new Republican majority made this one of our first priorities. In less than 2 years, President Biden has drained our strategic petroleum reserve, putting American energy security at risk. Thankfully, House Republicans have a plan to address the issue, replenish our reserve, and unleash American energy. The President's energy policies have hurt Americans, and I thank my colleague on the other side of the aisle that he's correct. In releasing oil from the SPR, it may have helped to lower gasoline prices. However, it uncloaked the lie that it was price gouging from oil companies that caused prices to rise to begin with. More supply was needed. That was obvious, and this administration's policies had constrained domestic production and supply. Approximately 40% of the SPR has been drawn down since President Biden took office with no plan to replenish it. Instead of working together to address the issue, the President has indeed chosen to peddle a false narrative about our efforts. The President claims our bill, the Strategic Production Response Act, would limit the administration's access to the SPR. This is blatantly false. Our bill specifically reinforces a President's ability to tap the SPR if an energy emergency is declared. Our bill would, however, require the Department of Energy to prepare a plan to encourage domestic production if the SPR is tapped without a declared energy emergency. While we may accept the seriousness of climate change, we do not accept that U.S. energy transmission and restructuring of an entire industrial base is the solution. Energy security is national security, and failing to increase energy production and replenish the Strategic Petroleum Reserve puts our country at risk. We need to unleash American innovation and energy production and set our country on a path to energy independence. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 21, and I yield back.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, you know, the administration may have temporarily, artificially reduced gas prices. Up until Election Day, they were selling 1 million barrels per day out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve up until the election. They've now drained the reserve, leaving us vulnerable, and gas prices are on the way up again since Christmas, 40 cents just since Christmas. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Mr. Chairman, I yield myself 1 minute.
Without objection.
The previous
Gentleman is
speaker
recognized.
prior to the ranking member mentioned supply, and I just wanted to read sections of the letter from Secretary Granholm about this that everyone received. She says that Putin's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine created the worst global energy crisis in decades. The president took unprecedented action with allies and partners, releasing oil from our strategic reserves to stabilize global oil supply and prices. We've heard directly from industry over the last 7 months that these actions were essential to maintaining supply. If enacted, H.R. 21 would make it harder to take such action quickly to increase supply when the market needs it most, driving up prices during crisis. I believe it's essential that the reserve can continue to address supply disruptions by rapidly providing oil in response to emergencies. Arbitrarily requiring the completion of reports related to federal lands, a matter which the Department of Energy does not control, would only delay such critical actions and increase prices for Americans when energy disruptions occur. Today, there is nothing standing in the way of domestic oil production.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman reserves.
Okay.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to our Majority Leader, Mr. Scalise.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding and for the great job she's doing as chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee to bring forward important bills that will increase America's national security and energy security. There is absolutely no reason that we have to be reliant on foreign countries for our energy. We've actually got the energy here in America. And in fact, for those people that are concerned about carbon emissions, you know, for all those carbon footprint warriors that get on their private jets and fly to Davos last week to lecture the rest of the world about not using fossil fuels. They didn't take commercial flights. They had to take their private
charters, not with solar panels on the wings of those airplanes using jet fuel. So they lecture the whole world about getting rid of fossil fuels in America, not in other countries. You saw President Biden himself get on Air Force One and fly to Saudi and beg Saudi princes to produce more energy as he's shutting down production in America, limiting leases, limiting pipelines, killing Keystone and other pipelines, limiting the ability to get permits to do basic exploration in America. He's greenlighting pipelines in Russia, greenlighting pipelines and drilling in other places, urging and begging drilling in other places. Well, by the way, if you're concerned about the carbon footprint, no country in the world that produces energy does it better than America. We should want to be doing more in America. But then as production goes up and goes down based on good or bad policies, as we're seeing today with bad policies, the nation back in the 1970s said, we're going to have a strategic petroleum reserve. In essence, an American piggy bank to protect our country in case there's some major disruption in world markets, in energy production in America. Maybe there's a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico that limits our ability to produce energy for a brief period of time. That's why we have a strategic petroleum reserve. It's not there to go mask your bad policies, and yet that's what we've seen from this president. As you can see, this president has raided more than 40% of America's strategic reserve. Our piggy bank, he's just taken it away. In some cases, he actually sold that oil to China. We came together last week, Republicans and Democrats. The press actually said it was going to be a partisan exercise. Why even waste the time? Well, what they found out is not only did every Republican say it's wrong to raid our piggy bank in America and sell it to China, a majority of Democrats actually agreed with us and sent that bill to the Senate. I urge the Senate to take up that bill that's important to America's national security. But then today we go even further and say, Mr. President, with this bill, H.R. 21, if you're going to raid our reserves, won't you at least put forward a plan to show how you will replace it? And don't worry, I know the White House gets nervous when you tell them that you've got to produce energy in America. They don't have a problem, again, with foreign countries producing energy. They just don't want it made in America. They use the tagline a lot. You hear it all the time, made in America, except when it comes to making energy, they don't want to make it in America. They make it harder to make it in America. They beg foreign countries to make our energy. This bill says, gives an exemption, except in the case of a severe energy supply interruption. So the president's still got the ability, if there's some actual emergency, to use the Strategic Petroleum Reserve the way it was intended in the 1970s. All this bill says is if your bad policy is leading to higher gas prices, and people are getting angry about that, as they should, you can't go and raid it unless you show a plan, as the bill says, the development of a plan to increase oil and gas production under oil and gas leases of federal lands here. So this would make a lot of sense, except if you're at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. In fact, yesterday, the president actually issued a veto threat on this bill. Now, a veto threat should be a rare exercise that you reserve for policy that might hurt the country. Well, let's read why the president issued the veto threat. In his veto threat, he said, the administration's use of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve has been essential to protecting our energy security and to lowering gas prices for Americans. I hope I'm not the one that breaks this news to the White House. But, Mr. President, your policies have not lowered gas prices for Americans. Maybe the calculator's broken at the White House, but we did the math. Let's do some fact checking. Since Joe Biden took the oath of office, gas prices have not lowered. They've increased 50%. Again, the veto threat says, we don't want to do this because our policies have lowered gas prices. Maybe the president, when he realizes that gas prices have gone up 50%, they've not lowered for families, he might reverse the veto threat. So we'll wait during this debate. Maybe we get a reversal of this veto threat once he realizes that gas prices have actually gone up, not a little, but a lot. 50% increase for a low-income family who is struggling already under the weight of President Biden's spending that's led to inflation and higher prices everywhere you go, the grocery store, supply chain increases. This is crushing middle-class families. It's crushing lower-income families. And so what we say is, let's just use our resources. President actually goes on to say, and this might be the most perplexing part of the president's veto threat, probably explains the most why the president is so misguided on energy policy. He says, because H.R. 21 will jeopardize our energy security and increase gas prices for working families, the administration strongly opposes the bill. So somehow, some of the energy experts at the White House, again, some of the same people that fly around on private planes to Davos telling you not to use fossil fuels, they think that by increasing American energy production, that will somehow raise gas prices. Well, guess what? We've checked the record. These are the same experts whose policies have increased gas prices. Not a little, 50%. So the White House has been wrong on this issue over and over again, to the point where we had such a strong bipartisan vote last week. Let's put up another strong bipartisan vote and maybe wake the people up at the White House to what's happening in the real world. When families who are struggling go to fill up their gas tanks, they're not paying less, as the president suggests. Again, the president actually thinks in his veto threat that his policies have lowered gas prices. A 50% increase is not a lower gas price. It's actually a kick to the gut of those families who are struggling, and we've got to stop having Washington kick them in the gut. And so if you look at the moniker right above the Speaker's rostrum, there's a plaque that says, "Let us develop the natural resources of our land." Why don't we actually do that? Why don't we actually do what's proven to work over and over again? If we open up American energy, it's the cleanest in the world. Don't beg foreign dictators to do it. They don't do it as clean as us, by the way. And but it also lowers prices. It also creates good American jobs. Let's actually make it in America again. And if you're going to raid the piggy bank, at minimum, show the country your plan for how you plan to replace it. That's the least this president should do. Let's pass this bill with a strong vote over to the Senate, and then get this on the president's desk, and maybe he'll reconsider and recognize just what his policies have done to hurt families over these last 2 years. With that, I urge adoption of H.R. 21, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman reserves.
Okay, who's next? 2 minutes. All right.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to a leader on the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Olbanotti from California.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents already pay amongst the highest prices for energy in the entire country. And yet this winter, their suffering is particularly acute because some of them are being forced to pay over twice as much to heat their homes as they were just a year ago. One of the primary drivers of this spike in energy prices is the policies of our own federal government, which actively restrict the production of energy in America. Any economist will tell you that when that supply is constrained, prices go up, and Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what is occurring this winter. This bill, H.R. 21, will make a meaningful contribution to fixing that problem by requiring the federal government to permit new energy exploration at least sufficient to replace the petroleum that is being released from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Mr. Speaker, it is unconscionable to force my constituents to choose between heating their homes and putting food on the table for their families, and that is exactly what has been happening for thousands of the people that I represent. This bill is a meaningful step towards solving that problem and will improve the lives of people across our country, and I urge its adoption. I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Does the chairwoman have additional speakers?
I have one more.
One more? I'll continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to yield 3 minutes to the chairman of the Energy, Climate, and Grid Security Subcommittee on Energy and Commerce, gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan.
I want to thank the chairwoman, and she's done a great job. We look forward to big things on the Energy and Commerce Committee. You know, I've been watching this debate, and the Democrats are having a hard time defending the administration's drawdown of a strategic asset for the political reasons to lower gas prices during an election year. I mean, it's obvious. Ranking member has been down here on the floor pretty much left alone to debate this piece of legislation. Even the Biden administration understands that House Democrats will have to support this sound energy policy that facilitates oil and gas development and has preemptively threatened to veto this legislation. The Biden administration has said time and again that there is nothing prohibiting energy production in the United States. But we, the people, we know better because we lived it. We saw when energy production was high in this country under the past administration, gas prices were lower. Once the Biden administration came in and started stopping oil and gas leasing and drilling, gas prices went up. And they felt the political pressure. The Biden administration and House Democrats felt the political pressure. So what did they do? They tapped into a strategic reserve for America. The SPR, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, is set aside for emergencies like Hurricane Katrina or a time of war, for emergencies, not for a political maneuver to lower gas prices in an election year. I tell you what, put your money where your mouth is, support this measure, and instead of hiding behind the excuse that this bill ties the president's hands, which we know isn't true. The SPR should never be tapped to offset high consumer prices caused by irresponsible energy policies. H.R. 21 calls out what we know, draining the SPR as it's been drained over the last 15 months, acknowledges that getting prices down is about having more supply on the market. It was a blip. It was a temporary price reduction at home. We need to produce here. We need to produce now. We've been blessed in this nation with abundant natural resources, but we've been cursed by liberal politicians who don't want us to tap into those abundant resources. How could anyone believe this administration supports oil and gas production when President Biden literally campaigned on ending the industry? So prove us wrong. Show support for this legislation. Show America you support sound energy policy and vote in support of H.R. 21. Take the first step in unleashing American energy production and allow America to become energy dominant once again. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
May
The gentlelady
I
is
inquire as to how much
recognized.
time I have remaining?
The gentlelady has 2.5 minutes remaining,
Okay.
and the gentleman from New Jersey has 6 minutes remaining.
Do you want to yield me some time? No. I'm teasing.
Is the chairwoman prepared to close?
I have additional speakers.
Then I'll continue to reserve.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I please yield 1 minute or 45 seconds. 45 seconds to the lady from New York, Ms. Maliatakis.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. President Biden's dangerous anti-energy policies have hindered our energy independence. His curbing production, sitting on leases and permits, canceling Keystone Pipeline, they've all led to high gas prices, heating costs, food costs, and has left the Northeast heating fuel supply at its lowest point since 1951. Then, to cover up for his failed policies, he raided 266 million barrels, or 40% of our SPR, meant for real emergencies like natural disasters. This was not meant to sell to China. It's now at its lowest point in 40 years. We are vulnerable as a result of it, and this bill stops the president from depleting our resources and pushes him to refill it. Not with Russian oil, not with Saudi oil, not with Venezuelan oil, and certainly not with Iranian oil, but with American oil to protect our national security
time has
and
expired.
the economy.
Here. Good job.
Gentlelady reserve.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New Jersey is
Actually,
recognized.
have another speaker.
Great.
So I would yield, Mr. Chairman, 2 minutes to a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the gentleman from Florida.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm amazed to see, for hours, Republicans arguing against President Biden lowering gas prices. That's simply fascinating to me. President Biden was well within his authority and the law he utilized to draw down oil from our strategic reserve. The law is there to help prevent disruption. There's a war in Ukraine. We rightfully banned Russian oil together. That's a disruption. And President Biden acted. Maybe you all didn't like that, but he acted, and that resulted in savings for American families of $1.69 per gallon since the peak price. So what are you all talking about? Now compare President Trump, who used the strategic reserve to help pay for the GOP tax scam for the rich. So let me get this straight. Republicans think saving American families on gas during a war in Europe is wrong, but financing tax cuts for fat cap billionaires is okay. That makes no sense. Even more incredible, President Biden sold the oil on an open market at a high price, and then he replenished it at a lower price, earning $4 billion in profit for American taxpayers. You cannot make this up. And then my colleagues across the aisle, how do you like them apples, huh? And another thing, oil companies already hold leases on 12.6 million acres of public lands already, and they're using just about half of them. So you could spend hours talking about how you oppose Biden's successful effort to prevent a disruption in a time of war in Europe that we are helping support to lower gas prices for the American people. I stand with the president on this, and so do millions of Americans, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields, and members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the lady from Oklahoma, Ms. Spice.
Thank you.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since President Biden took office, he has waged a full-on assault on the oil and gas industry. Instead of unleashing American energy production, he has unleashed our energy reserves. And now, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is at its lowest level in 40 years. In an attempt to temporarily lower gas prices leading up to the 22 election, President Biden has abused the SPR, which is supposed to be used for emergency purposes, and weakened America's energy security. Oklahomans and all Americans deserve more than the political games. H.R. 21 is a step toward allowing America to produce reliable and affordable energy and ensure we're prepared for true energy supply emergencies in the future.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
I reserve. That was good.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to yield the remainder of our time to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady. Texas is on the front lines, Mr. Speaker, Biden's unilateral assault on American energy, which has totally devastated our economic recovery efforts and undermined our national security. Rather than acknowledge the consequences of his disastrous energy policies and change course, Biden has simply doubled down by dipping into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is not meant for political disasters, but national emergencies. Since March of last year, the president sold more than 40% of our strategic stockpile, bringing the SPR to the lowest levels in 4 decades. Even more irresponsibly, this administration has no plan for when and how they will replenish our oil reserves, putting America in a precarious position of weakness. This legislation sends a strong message, Mr. Speaker, to this administration that they can no longer put their boot on the neck of American energy production and then bail themselves out by reining our rainy day fund, our rainy day reserves. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
We're ready to close? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield myself the
without
time that
objection.
remains.
And the gentleman, I'll note, has 6 minutes remaining. That's 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's bill shows that there's no real vision for Republican energy policy. They don't have a path forward. This was their chance to engage meaningfully on energy policy, to set the tone for a new Congress where we'd work together to protect American energy interests, and instead, they're reduced to defending their oil and gas interests and attacking President Biden's successful efforts to use the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to lower gas prices for Americans. And I've said as before, Republican administrations, Republican presidents have released oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in the past. I'm sure that if we had a Republican president now, they'd be heralding the fact that he released oil from the reserves in order to bring down gasoline prices at the pump. I wanted to mention again this letter from Secretary Granholm, our Energy Secretary. She states her department's position on the bill. According to her, this bill would severely restrict or threaten the administration's ability to respond to emergency situations, such as the emergency supply shortage from the one triggered by the war in Ukraine. So this bill would not only make it so that gas prices go higher, but make it more difficult for us to address supply problems. The Secretary identifies, in my opinion, irrefutable terms, the Biden administration's successful use of the reserve to lower gas prices for Americans. Now understand, what this bill does is it says that it prohibits the Department of Energy from releasing oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until it expands oil and gas drilling on federal lands by the same percentage that it releases oil from the reserve. We've said before, my previous speaker, Mr. Soto, pointed out that the fossil fuel industry already controls large portions of U.S. public lands and waters, and it isn't using most of it. The problem is not a shortage of leases or land. The problem is the fossil fuel industry more interested in keeping supply artificially low so that prices stay artificially high. They don't want to pump oil because if they do so, then the gas price goes down. And that's not what they want. They want to make greater profits. So I ask my colleagues, please, the House Republicans are doing the bidding of their big oil friends at Americans' expense, while threatening the president's ability to take timely actions to lower prices for American consumers at the pump. This bill is a giveaway to Republicans' fossil fuel friends, who already received billions of dollars in taxpayer-funded subsidies and enjoyed record-shattering profits last year at the expense of working families. Releasing oil from the reserve in response to Putin's invasion of Ukraine was a critical common-sense strategy that helped lower gas prices for American families by $1.69 per gallon since their peak. Restricting the federal government's best tools in the middle of a global energy crisis with no benefit other than increasing the profits of the fossil fuel industry is extreme. And I don't use that word loosely. This bill is an extreme policy that is going to make it so much more difficult for the president to act to deal with the supply chain problems and to try to lower prices for the average Americans. It's extreme in the real sense. And for that reason, I ask my colleagues to vote no on H.R. 21, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I inquire as to how much time is remaining?
The lady has 15 seconds.
15 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is reasonable, common sense legislation that will strengthen America's energy security, protect our national security, preserve our strategic energy stockpile for true emergencies. It only addresses the non-emergency sales. The Biden administration has sold off over more than 250 million barrels, 1 million barrels per day up until the election, and more than 40% of our reserve. Put an end to this. I urge support of H.R. 21, and I yield back.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The bill is considered as read. No amendment shall be in order except those received for printing in the portion of the congressional record designated for that purpose in Clause 8 of Rule 18, dated at least 1 day before the day of consideration of the amendment, and pro forma amendments described in Section 5A of House Resolution 5. Each amendment so received may be offered only by the member who caused it to be printed or a designee and shall be considered as read if printed. Are there any amendments to the bill? What purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Will the gentleman specify which amendment?
Will the gentleman specify which amendment?
Number 1.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, offered by Mr. Gates of Florida.
The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise
at the urging of Republicans in the Florida delegation who are overwhelmingly supportive of the underlying legislation, but who seek to make it a little better by ensconcing some of the policy articulations of the Trump administration regarding where drilling can and cannot occur offshore into the body of the bill. There is no denying since President Trump left office, Joe Biden has overseen a collapse of U.S. energy dominance, and this legislation is a great first step to fulfill the Republican commitment to attack inflation and rising gas prices, and that begins by stopping playing politics with a strategic petroleum reserve. On September 8th of 2020, President Trump issued a memo indicating that there would be certain areas off the shore of Florida and Georgia and South Carolina that would not be available for drilling leases. Offshore drilling is broadly opposed in coastal communities in these areas by local governments, many of which have submitted to President Trump previously and to congressional offices resolutions indicating their opposition to offshore oil drilling. They largely cite two reasons: environmental policy and the impact on property values in coastal communities. But I will speak to the impact of offshore oil drilling on the military mission in these areas. In the Gulf of Mexico test range, in the 10 years preceding my time in Congress, there were about 60 test sorties that the Air Force would run off the coast of Florida. Already scheduled for 2024, there will be over 240 of those test sorties, and that does not include the tremendous amount of testing that also occurs as a consequence of actions from the U.S. Navy, the United States Marine Corps, and other private sector partners. Moreover, just 6 years ago, off the coast of Florida, one could only take a 100-mile shot in air-to-air training, research, development, test, and evaluation. And due to the investment we have been able to make in the Gulf test range, in telemetry systems, in radar systems, we can now take a 425-mile shot. That's important because we need the capability to test component parts to hypersonic weapon systems and supersonic weapon systems so that America always holds the high ground. And my friends, there is no other place in the world where we do this testing. There is exquisite connectivity between offshore test ranges and onshore land ranges where we're able to do launch missiles and munitions over the sea and land them on land. There's nowhere else in the world we have the opportunity to do that, and it's odd that I have to continue to say this on the floor of the House, but it is a terrible idea to launch experimental missiles over oil rigs and the various ships that traverse back and forth to shore for the personnel and for the maintenance that's required to maintain those rigs. So there are a lot of great places where we can unlock the potential of our country to ensure that we have a sufficient strategic petroleum reserve, which is the essence of the bill. And this amendment gives my colleagues in Florida great comfort that none of the treatment of existing moratoriums would in any way harm coastal Florida, coastal Georgia, or coastal South Carolina. I urge the adoption of the amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Oh, yes. I yield to the gentlelady from Washington.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Appreciate the gentleman yielding. I wanted to rise in support of this amendment. It would maintain current law. President Trump imposed a decade-long ban on offshore drilling off the coast of Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina, and nothing in the underlying bill, H.R. 21, would change that. To be clear, H.R. 21 affects nothing in H.R. 21 affects any existing statutory or regulatory restrictions that may prohibit offshore oil and gas development. The purpose and scope of the bill is limited. It is to protect the SPRO from politically motivated drawdowns and to ensure the American people are protected from true emergencies and energy supply disruptions. It would require the Department of Energy to develop a plan. I urge that my colleagues to support this amendment and the underlying bill, H.R. 21.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For
Mr.
what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
I don't disagree with the gentleman from Florida in terms of prohibiting offshore drilling, because I think that we should not have any offshore drilling for oil and gas. off the eastern coast of the United States in the Atlantic and even in some other areas. But I did not hear him mention, I may have been mistaken, but I did not hear him mention the fact that his bill also prohibits offshore wind and renewables off the coast of Florida. And I'm totally opposed to the bill for that reason. What we need to be doing is to discouraging fossil fuels and encouraging renewables. And that's exactly what the Democrats did in the Inflation Reduction Act when we provided all kinds of incentives for renewables, including solar and wind power, including offshore. And to have an amendment that says that offshore wind is not acceptable or should be prohibited flies in the face of what we should be doing to address the climate crisis. And so for that reason, even though I may agree to the idea that we should yes.
Impact of some of those wind farms on migratory bird populations?
Look, I take back my time. There's a very easy way, in my opinion, to manage and regulate offshore wind. Certainly it has to be regulated, but the gentleman's amendment prohibits it and treats it the same way as he treats offshore oil and gas drilling. Those two should not be equated. We need to move forward and we need to encourage, as we do in the Inflation Reduction Act, offshore wind and use of renewables around the country. And for that reason, I would oppose the amendment and I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman cannot reserve time. The
I
gentleman
wanted
can
to yield
it to
then.
someone if they wish.
Oh, you're not speaking. Okay, I'm sorry. I would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. What purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? The clerk will designate the amendment. The gentleman will specify which amendment.
It's Amendment 104.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
What purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition? Point of order is reserved. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 104, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Pallone of New Jersey.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment that would exempt from the plan any oil and gas drilling in the North Atlantic planning area which extends from New Jersey to Maine. Now, I oppose the underlying bill, and I think it's poorly drafted and extremely problematic. But I must make a point that in the incredibly unlikely event that this bill would make it into law, we cannot have any plan that considers offshore drilling in the North Atlantic. An oil spill off the Atlantic coast would be devastating to coastal communities in New Jersey and up and down the Atlantic Ocean. The Jersey Shore is home to over $700 billion in coastal properties, and the tourism industry generates almost 500,000 jobs, nearly 10% of my state's entire workforce. New Jersey's commercial fishing industry generates over $7.9 billion annually and supports over 50,000 jobs. Fortunately, there is widespread consensus that the Atlantic Ocean should not be open to oil and gas drilling and put at the risk of an oil spill. 259 Atlantic Coast municipalities are on the record, say they don't want drilling. In addition, 42,000 businesses represented by the Business Alliance for Protecting the Atlantic Coast and 500,000 fishing families from Florida to Maine are on record opposing offshore drilling. Their right to support a ban. As you know, our coastal communities depend upon healthy ocean ecosystems. It's vital that the federal government protect the roughly 1.75 million American jobs and $137 billion in GDP that come from activities along the Atlantic seaboard in industries such as tourism, recreation, and fishing. It would be wrong to risk Atlantic coastal communities' key economic engine, a clean ocean, for a roughly 7-month supply of oil and 6-month supply of gas when a spill would leave permanent damage. So I've been fighting to exempt the waters off the Jersey Shore from oil and gas drilling for decades. It was the first bill I introduced in Congress when I was first elected. And while I don't support the bill we're considering today, it certainly cannot include any effort to open up our Atlantic coast to drilling. I ask all of my colleagues to support this important amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman may not reserve his time.
Then I would yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
I do insist on the point of order. Opposition? Yeah. The amendment amends the Energy Policy Act of 1992. That statute is not amended by this bill.
The gentleman from New Jersey has offered amendment number 104.
The gentleman from New Jersey has offered amendment number 104.
Do I just speak in opposition?
The gentleman withdraws.
Well, then no one's going to speak in opposition.
Does any member seek time in opposition?
Does any member seek time in opposition?
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington?
Thank you, Mr.
For
Chairman.
what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment excludes a tract of land in the North Atlantic.
Does the gentleman claim the time in
I
opposition?
claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment excludes a tract of land in the North Atlantic from being included in the leasing plan. So virtually all offshore oil and gas leasing occurs in the Gulf of Mexico. Offshore oil and gas exploration accounts for roughly 15% of all domestic oil production and 2% of domestic natural gas production. By further limiting this potentially vast resource, we're not going to be able to keep up with demand as it increases. H.R. 21 does not require the Department of Energy to drill in any specific area. We shouldn't take items off the table before a review has been done. Moreover, a plan can be changed as new information comes along, while the mandate in this amendment is inflexible to facts, science, and the needs that may arise from national emergencies. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The gentleman from New Jersey.
I would now ask for the yeas and nays, Mr. Chairman.
Does the gentleman ask for a recorded vote?
Yes.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey are postponed. There's another blank line there.
So now we're going to see who's next. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek?
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk, number 133 in the congressional record.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
For what purpose does the gentleman
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I'd like to reserve a point of order.
A point of order is reserved. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 133, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
The gentlewoman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer my amendment number 133, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment. I want to thank Chairwoman Rogers for introducing this legislation today and working with me, your staff, and working with my staff as well to support this amendment. It will not only benefit our environment in the low country of South Carolina, but our world-class tourism economy as well. And this is the first time in 7 years that Congress has had this modified open rule to allow legislators to provide and put forth amendments on a piece of legislation like this. Before I ever came to Congress, I was a state lawmaker, and on my 4th day in, I filed my first piece of legislation, which was a resolution to ban offshore drilling off of South Carolina's coast, a completely bipartisan issue in the state legislature of South Carolina, something our governor also supported. Our beaches are clean, our water is clean, our air is clean, our beaches are lined with gold, and South Carolina as a state does not want to see any opportunity for drilling off of its coast. And it's a passion of mine, an issue, a policy that I've worked on for a number of years as a state lawmaker, now in Congress, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to continue this body of work. The tourism industry really relies on a great, clean, and healthy environment in South Carolina. In fact, on average, it's over $20 billion a year to our economy. It's thousands of jobs. The Low Country and in South Carolina, it's such an enormous part of our economy. In 2020, the Department of Interior issued a 10-year moratorium on offshore drilling off Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And in fact, I was there the day in Jupiter, Florida, when the former president announced this 10-year moratorium. It was so important. Senator Lindsey Graham and myself and many, many others were there in attendance and supporting that moratorium. This amendment is simple. It ensures this moratorium is not affected by the underlying language in the legislation. It protects South Carolina's coastline, in which every South Carolinian and visitor to our state knows it's vital to our livelihoods and our economy. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield the remainder of my time to Chairwoman Rogers. Thank you.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the gentlelady from South Carolina informing us of what the current law states. I just want to confirm that the bill has no effect on these current laws and regulations. It's a good amendment, and I support it.
Does the gentlelady from South Carolina yield back?
Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
Does the gentleman from, what purpose is the gentleman from New Jersey?
I rise in opposition to the amendment. Claim time.
Does the gentleman withdraw his reservation?
Yes, I withdraw the point of order.
The reservation is withdrawn, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am not opposed to the amendment. I do think actually that any amendment that comes from either side of the aisle that would prohibit offshore drilling off the coast of the Atlantic, I would support. And so I think it makes sense. We've had this policy now in terms of moratorium for a number of years along the Atlantic, and it should continue. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. So now we do. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from South Carolina. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no.
Vote.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from South Carolina will be postponed. So, which state? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
And at the desk.
The gentlelady did not specify the amendment.
The Castor Amendment, number 3.
Number 3. The clerk.
Point of order is reserved.
The point of order is reserved. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Castor of Florida.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 21 unnecessarily opens large swaths of public lands and waters to oil and gas drilling, including the coast of Florida. This would really jeopardize Florida's fragile offshore waters, our beautiful beaches. You know, the clean water, clean air, clean beaches are central to our way of life, the cornerstone of our economy. And for many years, the state of Florida has enjoyed a moratorium on drilling because leaders at the national level recognized that Florida beaches and our offshore waters were a national resource. That moratorium expired last year, unfortunately. So now, with H.R. 21, Florida is at risk again. My amendment would reinstitute that moratorium. In fact, it would ban permanently drilling off of the coast of Florida. This has enjoyed bipartisan support here in the Congress, And back home, how do Floridians feel about drilling off of our beaches? Well, we passed a constitutional amendment in 2018 that passed by almost 70% of the vote in the state of Florida. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, everyone values our way of life. Why? Because we're also keenly aware of how dirty it is, how risky it is. The impacts of oil drilling off our coast really came home to roost in 2010 after the BP Deepwater Horizon oil blowout severely affected the Gulf Coast marine ecosystems, ocean health. Do you all remember that disaster? Watching it day after day, month after month, after oil spewed into the Gulf of Mexico. At that time, we were pretty fortunate on the west coast of Florida. We didn't have oil that washed up on the beaches, but we were just coming out of the Great Recession. And it was a hammer down on small business owners at that time. People weren't coming to the Sunshine State. It caused enormous environmental impacts. And I remember so well holding in my arms and looking into the eyes of these small mom and pop owners of motels and hotels and beach businesses that they were just devastated. We cannot put our economy and our environment at risk again. It was a wake-up call. And the eastern Gulf of Mexico also is an important military testing range. The Department of Defense has said they oppose oil drilling off of the coast of Florida along the west coast because they do so many military training exercises. There are so many reasons that we need to act to protect our way of life, our environment, our economy. It's what we sing about when we sing about protecting the Gulf Stream waters. This land is your land, this land is my land. They're not to be pillaged by the greed of the big oil companies. We're poised to make important progress on the health of our oceans and our economy. We're about to unleash the clean energy economy, create jobs, lower costs for families, build safer and healthier, more resilient communities. We do not need to put our economy and our way of life at risk. So for all those reasons, I hope that all of the colleagues can join together to support the Castor Amendment and permanently ban oil drilling off of the beautiful coastline of the state of Florida. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from, for what purpose the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
I withdraw the point of order.
The reservation is withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm claiming time in
Does the
opposition.
gentlelady seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, claiming time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. It really duplicates the amendment that we just passed. As you think about the amendment that was offered by Congressman Matt Gaetz, President Trump imposed a decade-long ban on oil drilling off the coast of Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina, and nothing in this legislation, nothing in H.R. 21 will change that. If my colleagues across the aisle are concerned about drilling off the coast of Florida, I would just note that. And to be clear, nothing in H.R. 21 affects any existing statutory or regulatory restrictions that may prohibit offshore oil and gas development. The purpose of the underlying bill is limited. It is to protect the SPRO from politically motivated drawdowns and to ensure the American people are protected from, in times of true emergencies when the energy supply is disrupted. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve has enjoyed bipartisan support for years. This administration decided to draw it down unilaterally because leading up to the election. It's been drawn down 40%. The underlying bill would ensure that we can take the steps necessary through domestic energy production to refill SPRO. This legislation, the amendment that was introduced by my colleague on the Energy and Commerce Committee, it's really unnecessary. It goes beyond the scope of H.R. 21, and I urge opposition.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Board vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida will be postponed. For the gentlewoman from Florida, or Georgia, seek recognition.
I have an amendment at the desk, number 2, printed in the congressional record.
The clerk will designate the amendment, and a point of order is reserved.
A congressional record offered by Mrs. Green of Georgia.
The gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Taylor Greene, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, before I discuss the details of my amendment, I want to applaud the new Republican majority for giving members the opportunity to offer amendments in a more open process. The People's House has been broken for far too long, and I look forward to working with my colleagues in an open process for the remainder of this Congress. I also want to thank Chairman McMorris Rodgers for her leadership on this issue to put American energy first. I co-sponsored this legislation because I believe it puts America back on track to regain energy independence. This is such an important issue and critical piece of legislation that I believe we cannot stop short. We need to chart a path back to energy independence and ensure President Biden is not able to sell our critical oil supplies to China or any other rogue nations. President Biden used emergency authorities to sell hundreds of millions of barrels of oil to our enemies. My amendment would prevent President Biden from claiming an emergency to further reduce our strategic oil supplies. This is why I filed impeachment articles last Congress against President Biden on the grounds that he endangered, compromised, and undermined the energy security of the United States by selling oil from the United States Strategic Petroleum Reserve to foreign nations. President Biden has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the national security of our country. No president in the history of the United States has ordered a liquidation of the SPR on this scale. He sold 40% of our critical oil supply to trick and deceive the American people before the election. Rather than unleashing American energy here at home, he has robbed our country. While President Biden took office in 2021, the SPR contained 638 million barrels of oil. Since then, he has slashed our oil inventory to 371 million barrels. He has decimated the SPR to the lowest level since December 1983, before some members of this body were even born. He shredded the offers from oil companies to resupply the reserve. He gave away 7 million barrels of oil to a communist Chinese state-run energy firm. The CCP had 1.2 billion barrels when Biden took office. They have even more now. Cannot believe our president did that. If we let President Biden continue to run our oil this way, we will have nothing left. This has destroyed America's oil production. President Biden shut down the Keystone XL pipeline, destroying hundreds of thousands of American jobs. President Biden has allowed the least amount of federal land for drilling since the end of World War II. We are now producing 1 million barrels of oil less every day compared to when President Trump was in office. Every country faces national disasters. Where will we get our oil next time we are in crisis? Who will we have to beg to get our oil? China? Iran? The Saudis? Venezuela, like the Biden administration has already done? Or maybe even Russia? President Biden's actions prove an intentional plot to destroy America's oil industry and usher in the climate cult's Green New Deal. My amendment would simply strike the exceptions that Biden used to sell our oil. The American people don't believe that the president should have the authority to declare an emergency for any reason and then sell our oil to our enemies. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman will suspend for a minute. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose is the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment, claim the time in opposition.
Does the gentleman withdraw his reservation?
Does the gentleman withdraw his reservation?
I would withdraw the point of order, yes.
The reservation is withdrawn, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can only characterize this amendment as extreme. If adopted, this amendment would make an already reckless bill even more careless and would weaken our national energy security. Now, let me say that I totally disagree with what the gentlewoman just said. First of all, what President Biden has done, as we've said repeatedly today, is to release crude oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in order to bring down gas prices. And he actually accomplished that goal. It worked by bringing down prices about $1.50 per gallon since the peak last June. In addition to that, we set forth that this was to address the supply chain, because we know that with the war in Ukraine, the supply chain was severely limited, and one of the purposes of releasing oil from the reserve was to have more in the supply chain. The gentlewoman also suggested that we're restricting, that this administration is restricting the use of public lands for drilling. That is simply not the case. Half of the public lands are available for drilling. As I've said before, the oil companies simply don't want to drill because they want to keep the prices artificially high by not drilling. No, I'm not yielding at this time. Now, what the gentlewoman has done, and I just want to explain this in a little detail. Right now, the bill before us does have an exemption that says you don't have to drill or put forth a plan to drill on public lands if certain criteria are met. It says during a severe energy supply interruption, if the president determines that an emergency situation exists and there's a significant reduction in supply, a severe increase in the price of petroleum products, and/or such price increase is likely to cause a major adverse impact on the national economy. So even under this underlying bill, if those criteria are met, the president can use the SPRO and release oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for these reasons. What the gentlewoman has done in this, or tries to do in this amendment, is eliminate those exemptions. So essentially what she's saying, and this is why this is so extreme, is she's saying it doesn't matter if there's a problem with high prices. It doesn't matter if there's a problem with the supply chain. We're not going to let the president release oil from the reserve for any reason whatsoever, unless a plan is put forward to allow for more drilling on public lands. That is extreme. Even the Republican leadership doesn't support that. She's saying no exemptions whatsoever. Imagine what this would do if we had no flexibility whatsoever, no matter what the price was, no matter what the supply was, no matter what the emergency is, not allowed. You've got to put together a plan which could take years to put forward a way of drilling more on public lands before we would be able to use this tool, which is so important for national security. This is really, in my opinion, outrageous and extreme. And I would urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to oppose the amendment for this reason, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment, but in response to the ranking member, I just want to underscore that H.R. 21 is designed to stop the abuse of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for non-emergency political reasons, such as President Biden's decision to drain the SPRO in the days leading up to the election. So the other side likes to say, well, it was the war in Ukraine that caused prices to go up. The war in Ukraine just exposed the energy crisis that started on day one of the Biden administration. Ladies and gentlemen, on day one of the Biden administration, gas prices were $2.33 a gallon, and they have just continued to go up, and jeopardizing reliability, affordability, as well as our national security. My concern with the amendment, the gentlelady's amendment, is that the SPRO is one of America's most important energy security tools, and we cannot tie the hands of the president, regardless which party is in office, when we have a real emergency, like a hurricane, a terrorist attack, or something that disrupts our oil supply. The underlying bill, H.R. 21, is focused on protecting SPRO from President Biden's abuse of it. H.R. 21 is H.R. 21 should be a bipartisan bill. It should be a bipartisan bill. Just a couple of weeks ago, we passed H.R. 22, Protecting America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve from China Act, which gained the support of my Democrat colleagues, over 100 Democrat colleagues voting with us to ban exports of SPRO to China. Let's keep the momentum going. Let's send the Senate and let's send the President a very strong bipartisan bill. Representative Green is right that President Biden has abused our strategic stockpile, and he's failed to put forward a plan to increase domestic energy supply. I urge no on the amendment. Let's pass the underlying bill and get back to work. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered from the gentlelady from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
Oh. And we're going.
In the opinion of the ayes, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Delaware seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the gentlewoman specify the amendment?
Amendment number 71, Blunt Rochester.
The clerk will designate the amendment. That's the line I was looking for. The clerk line.
Amendment number 71, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware.
Delaware is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment that ensures, under the rule of construction, that nothing in this legislation may be understood to repudiate the fact that greenhouse gas emissions must be reduced significantly in order to meet our global commitment under the Paris Agreement. Specifically, greenhouse gas emissions must be reduced by half from 2005 levels by 2030. And net zero greenhouse gas emissions must be achieved by 2050 to meet this commitment. We need legislative action that brings us closer to achieving our emissions goals, not farther from it. In Delaware, as the state with the lowest mean elevation in the country, we feel the impacts of climate change every single day. From our environmental justice communities in Wilmington, where when it rains, it floods, to our farmers who must adjust to rising temperatures and deal with saltwater intrusion, to our coastal communities where sea level rise is an imminent threat to our homes, our economy, and our natural resources. We in Delaware are living among the escalating effects of climate change. And I know Delawareans are not alone in this. Wildfires and drought continue to ravage our western states, and hurricanes are becoming more frequent and stronger across the Gulf Coast and East Coast. All of us are feeling the impacts of climate change, which is why we must all work together to satisfy our commitment under the Paris Agreement to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. We need legislation that doesn't force us backwards, but instead propels us forward to a cleaner, safer, and more sustainable planet. I urge the support of all my colleagues on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill is about protecting our strategic reserves. and ensuring American energy production, which we do cleaner than any other nation in the world. If we're serious about addressing global climate risk and preserving and expanding the prosperity of the American people, we should focus on American security and American energy. This amendment is not necessary. I urge opposition, vote no, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. On the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Delaware. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request the nays and yeas and nays.
Does the gentlewoman request a recorded vote?
Yes, on the yeas and nays. Yes.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Delaware will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, number 143.
The clerk will designate the amendment. A point of order is reserved. Clerk will designate.
Amendment number 143, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. LaLota of New York.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise today in support of my amendment to H.R. 21. Increasing American energy supplies decreases our nation's reliance on our adversaries in the Middle East and Russia and is worthy of bipartisan support. H.R. 21 helps me keep a promise I made to Long Islanders that I would fight to make America energy independent by seeking opportunities to safely increase energy production. I made another promise too. I promised to protect Long Island's waters, which are home to a vibrant ecosystem and are the foundation of an already struggling fishing industry. And to keep that promise, I have introduced an amendment to H.R. 21. My simple amendment, which is less than 100 words, states that H.R. 21 cannot affect or supersede any existing restrictions on oil and gas leases offshore the northeast part of the United States from the coast of Maine to New Jersey. I ask my colleagues for their support of this common sense, pro-energy, pro-worker, pro-environment, and pro-fishing amendment. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
The gentleman yields. For the gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. This amendment is a savings clause. It states that nothing in H.R. 21 impacts existing legal restrictions on oil and gas leasing in the North Atlantic planning area. This will ensure that this bill is not interrupted to make changes there. It will ensure that this bill is not interpreted to make changes there. I urge a yes vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim time or rise in opposition to the amendment, even though I do support the amendment.
Is the gentleman withdrawing his reservation?
Yes.
With the reservation withdrawn and without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll be brief. As I said before, I am supportive of any amendment that would prohibit oil and gas drilling off the coast of the Atlantic, as long as it does not also prohibit the use of renewable resources such as wind. And so for that reason, I support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Someone over here? Or do I wait for the sign? The gentleman from Missouri, for what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the gentleman specify the amendment?
Number 8.
Number 8. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 8, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill requires the Secretary of Energy to consult with the Secretary of Agriculture, the Secretary of the Interior, and the Secretary of Defense to develop a plan to increase the percentage of federal lands leased for oil and gas production when drawdowns are made on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Should this bill become law, I believe this interagency coordination will be paramount to ensuring a federal lands leasing strategy is carried out in a thoughtful and scrupulous way. And to that end, my amendment will require that the Director of the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency are also formally included in the Energy Secretary's consultation process as the leasing plan is formulated. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle will vote with me in favor of this amendment to ensure greater interagency collaboration and due diligence on such important matters before us. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Rising in opposition.
The woman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would require the Secretary of Energy to consult with the EPA Administrator and the Director of Indian Affairs on the required leasing plan. I rise in opposition to the amendment because it expands the scope of EPA. EPA does not oversee federal lands. The Department of Interior does. Further, this amendment is duplicative. H.R. 21 already requires the Secretary of Energy to consult with the Secretary of Interior. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is in the Department of Interior and falls under the Secretary's purview. I urge a no vote and yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. And in the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Oh, it's our turn.
Sorry.
I thought one of the A's. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? From Georgia, right?
I have an amendment at the desk, number 91.
The clerk will designate.
Amendment number 91, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Clyde of Georgia.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer an amendment to H.R. 21, the Strategic Production Response Act. If enacted, my amendment would help hold the Biden administration, which has proven to be the least transparent administration in American history, accountable. Under President Biden's anti-American energy policies and his embrace of the radical left's Green New Deal agenda, America's energy independence has been severely jeopardized. In response, my amendment would require President Biden and his administration to submit their plan to Congress addressing his misuse of our nation's strategic petroleum reserve prior to the next drawdown of our reserve. My amendment would ensure that the plan the administration develops actually addresses our nation's energy security and shows in writing to Congress that it does not sell our country's emergency energy supply to our adversaries, including companies aligned with the Chinese Communist Party who have direct connections to the president's son. I urge all of my colleagues to support this common sense amendment to submit the administration's plan to this body so we can do the work the American people sent us here to do, which is to restore American energy independence, unleash domestic energy production, and hold the Biden administration accountable for creating this crisis. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time to the gentlelady from Washington, Ms.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate the gentleman bringing this amendment forward. It would simply require the plan to be submitted to Congress. It's a good amendment, and I urge our colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does any member seek time in opposition? The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the gentleman specify the amendment?
This is number 9.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve was established decades ago by 38th President Gerald Ford in the aftermath of the oil crisis of the early 1970s. Ever since, the reserve has been proven to be an incredibly effective tool at the President's disposal in instances where the nation has found itself confronted with a crisis. Whether we find ourselves facing a catastrophic natural disaster, a substantial spike in global oil prices, or an outbreak of international conflict, presidents have used the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in each of these situations and others to ensure the nation is able to respond swiftly, avoid disruptions to vital operations, and minimize the financial pain facing American families. Tragically, it's not a matter of if, but rather when the next national emergency will occur. I think we can all agree that the last thing any of us want is for the President's ability to quickly mobilize the nation's response to an encumbered or hindered by an unintentional red tape. This amendment would straightforwardly but importantly avoid the potential pitfall by including an exception for national emergency as declared under the National Emergencies Act. We all know how government bureaucracy worked, and it always is slowly. This bill requires the Department of Energy to consult with the Department of Agriculture, the Interior Department, and the Pentagon to develop a plan to increase the percentage of federal lands leased for oil and gas production when drawdowns on the SPR are made. While through due diligence and interagency coordination are absolutely good and necessary component in any attempt to lease federal lands for oil and gas production, do any of us really believe that such consultation and planning between 4 massive government departments can be done expeditiously in a time of war or crisis? This amendment would insert an exception clause to ensure this bill does not compromise or restrict the President's ability.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment would further allow the President to abuse SPRO by draining it without declaring an emergency under the Energy Policy and Conservation Act. The statute is clear, and emergency triggers to use SPRO are well defined. The law requires the President to declare that a, quote, severe energy supply interruption exists. The statute defines a supply interruption as follows. 1, an emergency situation exists and there's a significant reduction in supply, which is of significant scope and duration. 2, a severe increase in the price of petroleum products has resulted from such an emergency. And 3, such price increases are likely to cause a major adverse impact on the national economy. SPRO is a critical national security asset and should have only been utilized in accordance with the law. This amendment would create a new loophole to allow the President to continue raiding SPRO for political purposes. I urge no on the amendment and yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer amendment number 32, printed in the Congressional Record.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 32, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is simple and straightforward. My amendment simply requires the administration to submit their plan to increase oil and gas production on federal lands to the House committees on Armed Services, Agriculture, Energy and Commerce, and Natural Resources, as well as the Senate committees on Energy and Natural Resources, Environment and Public Works, Armed Services, and Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry. This simple good governance amendment allows Congress to take back its Article 1 authority in our system of checks and balances. Without my amendment, the plan to bolster our domestic energy supply will be filed away and never seen again. This will provide transparency for the administration to carry out its congressionally authorized duty. More than 55% of my congressional district is federal land and accounts for nearly 44% of Colorado's natural gas production. The underlying bill requires the administration to be responsible for their actions. If Joe Biden and Secretary Granholm continue to dip into the strategic petroleum reserves, they must have a plan in place to increase oil and gas production on land that has been locked up and overregulated by the federal government. That plan should be submitted to the congressional committees of jurisdiction. By requiring the administration to submit its plan to the People's House, we can provide important oversight as to how the administration will carry out this plan and provide feedback. On the western slope of Colorado, we have seen firsthand the harm leftist policies have created in our communities, literally regulating our communities into poverty. With the stroke of his pen, Joe Biden unilaterally locked up federal lands for oil and gas production and development. Colorado's western slope used to have a booming energy production economy. We used to have 112 drilling rigs on the western slope, and now we have 4. These extreme leftist policies to lock up land have driven away those good-paying jobs and have helped drive up gas prices. Congress needs to take back its power and advocate for the American people they represent. My amendment will ensure those voices do not go unheard and that we will hold the administration accountable for the responsible energy plan required by this bill. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlelady cannot reserve.
I will yield to the gentlelady.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the gentlelady yielding. I appreciate her bringing forward this legislation for offering this amendment that I believe will actually bring greater transparency and oversight to the plan for managing the balance of fuel stored in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for domestic emergencies, and I urge support. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlewoman, the gentlelady may not reserve. Does the gentlelady yield?
What may the gentlelady do?
She may
I yield.
She can continue to speak for the remainder of her time or yield the rest of her time.
Thank you.
The gentlelady yields. No one's all right. So the question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. What state is he again? For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
To present an amendment, number 44.
Will the gentleman specify the amendment, please?
Number 44. Yeah, amendment number 44.
Right. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Soto of Florida.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment ensures that this bill, H.R. 21, will not go into effect until the Department of Energy can certify that gas prices won't increase as it develops a plan to expand oil and gas drilling on federal lands by the same percentage that it releases oil from the SPR. So essentially, if we're going to get more or equal savings from using the Strategic Oil Reserve, then we wouldn't be expanding drilling on public lands and sell off more lands needlessly. In addition, I know I spoke before about some of the issues we had with the overlying legislation, but I did want to bring a few more facts to bear. When President Trump and the Republicans financed the GOP tax scam for the rich with similar strategic oil reserves, some of that gas was bought by China, by the way. You don't hear that much, but under President Trump and under President Biden, we saw China buy some of this gas because it's sold to the overall market. Now, we came together, Mr. Speaker, in a bipartisan fashion to limit that, but you don't hear a lot about that Trump sold gas to China, that Trump sold oil to China in the debate here today, as so much is talked about President Biden. Fact number two is President Trump had used the strategic reserve when the Saudis and their refineries were attacked. Again, disruption, just like we see with us banning Russian oil in a bipartisan fashion, and just like we see with the oil reserves. So there's a lot of amnesia here in the chamber about the historic use under two administrations to try to steady out the price of gas for everyday Americans. And lastly, we opposed for many years eliminating the ability to export America's gas and oil abroad. And there was a bipartisan deal a few years ago where we got the ability to continue the tax credits for solar and wind and other renewables. And the Republicans asked us to include an elimination of this ban on exporting fuel abroad. That's a big part of how this all happened. And that's certainly not an America First policy when we hear so much about the debate on the amount of gas and the price of gas here. But I'll end where I began, which is President Biden helped lower gas prices, and now we're hearing a multi-hour long debate about how they oppose that. And I certainly stand with the president, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's another tactic to delay implementation of the underlying bill. Energy security is national security, and if my Democrat colleagues recognize this, they wouldn't need to abuse the SPR in an attempt to offset high prices caused by their very policies. Let's protect our strategic reserves, which is now at the lowest level since 1983, and unleash American production. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, we request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer amendment number 33 printed in the congressional record.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 33, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this shouldn't be a controversial topic, and my hope is that folks on both sides of the aisle will be able to support this common sense amendment. House Democrats should support this amendment because it provides the White House increased flexibility to tap more oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve when necessary. House Republicans should support this amendment because this modest 5% increase in flexibility for the SPR also allows a modest 5% increase to responsibly produce American energy on federal lands through the plan required by this bill. Having said that, this amendment doesn't mandate increased energy production. It just slightly modifies the cap. If the White House still only wants to utilize 10% from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and only wants the increase in federal energy production on federal lands to be 10%, this amendment still allows that flexibility. It's far past time we stopped begging foreign dictators to produce oil and gas for America. America makes the cleanest energy in the world. In fact, our natural gas is 42% cleaner than Russian natural gas. American innovation has allowed America to be the global leader in reducing emissions since the year 2000. We should be producing the energy Americans need right here in the good old US of A. Yet, on President Biden's watch, we've seen a 40% increase in gas prices. In order to help combat their significantly flawed energy strategy, the White House raided the Strategic Petroleum Reserves by more than 40%. My amendment prevents this type of abuse while slightly increasing the amount of oil that can be drawn from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve during an actual emergency, like President Trump did. The root causes of this record-breaking inflation were trillions of dollars of wasteful spending federally and unnecessary attacks on American energy. The Biden administration waged an all-out war on American energy production. Biden shut down the Keystone XL pipeline on day one of his administration, imposed new rules to block pipeline projects, canceled oil and gas leases on millions of acres in Alaska and the Gulf of Mexico, suspended oil drilling leases in a small sliver of the Anwar, even though Congress passed a law for this very purpose. He imposed a moratorium on new federal oil and gas leases on federal lands, failed to meet the statutory deadlines for quarterly lease sales, and took countless other anti-energy measures that have contributed to increased gas prices and inflation reaching record levels. The only reason oil and gas permits on the federal land are being approved at nearly the same rate during the Biden administration as during the Trump administration is because of the permitting reforms put in place by the Trump administration. In essence, they had a head start. This administration also likes to try and take credit for supporting oil and gas production, but the reality is this occurred in spite of them, not because of them. In fact, much of this production has occurred on private lands where producers aren't stifled by federal policies and moratoriums. In 2020, the National Ocean Industries Association found that Joe Biden's proposal to ban new offshore oil and gas drilling in federal waters would kill approximately 200,000 jobs, cost the federal government billions of dollars of revenue, and pushed production to foreign adversaries. Furthermore, and despite the exaggerations from the administration's domestic production reached its highest point ever in 2020 while President Donald J. Trump was in office with over 13 million barrels of oil produced a day. We all want clean air, we all want clean water, but we also want lower gas prices and good paying jobs right here in America. We can have it all as responsible energy production and conservation are not mutually exclusive goals. My amendment strikes the right balance. Again, it allows for responsible emergency use of the Strategic Petroleum Reserves while also allowing for responsible American energy production on federal lands. I urge adoption of this amendment, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Mr. Chairman, I have no opposition to this amendment. This amendment would increase the percentage cap on federal lands identified in DOE's replacement plan for oil and gas production, taking it from 10% to 15%. I thank the chair, reiterate my support, and yield back to the gentlelady.
Time has expired. Gentlelady yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, again, I don't know how to characterize this, but to say it is extreme. The gentlewoman's amendment would provide an even bigger handout to big oil, trading away our precious federal lands. Now, just so we understand, right now there's a limitation in the underlying bill, which of course we still oppose, because the underlying bill says that The plan, in other words, as I think we all know, what this bill, underlying bill does is to say that you can't use the Strategic Petroleum Reserve unless you open up more federal or public lands to oil and gas drilling. But it does have a cap that says the plan required shall not provide for a total increase in the percentage of federal lands described, leased for oil and gas, in excess of 10%. So the underlying bill, let me just give you an idea. Under the underlying bill, it could result in over 300 million acres of federal lands being opened up for new oil and gas drilling, an area equivalent to 3 times the size of California and 8 times the amount of federal lands and waters currently available for oil and gas development. But the gentlewoman from Colorado says that's not good enough. We got to allow you to, the government has to allow for another 5% beyond that, another 50% more than what I described, in order for us to use the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. But again, the fossil fuel industry already controls large portions of U.S. public lands and waters, and it isn't using most of it. Right now, the fossil fuel industry is sitting on approximately 9,000 approved but unused permits for drilling on public lands. In total, the fossil fuel industry controls over 26 million acres of U.S. onshore public lands, half of which is going unused. Offshore, the fossil fuel industry has over 2,000 active leases covering 12 million acres of federal waters, 75% of which is not being used to produce oil or gas. So the gentlewoman says that she wants clean air and clean water. Well, the consequence of this would be just the opposite. We would be polluting the air and probably polluting the water as well. So it makes absolutely no sense. I mean, right now there's nothing to stand in the way of production, which is up 1 million barrels per day under President Biden. Not to mention, oil and gas companies are sitting on billions of dollars. They're making huge profits. They don't want to, the oil and gas companies don't want to produce more oil here in the United States because that would lower the price. They're about profits. They're about raising the price of gasoline at the pump. And by using the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, President Biden has reduced the price at the pump. So what the gentlewoman is proposing is extreme because it's even allow more public lands to be leased or require it. That's not going to be pumped anyway because the oil companies don't want it. And at the same time prohibit this administration from actually helping the American consumer by lowering prices. It's extreme, and I would urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to oppose it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the gentlelady specify the amendment?
Amendment 29.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Spanberger of Virginia.
The gentlelady from Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a proud Virginian, I rise today in defense of our region's coastal communities, our nation's military and defense equities, the Chesapeake Bay, and the economy of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I am concerned that the legislation under consideration today would open the door to drilling of oil and gas off the shores of Virginia, something that has never been done before and something staunchly opposed by Virginians. Offshore oil and gas drilling poses a grave threat to our economy, our natural resources, and America's military infrastructure along Virginia's coast. Virginia's economy relies heavily on deepwater port commerce, and offshore drilling operations would severely impact these industries. According to one report, offshore drilling could jeopardize approximately 86,000 Virginia jobs, as well as roughly $4.8 billion in Virginia's GDP from coastal tourism, commercial fishing, and aquaculture alone. And according to NOAA, in 2016, Virginia's commercial seafood industry collected more than 440 million pounds of seafood with a value of close to $300 million. This driver of Virginia's economy could be threatened under the overarching legislation considered here today. I also want to point out that Virginia's Wallops Island could come under threat. Wallops Island is home to space infrastructure that enables NASA missions. But offshore drilling could undermine decades of federal, state, and local economic development efforts related to our space program. Virginia's spaceport has bolstered the local economy to the tune of $820 million annually, and it has provided thousands of jobs in our Commonwealth. Back in 2015, NASA raised the alarm bells about offshore drilling, releasing a statement that read, and I quote, "The presence of either temporary or fixed structures at or below the sea surface would have significant detrimental effects on our ability to conduct aerospace test activities." Offshore drilling in Virginia has been shown to be a critical national security risk. According to a study published by the United States Department of Defense, any oil and gas leases off the coast of Virginia would disrupt military operations, training, and testing activities considered to be vital to our United States' national security and readiness. Finally, I'm deeply concerned about the environmental impacts that offshore drilling could have in Virginia. As the largest estuary in the United States, the Chesapeake Bay has been recognized by Congress as a, quote, national treasure and has been under federally funded cleanup efforts since 1965. The bay is home to more than 3,600 species of plant, fish, and animals, several dozen recognized as threatened or endangered. Over the last several decades, we have made tremendous progress in the restoration of the Chesapeake Bay. Virginians do not want to risk a disaster like the Deepwater Horizon spill. What's more is I'm concerned about more regular releases of crude oil that occur in offshore operations. The Chesapeake Bay Foundation reports that spills from platforms, pipelines, and other offshore infrastructure release on average 157,000 barrels of oil annually. These releases would destroy many of the environmental gains that have helped revitalize Virginia's economy, Virginia's coastal communities, and the health of the Chesapeake Bay. I urge my colleagues, from those in Virginia to those across the country, to vote to protect Virginia's fishermen, farmers, coastal towns, beaches, and natural beauty, and importantly, our national security, by voting yes on this amendment. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, this amendment prohibits oil and gas leasing on any tract of land off the coast of Virginia. Virtually all offshore oil and gas leasing occurs in the Gulf of Mexico. Offshore oil and gas exploration accounts for roughly 15% of all domestic oil production and 2% of domestic natural gas production. By further limiting offshore leasing, we will not be able to meet demand for oil and gas as it increases. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Virginia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Virginia will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer an amendment number 137, printed in the congressional record.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 137, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment seeks to help provide a voice for local communities who were ignored and cut out of the process in October of last year when the Biden administration unilaterally locked up nearly 300,000 acres in Colorado and in my district through the stroke of a pen. Shamefully, the Biden administration ignored the concerns and opposition of impacted communities so he could appease Green New Deal extremists through this executive overreach. After the proposed land grab was announced, Kathleen Sagama, president of Western Energy Alliance, stated, "The White House has initiated a withdrawal from the Thompson Divide while advancing a false narrative that energy development and land protection are mutually exclusive. Oil and gas activity has taken place in the Thompson Divide area since the 1940s while conserving the land. We can do both. We can develop energy while protecting the land. The area remains a vital resource and is located within the second largest potential natural gas reserve in the United States. There's no need to lock away public lands and minerals, especially at a time of high energy prices." With gas prices skyrocketing again and today's national average exceeding $3.50 per gallon, it makes even less sense to unilaterally lock up hundreds of thousands of acres from responsible energy production, especially while local stakeholders were ignored and are flat out opposed. After the mineral withdrawal and associated national monument were announced in October, the Ute Indian tribe of Utah said, quote, "The White House moved forward with a monument on our homelands without including us. They talk about tribal consultation, but their actions do not match their words. We cannot support this action to our homelands that does not include the tribe. It is a disgrace to our ancestors to include the tribe in the care and protection of these burial sites," end quote. Garfield County Commissioner Tom Jankowski sent me an email just this morning stating, quote, "President Biden unilaterally acted with an end run around Congress rather than honoring the 10-year hard-fought bipartisan support forged by local interests with Garfield County. The president placed additional restrictions on future leasing in the Thompson Divide. This gutted the original bipartisan local support," end quote. My amendment requires the Secretary, as part of the plan required by this bill, to identify areas for potential responsible energy leasing within the second largest potential natural gas reserve in the United States, in an area where responsible oil and gas production has taken place since the 1940s. America makes the cleanest, we produce the cleanest energy in the world. In fact, our natural gas is 42% cleaner than Russian gas. American innovation, in particular fracking, has allowed America to be the global leader in reducing emissions since 2000. America should have never been dependent on Russia for significant quantities of oil and gas. We need to stop begging OPEC, Venezuela, and even Iran to produce energy for us and start producing more energy responsibly right here in America, where our guys do it better than anyone else, more responsibly and cleaner. We have to develop this right here at home, get back to American energy independence, and pursue energy dominance. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield.
The gentlelady yields to the gentleman from Ohio. The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the gentlewoman's amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong opposition to the gentlewoman's amendment, which would expose historic ranching lands in Colorado to oil and gas extraction the community simply does not want. Mr. Chairman, the underlying bill we're considering today makes clear that some in this chamber want to see our public lands owned by all Americans, open to extensive new oil and gas extraction. As we've already heard, the bill risks opening an area more than 3 times the size of California to new oil and gas development. And this despite the fact that the overwhelming majority of Americans, including more than 2/3 of Western voters, consistently say that they would prefer to see public lands protected rather than open to new degradation. And protecting these lands supports the climate, outdoor recreation, and local economies. And in the case of this particular amendment, the community in Thompson Divide has already been fighting for more than 2 decades to protect this area from new oil and gas drilling. Since the early 2000s, the local community, including ranchers, farmers, sportsmen, business people, and community leaders, worked together to fight for intact forests, big game and endangered species habitat, and the region's ranching history. Now, the people of Thompson Divide have also opposed extraction because they've seen its effects firsthand. They've seen how companies more concerned with profit than public health polluted their streams, leaking toxic chemicals into their groundwater. The gentlewoman from Colorado in the previous amendment said that she wanted clean air and clean water. But that's not the case. That's not what's going to happen here with this amendment. And to stem these impacts, Democratic members, including my good friend and public lands defender, Representative Joe Neguse, has long championed protections for the Thompson Divide. Because of these longstanding efforts from the community and those who represented them, just last year, President Biden took action to protect this landscape from new extraction for the next 20 years. His decision to protect the Thompson Divide was cheered by citizens across the state of Colorado as an essential protection for an irreplaceable landscape. And this amendment before us would reverse these protections, exposing this community again to poisoned wells and degraded forests. It goes against the interests of the Thompson Divide community, against the interests of Coloradians, and against the interests of the American people. And so I urge all of my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For Michigan, right? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer to leave amendment number 10 to H.R. 21.
The clerk will designate the amendment. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Chair, I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
The point of order is reserved. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a simple amendment that requires the Secretary of Interior to complete a standard environmental review of each individual oil and gas lease before it can be issued. Environmental reviews are standard practices that protect every single one of our communities. It's transparency. Frankly, these types of reviews don't even go far enough to protect the health of our residents, but at the very least, we must ensure environmental reviews are conducted to the highest level. So I urge all my colleagues to stand up for these critical environmental reviews and support this amendment. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I do insist on the point of order.
The gentleman will state the point of order.
The amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the Rules of the House because it is not germane to the underlying bill. Specifically, the bill limits the drawdown of petroleum in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Department of Energy develops a plan to increase the percentage of federal lands leased for oil and gas production. The amendment requires the Secretary of the Interior to complete a separate environmental review for each lease and permit before you issuing any oil and gas lease or permit. Environmental reviews are outside the scope of H.R. 21. The amendment is not germane.
Does any other member wish to be heard on this, on the amendment? The gentlelady from Michigan.
Mr. Chair, I do respectfully disagree with the gentleman. I do feel like this is very much germane, but I will respect the decision by the parliamentarian or the chair.
The chair is ready to rule. The gentleman from Ohio makes a point of order that the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. The bill prohibits the drawdown of petroleum products in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Secretary of Energy has developed a plan to increase the percentage of certain federal lands leased for oil and gas production. The amendment addresses issuance of oil and gas leases pursuant to the plan. It addresses implementation, not just development of the plan. The chair finds that the amendment goes beyond the subject matter of the underlying bill. It is, therefore, not germane. The point of order is sustained. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman specify the amendment?
It's amendment number 4-1.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
41.
Amendment number 41, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I thank the gentlelady from Washington for offering this much-needed bill. And this amendment, Mr. Chairman, is about trust. It's about trust because we've been told, the American people have been told, that the president's doing all he can to make sure that gas prices are low, your diesel prices are low, but that's indeed absolutely not the case. And of course, using the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for issues of national security or natural disaster, instead using it for political purposes to drive down the price of gas just prior to the election, is not the reason for the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, yet that's how it was used. So this bill seeks to remedy that. But we need some teeth in it, Mr. Speaker. We need some evidence from the Energy Secretary that the Secretary will actually support increased in federal lands leased when they draw down on the strategic reserve. So this amendment requires the plan to include the list of actual parcels planned to be offered for lease, and for each parcel, its size, location, and any permits approval necessary for the access and production. Because we simply can't take their word for it. They'll tell you, oh, well, we've got 9,000 leases. What are you all complaining about? Meanwhile, you can't get a permit for the lease to go on to the leased land and actually do the exploration and the operation. You can't get a permit, so the lease is meaningless. They never mentioned that. The 9,000 leases might as well be meaningless. And that's why there's a trust issue here. So this bridges that trust issue and says, well, okay, if you've got a plan and you've got leases and you've got parcels, that's great. Let's see them. And let's see the permits associated with them that will actually allow us in America to go get our resources, the natural resources given to Americans by the good Lord, to go use so that they can drive down their own prices and live in their communities in a way that's affordable. This administration tells us all the time they're doing all they can, but they're not doing all they can when they tell you they're going to outlaw your gas stove and require you to buy an electric vehicle, by the way, which they can't support charging. But that's another story. We need them to provide the permits and the approvals necessary to access the land. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from Ohio.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I urge all members to support the Perry Amendment. While this amendment raises an issue that is different from this bill, it is an important facet to understanding the seriousness of the Energy Secretary's plan. This is a perfecting amendment that will enhance public transparency, congressional oversight of department plans and operations, and bring certainty in planning for the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and efforts to keep it appropriately filled for emergencies. I thank the gentleman for his concern and offering this amendment. Again, I have no objection, and I urge a yes vote, and I yield back to the gentleman.
The gentleman I reserve.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman may not reserve.
Gentleman yields.
Gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I heard my colleague from our committee say that this was a perfecting amendment, and you know, what I see it as is just a more bureaucracy amendment. The problem here with the underlying bill is that it basically makes it impossible for the president to use to release oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve when there's an emergency in order to lower prices or to increase the supply. And what this amendment does is to put even more restrictions or make it even more likely that a delay would occur, because the gentleman says that the plan required would include a list of parcels planned to be offered for lease, including for each parcel the size of the parcel by acre, the location of the parcel, any permits and approvals necessary to access the parcel and produce oil and gas on the parcel. I mean, look, the bottom line is what it appears the sponsor wants is for the federal government to spend its limited time during a crisis looking over maps of critical public lands and drawing arbitrary lines instead of taking rapid actions to lower gas prices for everyday families. The underlying bill doesn't work because it puts all kinds of restrictions on the president's ability to use the reserve, either to lower prices or to increase the supply in an emergency. And this amendment only makes it worse. I mean, it would throw more barriers to the secretary using the reserve to protect American families and businesses. I mean, it's so short-sighted considering how critical the Biden administration's use of the reserve has been following Putin's invasion of Ukraine and subsequent global gas shortages. For a minority so concerned, I should say, in this case for a Republican majority, so concerned with cutting red tape, this amendment would create quite a few unnecessary hoops for the secretary to jump through before taking swift action to help Americans. It just makes no sense. Again, over the past year, the Biden administration has demonstrated that in an emergency, in an energy crisis, strategic use of the reserve can bring relief to the pump for millions of Americans. And this amendment puts that record of success by the Biden administration in jeopardy. So I urge a no vote on the amendment, and of course a no vote on final passage, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer to leave Amendment number 11 to H.R. 21.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So let's get this straight. When developing H.R. 21's gross drill baby drill plans, the Secretary of Energy is required to consult with the Secretaries of Ag, Interior, Defense, but not with the Administrator of the EPA or the Chair of the Council on Environmental Quality. These plans are rigged against frontline communities that I represent and really around our nation. The message is clear. When making plans to destroy our environment, don't consult the environmental regulators, because those plans can't be justified. So my amendment is a common sense fix amendment. Include the EPA and CEQ in the process in regards to the impacts on our environment. So I urge my colleagues to again please support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does the gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Put plainly, this is not an appropriate role for EPA or CEQ, neither of which oversee federal land. The agencies consulted in the plan already must comply with existing requirements, so this amendment only serves to obstruct. H.R. 21 is about strengthening the SPR by requiring any non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American oil resources. This amendment undermines the purpose of the bill. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered from the gentlelady from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Michigan will be postponed. I don't know the gentleman in the pink jacket. Who seeks recognition? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have amendment number 15 at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment. The point of order is reserved.
Amendment number 15, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Huffman of California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would ban leasing for offshore oil and gas drilling off the northern California coast. Offshore drilling poses unacceptable risks. Where you drill, you spill. And that's why Republican and Democratic governors on both the Atlantic and Pacific coast have voiced their opposition to any new oil and gas leasing off their coasts. We should not put our oceans, our fisheries, our coastal communities, economies, and our planet at risk just to enrich the fossil fuel industry. While folks were hurting at the pump, big oil companies were raking in record profits, and they were sitting on millions of acres of unused leases, capitalizing on the war in Ukraine in order to gouge U.S. consumers. Giving them even more control over our public lands is not necessary, and it won't do a darn thing for consumers. At a time when the climate crisis is ravaging communities across the globe, adding new leases on public lands makes no sense unless you value big oil profits above making sure our children have a livable planet. Now, the north coast of California is an amazing, pristine place that I'm privileged to represent. It supports a thriving blue economy, including fishing and tourism and some of the other values that we've heard discussed here today. And it deserves the same kind of protection that President Trump gave reluctantly and very selectively to certain communities in Florida and on the East Coast after there was a backlash from Republican members of Congress and Republican governors to his drill everywhere plan. The north coast of California deserves at least that same level of protection, and by passing this amendment, it will get it. And I want to thank my friend and colleague, the gentleman from my neighboring district, Congressman Mike Thompson, for joining me on this measure, and I yield the balance of my time to him.
Thank you, Mr. Huffman, for doing this amendment and for yielding me time. The Northern California coastline includes some of the most scenic and biodiverse waters in the world. As one of the 5 most significant upwellings in the world, California's north coast is home to nutrient-rich surface waters critical to maintaining vast biodiversity. This coastline is home to dozens of marine mammals, over 100 species of seabirds and shorebirds, and a tremendous number of fish species, which include salmon, striped bass, halibut, tuna, and many more. An oil spill off this coast would devastate both the marine life and the local economy. It would crush the fishing community and local tourism. This amendment deserves to be passed. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from California. Gentleman from California
Yield back.
For the purpose of the gentleman from Michigan, seek recognition.
Mr. Chair, I withdraw my point of order.
The reservation is withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I think we need to remember that H.R. 21 is about strengthening the SPR by requiring any non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American oil resources. And a key, American oil resources. This amendment undermines the purpose of the bill. It would deprive the country of the benefits of secure American supplies of cleanly produced fossil energy. We should reject this anti-American energy amendment, and I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Request the yeas and nays.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Yes.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have amendment number 65 at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment. The point of order is reserved. The clerk will designate.
Amendment number 65, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Huffman of California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would block this legislation from allowing increased oil and gas leasing on any federal land where outdoor recreation takes place. Our public lands are for the public, not for the wealthiest industry in the history of the world to drill and despoil with impunity. Being active in the outdoors and experiencing wild places is a way of life, not just in my district, but for many communities around this country. During the COVID-19 pandemic, when we were unable to gather the way we like to indoors, we learned just how important our parks and our public lands are, how getting outside helps our well-being. This is why we must protect and expand our public lands for recreational use, not give them away to a single polluting industry. We all depend on the ecological, economic, and mental health benefits that our public lands provide, and that's why my amendment protects these important lands. If we are good stewards, our public lands can simultaneously support a thriving outdoor recreation economy as well as natural resiliency against the climate crisis, all while preserving and protecting these precious lands for future generations. These are the goals of the Biden administration and the state of California in their efforts to protect 30% of our lands by 2030. Because these lands are meant for everyone to use and enjoy and pass down to future generations to do the same. However, H.R. 21 would create an arbitrary increase in oil and gas development for the benefit of one single group, the oil and gas industry. This bill may seem simple. It's just 3 pages long, and yet it does something really big and dangerous. It stands to open up over 300 million acres to be destroyed for oil and gas drilling, an area equivalent to 3 times the size of California, or 6 times the combined size of all our national parks. This is unacceptable, and it's another example of the dangerous extremism we see from this new Republican majority. The fact of the matter is there are currently 9,000 permits held by the oil and gas industry right now that are not being used. Additionally, the majority of the roughly 26 million acres that are currently under lease to oil and gas companies on our federal lands and waters are not being used. Industry is simply sitting on them to keep prices artificially high. What would industry do with the dramatic expansion of new leasing opportunities on our valuable public lands? Well, evidence shows that they will simply lock them up so that they couldn't be used for other activities, such as recreation or renewable energy. I represent the North Coast of California, and my constituents know the value of public lands for outdoor recreation, from hiking and climbing to kayaking and angling. I hope folks on both sides of the aisle would agree that we need to protect the future of these cherished recreational activities on our public lands. Our public lands used for outdoor recreation should not be sacrificed at the altar of big oil. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I withdraw my reservation and claim time in opposition.
The reservation is withdrawn. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment prohibits the leasing plan from decreasing land and water for recreation. But this is unnecessary. Nothing in the bill changes any existing laws related to land and water access. Energy production and conservation are not mutually exclusive. Republicans are good stewards and desire to be good stewards as well of all of our resources. In fact, every year, $900 million in royalties is paid, $900 million in royalties is paid by energy companies drilling for oil and gas on federal land, and as those royalties are put into this fund. The money is used to protect national parks, lands surrounding waters, and national wildlife refuges. This amendment is nothing more than an attempt to delay the implementation of H.R. 21, and so I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, specifically number 26.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Mr. Chair. Thank you.
We're waiting.
Thank you.
Amendment number 26, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Panetta of California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment to H.R. 21 would exclude the Central California planning area from being leased for oil and natural gas production. Now, the Central California planning area extends from Mendocino County to Monterey County and goes out about 400 miles off the coast of California. Although much of this area is already protected by national marine sanctuaries, my amendment, if attached to H.R. 21, would bolster those protections from oil and gas drilling and stretch them farther from our coastline. Now, having been raised there and raising my children there, and yes, now as the representative for the Central Coast of California, I know firsthand how important our oceans and our coastlines are for our environment, for our economy, for our small businesses, for our communities, and yes, for our future. So that's why I stand here on the shoulders of so many people who have done so many things to ensure the protection of our pristine coastline in California, from utilizing zoning laws to limiting onshore infrastructure and to the designation of national marine sanctuaries. We have fought and we will continue to fight to ensure that oil drilling does not happen off our California coast. That is why this amendment is so important to me and to my constituents. Now, of course, my constituents are concerned with high gas prices, especially when there is an international conflict that causes gas prices to go through the roof. So the strategy of releasing oil from the strategic reserve, specifically during those types of international conflicts, has been used time and time again. In 1991, George H.W. Bush did it during the Gulf War. In 2005, George W. Bush did it during the Second Gulf War. In 2011, President Obama did it due to the Libya crisis. And in 2022, President Biden did it to Russia's unprovoked and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. And yes, each time that oil was released from those reserves, gas prices were reduced or remained stable. That's why I support this long-use strategy, because without any types of conditions attached to it. Because the last thing we want to do is restrict the types of tools used in the middle of a global crisis so that the president, this administration, can lower gas prices and help American families. So let's be clear. It's our families, my families, that I represent on the Central Coast of California. We don't need drilling, we don't want oil drilling, and we will continue to do everything we can to prevent oil drilling off our coastline. Our beauty and the bounty received through our multi-billion-dollar tourism and hospitality industry is worth so much more. The future, that is why I will always be against any oil and gas drilling off the Central Coast of California, and why I will always be a part of the long-standing tradition of fighting to protect our environment and the future of the place that I, my family, and my constituents call home. And that is why I urge a yes vote on amendment number 26. I yield.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment prohibits oil and gas exploration in a specific area of the outer continental shelf off of the California coast. This amendment excludes a tract of land from oil and gas exploration from being included in the leasing plan. Virtually all oil and gas leasing in the OCS occurs in the Gulf of Mexico. Oil and gas exploration in the OCS accounts for roughly 15% of all domestic oil production and 2% of domestic natural gas production. By further limiting this potentially vast resource, we'll not be able to meet demand for oil and gas as it increases, and it will. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered from the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. This amendment is not agreed to.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. state, Colorado? California. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk numbered 18 in the congressional record.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Levin of California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment would exclude the Southern California planning area from being leased for oil and gas production as part of any proposed plan under this bill. It's just over 1 year ago that our community experienced an oil spill that posed a grave ecological disaster that devastated local wildlife, our coasts and our ocean, and small business owners who rely on our coastal activity for their livelihoods. This kind of disaster is exactly why I introduced my American Coasts and Oceans Protection Act to prohibit any new leasing for the exploration, development, or production of oil or natural gas along the Southern California coast from San Diego up to San Luis Obispo. As I said when I introduced the bill last Congress, it's time to put our environment and our coastal economy first, not the out-of-state fossil fuel companies that profit while polluting our coastline. It's also important to note that our Southern California economy relies heavily on ocean-based businesses. In San Diego and Orange County alone, the ocean economy accounts for roughly $7.7 billion in economic activity and sustains more than 140,000 jobs in coastal tourism and recreation. Along California's coastline, fishing, tourism, and recreation supports nearly 600,000 jobs and roughly $42.3 billion in economic activity. So for every massive oil spill our region experiences, we are not only adding to the pollution of our oceans, but also directly jeopardizing thousands of jobs. Mr. Chair, the latest oil spill wasn't the first time our communities experienced such a disaster. More than 4 million gallons of oil have been released in the Pacific Ocean as a result of the 1969 Santa Barbara blowout, the Refugio oil spill of 2015, and other leaks from oil rig and pipeline activity affecting more than 935 square miles of ocean. And this most recent spill pushed that number even higher. Californians have made it clear that they're strongly opposed to additional offshore oil and gas drilling along our coast. The last administration repeatedly pushed to expand offshore drilling and rolled back crucial safety regulations that help prevent spills. And now here we are once again as big oil seeks to expand drilling off our coast, even as they sit on thousands of unused permits across the country. With so much ecological disaster and so many jobs threatened by offshore drilling, Southern Californians have had enough. We need to be focusing instead on cutting emissions and protecting coastal communities from rising sea levels, not extracting more oil so that fossil fuel executives can profit even more. Just yesterday, Chevron announced that it was tripling its stock buyback program to $75 billion while reporting record profits. How much profit do they really need? The reality is we need to end all new offshore oil and gas leasing in Southern California, off the Pacific coast and beyond. This amendment represents a start to making that happen. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment and respect the will of the vast majority of Californians, Republicans, Democrats, and independents alike, who oppose drilling off our coasts. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan rise?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. H.R. 21 is about strengthening the SPR by requiring any non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American oil resources. This amendment undermines the purpose of H.R. 21 and would deprive the country of the benefits of secure American supplies of cleanly produced fossil energy. Rather than deprive Californians, including the hardworking Californians in the energy production industry, the benefit of increasing American energy and security, we should embrace pro-energy policies of H.R. 21. We should reject this anti-energy amendment, and so I urge, Mr. Chairman, a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentleman from California requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 7.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Del Bene of Washington.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am offering this amendment with my colleagues, Representatives Gluesenkamp-Perez, Kilmer, Hoyle, and Salinas. Protecting the environment is foundational to the heritage, culture, and quality of life in the Pacific Northwest. Our region is a trailblazer in renewable energy sources like hydroelectric, wind, and solar. Congress should follow our lead and focus on accelerating our transition towards a green energy economy. Instead, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to push for more giveaways to the fossil fuel industry and heighten the risk of another oil spill like Deepwater Horizon. Our amendment would prevent Republicans from allowing drilling for oil and gas along the Washington and Oregon coasts. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield to my colleague, the newest member of the Washington delegation, Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez.
Thank you, Representative Del Bene, for the opportunity to speak on this amendment. The health of my district's economy depends on a clean Pacific coast and ocean ecosystem, and my district is actually home to one of the most fishing-dependent communities in the entire country, Pacific County. Preventing offshore drilling not only protects the environment, it also protects the economies of communities where people work for a living. We cannot bankrupt our long-term environmental quality for a one-off oil jackpot. That's why I support this amendment that prevents offshore drilling. I'd like to thank Representatives Kilmer and Del Bene for their work on this critical issue. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back.
Now I'd like to yield to my colleague from the Olympic Peninsula in Washington, Derek Kilmer.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, for decades, Democrats and Republicans agreed that opening the waters off the coast of Washington to drilling would be dangerous. Doing so would threaten our fisheries, shellfish growers, tourism, and jobs in other sectors of our economy. The underlying legislation we are considering could result in over 300 million acres of federal lands and waters being opened up for new oil and gas drilling. That's an area equivalent to more than 6 times the size of the state of Washington. I support this amendment because I am standing up for the coastal communities I represent. We do not want new oil and gas drilling off our coast. This isn't just about environmental protection, it's about protecting our economy and our way of life. Let's protect our marine ecosystems. Let's protect coastal communities and coastal jobs. Let's create new jobs in renewable energy. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Now I yield to one of our new members from the state of Oregon, Val Hoyle.
My district includes 250 miles of entirely public beaches on a coastline renowned for its pristine and rugged beauty. Our fishing community relies on clean oceans, and it's our responsibility to protect these waters that are vital for our coastal economies and ocean ecosystems. It is my duty to protect our oceans, the livelihood of the fishing industry on the Oregon coast, and the way of life for the next generation of coastal Oregonians. The fossil fuel industry has 2,000 leases covering 12 million acres for offshore drilling that are currently not being used. This is just bait and switch by the oil companies who are making record profits while they're price gouging Americans at the gas pump. I strongly support Representative Del Bene's amendment to protect Oregon and Washington's coast for future generations. I yield back.
And I yield to our other new member from the state of Oregon, Andrea Salinas.
Thank you, Ms. Del Bene. And Mr. Chair, I rise in support of the Del Bene amendment and in defense of Oregon's coast. The Oregon coastline is a wonder of nature and a critical piece of Oregon's economy. We love our coastal playground. We respect our coastal communities, and it's why we must fight to protect them, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Oregonians who cherish our environment and our people. Oregon led with the first ever bottle bill to reduce litter on the beaches. Oregon led when it made its coastline free and open to the public. And now we must lead the fight against offshore drilling, which threatens our coastline, the people who call it home, the fishers and families who depend on it for their livelihoods, and our environment. Offshore drilling is a mistake, and it will only exacerbate our energy and environmental crises down the road. We must say no by voting yes on this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge my colleagues to support the Pacific Northwest and support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back her time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment goes further than the scope of H.R. 21. Nothing in H.R. 21 affects any laws or statutes on the books that regulate offshore oil and gas development. The purpose and scope of this bill is limited. It is to protect our SPR from political use and to ensure we are adequately prepared for future legitimate emergencies. It does nothing to impact existing Department of Interior regulations. It simply requires the Secretary of Energy to develop a plan to increase production if it's used without declaring an emergency. This is not a vehicle to impose new restrictions. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request the yeas and nays.
Recorded vote has been requested. Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment. Will the gentleman specify?
Number 48.
Number 48. Clerk will designate. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Reserves a point of order.
Point of order is reserved.
Amendment number 48, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Barr of Kentucky.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the underlying legislation to increase domestic energy production to replenish the Strategic Petroleum Reserve that has been recklessly and dangerously drawn down by the Biden administration in a cynically political move to try to lower energy prices before an election. But we know that in a move to placate radical environmentalists, President Biden blocked the Keystone XL pipeline at the beginning of this administration. His administration suspended oil and natural gas leasing and permits when he took office. But for the last year, the president and his supporters have been pleading for more domestic energy production. Well, the president can't have it both ways. In just over 2 years, the president has depleted the crude oil and the Strategic Petroleum Reserve by 40%. Not only did this scheme fail to bring down prices in a meaningful way for Americans, it threatens our energy and national security should a true national emergency occur. This is not just negligence from the administration. The administration is waging an active war against the oil and gas sector. Now, we all know about the war against leases. We know about the war against energy infrastructure like Keystone. But ground zero, Mr. Chairman, for this war against domestic energy production is the weaponization of financial regulation to discriminate against American energy production and redirect capital away from American energy production. And this is all happening at the precise time we need more, not less, energy production. The Energy Information Administration recently projected that global energy consumption will increase by 50% in the year 2050, with almost half of energy consumption coming from natural gas and other fossil fuel energy. So why do we need this amendment? Because this is a capital-intensive enterprise. In order for oil and gas production to happen, you have to have the financing for that. And this administration has weaponized the financial regulators to limit access to financing, to limit access to capital. For example, initiatives by the Federal Reserve, working with the network of other central banks and supervisors for the greening of the financial system, otherwise known as NGFS. The SEC's proposed rules to enhance and standardize climate-related disclosures for investors. The Financial Stability Oversight Council's report and recommendations on climate-related financial risk. The FDIC's principles for climate-related financial risk management for large financial institutions. The Office of the Comptroller of the Currency's principles for climate-related financial risk management for large banks. My amendment would simply pause any and all of these climate-related financial regulations so that financial institutions can provide the capital and the financing for the oil and gas producers so that we can, in fact, replenish the petroleum reserve. There's no question that the war on energy has costed families and small businesses increased costs. Just in the first year of this administration, investment in oil and natural gas production dropped by 25%. It is time we unleash American energy to lower costs over the long run. And that means we need access to capital, access to financing for American energy. My amendment would give American energy companies access to our deep liquid capital markets so that we can continue to power this country's economy and replenish the strategic petroleum reserve. That's why I'm offering this amendment, to protect American energy producers, to protect their access to the capital markets so that we can facilitate the replenishment of the strategic petroleum reserve. And I would argue we need to unleash our financial institutions and our asset managers and investors to give our energy producers the financing that they need to rebuild our economy and to lower costs at the pump and lower energy costs across the board. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and, of course, support the underlying piece of legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Chairman, I insist on the point of order.
Okay, gentleman will state his point of order.
The pending amendment violates the germaneness requirement of Rule 16, Clause 7. That rule precludes amendments, quote, on a subject different from that under consideration, unquote. The subject matter of the underlying bill is a requirement that the Department of Energy issue a plan related to the leasing of federal lands for oil and gas drilling before certain first drawdowns from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. However, the subject matter of the pending amendment is different. The pending amendment requires the suspension of certain financial regulations limiting access to financing for oil and gas companies until certain conditions are met. Now, this places an unrelated condition on the drawdown of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve that expands beyond the development of the plan required by the underlying bill. Because the pending amendment is on a different subject than that of the underlying bill, I urge the chair to hold this amendment as not germane.
Does any other member wish to speak on the point of order? Gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully argue that the amendment is core to the proper functioning of the underlying bill. The amendment's purpose is the same purpose as the underlying bill. It's to facilitate the replenishment of the SPR for the exact drawdowns covered in the bill. The amendment furthers the objective of the underlying bill. In fact, it is arguably inextricably linked and indispensable to the purpose of the bill insofar as producing more oil and gas requires access to capital for those producers of oil and gas. You can't produce oil and gas if you can't get financing for it, and that's why I respectfully oppose the point of order.
Any other members? The chair is prepared to rule on the point of order. The gentleman from New Jersey makes a point of order that the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. The bill prohibits the drawdown of petroleum products in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Secretary of Energy has developed a plan to increase the percentage of certain federal lands leased for oil and gas production. The amendment would address rules issued by financial regulators. The chair finds that the amendment goes beyond the subject matter of the underlying bill. It is therefore not germane. The point of order is sustained. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk number 21 in the congressional record.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 21, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Levin of California.
Gentleman from Michigan. Gentleman from Michigan reserves a point of order. Gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My amendment would prohibit any new leases under this plan that do not provide a fair return for taxpayers. For far too long, our oil and gas leasing program has offered a sweetheart deal for the industry at the expense of taxpayers. One fossil fuel company recently even went so far as to outline in a press release the many benefits of extraction on public land compared to private land. Their release highlighted that leases on public lands are cheaper, they last longer, and they're more expansive. And while these statements may be music to the ears of those who care most about big oil interests, they represent a raw deal for the American people. Increasing the royalty rate to a fair level will generate billions of dollars in revenue for taxpayers. The Government Accountability Office and Congressional Budget Office both agree and have suggested that this is good policy. And that's why last Congress I introduced the Restoring Community Input and Public Protections in Oil and Gas Leasing Act to protect taxpayers by eliminating non-competitive oil and gas leasing and raising the onshore oil and gas royalty rate, rental fee, and minimum bid amount. And I am proud that the Inflation Reduction Act includes significant provisions of that bill, including eliminating non-competitive leasing for oil and gas sales, raising annual rental rates, and increasing the minimum bid for public lands. These provisions will go a long way in ensuring the American people see a more fair return on the use of our cherished public lands. But we have more work to do to provide a fair return. States like Texas and Oklahoma charge higher royalty rates on their state lands than are charged on federal public lands, leading to lost revenue for federal taxpayers. This amendment builds on those provisions and will help end giveaways of our public lands to fossil fuel companies while ensuring that taxpayers receive a fair return on any private profit that oil and gas companies extract from our public lands. The American people deserve to see a fair financial return on the profits that fossil fuel companies make from their use of our cherished public lands. And this amendment will require that these companies provide that return instead of simply ripping the public off. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Michigan.
Withdraw my reservation.
Point of order is withdrawn.
Mr.
Gentleman
Chair,
is recognized.
I rise in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment further restricts the land that could be eligible for the production plan. It sets a vague requirement to ensure that land in the plan provides, quote, a fair return for taxpayers. The Biden administration has hamstrung our ability to produce American energy. This has had a disastrous consequence for Americans. Energy prices have skyrocketed under this administration and still remain high. We have grown more reliant on our adversaries, such as Venezuela, Iran, and China for energy, dirty energy. I would argue that producing more American energy to lower prices for families is a, quote, fair return for taxpayers. I urge a no vote, Mr. Chair, and on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentleman from California.
Vote.
Gentleman from California has requested a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California are postponed. Who's next? For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 55.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 55, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I believe I made it very clear that this bill is deeply flawed from concept to execution. And while I really do hesitate to improve a bad bill, I think it's important that we acknowledge one of the bill's starkest omissions. My amendment would simply require that while developing the plan this bill proposes, the relevant secretaries also develop a plan to consult with tribal governments. This is particularly important as the bill could open up an additional 300 million acres of new oil and gas extraction on public lands. If we really intend to give away an area 3 times the size of California to big oil, we need to understand the impact it will have on communities across the West, starting with those who have stewarded these lands since time immemorial. It is essential that the secretaries fully and meaningfully consult with tribal governments to understand the impact of this extractive development would have on tribal communities, from damaging air and water to destroying sacred sites. For too long, tribal governments have been excluded from federal decision-making processes. We have seen the impact of that omission as homelands are degraded, sacred sites destroyed, tribal communities are forced to bear the brunt of pollution. No more a more important example is the uranium contamination that continues, and the cleanup of uranium contamination that continues in and around the Grand Canyon and Navajo Nation, and that has affected that community and the Navajo people for generations. It is unacceptable that we would turn a blind eye to these impacts. Tribal governments need to be at the table from the start, helping to shape decisions that impact their communities and their ancestral lands. This amendment would ensure that they do just that, while helping to uphold the federal government's trust responsibility. This shouldn't be controversial. In fact, this should have been built in from the start. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would require the leasing plan to include a consultation plan with tribal governments. Current law allows for sufficient consultation with relevant agencies and tribes. This bill does nothing to change underlying leasing laws the Department of Interior is subject to. And so I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, on this I request a recorded vote.
Gentleman from Arizona has requested a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 56.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I rise to offer an amendment that would prevent this big oil giveaway from further burdening communities of color, low-income communities, tribal and indigenous communities. Over the past several years, our late colleague, Representative McEachin, and I traveled the country to hear from environmental justice and frontline communities across this nation about pollution and climate impacts. We heard the tales of water not fit to drink, air not fit to breathe, and communities not safe to live in. For too long, we have allowed the most vulnerable to bear the impacts of development, leaving them to pay the costs that are incurred. We must change that narrative by ensuring that these communities are at the decision-making table and that their voices are clearly heard at every level of government. This was a legacy my dear friend and our late colleague dedicated his life to, and that is why I'm proud that we will be renaming the Environmental Justice for All Act in his honor in the next several weeks. Unfortunately, the bill in front of us today would take us further than ever from achieving environmental justice and attention to frontline communities. There is no way to open up 300 million acres to new extraction without massively impacting communities of color, low-income communities, and tribal and indigenous communities. These already impacted communities would face additional pollution of their air and water, additional impacts on their health and that of their children. My amendment seeks to avoid these unacceptable impacts, preventing the secretaries from leasing any land that would continue to increase disproportionate burdens on already burdened communities. We must stop putting pollution over people, put an end to the cycles of exploitation that leave the most vulnerable facing avoidable impacts. I encourage all my colleagues to support the Environmental Justice Amendment and to vote yes on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Chair, I rise in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would prohibit the leasing plan from including leasing where it would disproportionately burden communities of color, low-income communities, or tribal and indigenous communities. However, current law allows for process requiring consultation with relevant agencies, tribes, and communities. This bill does nothing to change underlying leasing laws the Department of Interior is subject to. And so I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from
and that
Arizona.
I would request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 57.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would ensure that this big oil giveaway doesn't prevent America from leading the world in clean energy production. Rather than tying ourselves to the energies of the past, we need to move forward with the energy of the future. The President knows that, my Democratic colleagues know that, and the American people know that. It's time we all embrace clean energy deployment. Instead, the bill before us today would support big oil and only big oil, pushing the public off their lands while locking up acres that could be used for wind, solar, and other clean technologies. This bill gives away public lands and waters to oil companies and gas corporations at a time when we should be taking urgent action to address climate crisis and transition away from fossil fuels. Public lands have huge renewable energy potential. Offshore wind alone could produce more than 2,000 gigawatts, nearly double the nation's electricity use in 2021. Rather than embrace this opportunity, H.R. 21 would require land managers to open lands to oil and gas, but wouldn't consider other potential uses, including renewable energy. My amendment would close this gap, requiring the secretaries to consider the impacts to renewable deployment before leasing new lands to the fossil fuel industry. The American people want affordable, reliable energy. They aren't interested in seeing big oil protect their record profits and increase their profits while boxing out and locking out developing technologies. It's time to stop prioritizing polluters over people and commit to a clean, just energy transition. Our public lands and waters have an important role to play in reducing emissions, protecting the climate, and supporting communities. We need to make sure that they are available for renewable energy production and not locked up in with fossil fuel companies. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would prohibit the leasing plan from including leasing on federal lands that are viable for renewable energy production. This amendment is nothing more than an attempt to force the government to pick winners and losers in the marketplace by mandating only renewable production on certain lands. It's also short-sighted, given some of the serious environmental and land degradation concerns the build-out of massive swaths of solar panels and wind turbines create. The intent of H.R. 21 is to protect the SPR and increase domestic production of oil and gas. This would do the opposite. And so I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On that, I would request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 23.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Thompson of California.
Gentleman from California is minutes. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Point of order.
A point of order is reserved. Gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you. My amendment would ensure that any plan to respond to high prices with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve include oil conservation measures which will save our constituents money and strengthen our national security. Reducing our country's reliance on the oil reduces our economic and security exposure to hostile foreign governments. The Biden administration has successfully used the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to lower prices for consumers following Russia's despicable invasion of Ukraine and in response to OPEC's punitive oil production cuts. In both cases, prices fell, and fell significantly following the administration's actions. My amendment would give the administration another tool to reduce prices and save money for our constituents. Policies that reduce oil use by using it more efficiently or transitioning to other fuel sources altogether benefits every American. Having a plan with options that include boosting public transportation ridership, encouraging teleworking, and speeding the transition to using more electric vehicles would reduce our reliance on oil and lower fuel prices. Relying on oil companies to drill our way out of the over-reliance doesn't make sense and will never deliver true energy independence. Oil companies are sitting on 13 million acres and about 9,000 approved but unused permits on public lands that aren't being used to produce gas or oil. We need to do everything we can to build on the success of the true energy independence provisions secured in the landmark Inflation Reduction Act to break our dependence on oil, to create jobs in our country, and to strengthen our national security. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back the remainder of my.
Gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I do insist on the point of order.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
The amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the Rules of the House because it's not germane to the underlying bill. Specifically, the bill limits the drawdown of petroleum in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Department of Energy develops a plan to increase the percentage of federal lands leased for oil and gas production. The amendment would require the Secretary of Energy develop a plan to offset any drawdown of petroleum products in the reserve with measures that reduce the demand for oil. Measures to reduce the demand for oil is a different purpose for the plan in H.R. 21. The amendment is not germane.
Any other members that wish to speak on the point of order? The gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I couldn't disagree more. The whole purpose of this is to deal with providing a plan. That's the underlying bill, to provide this plan. And the whole idea is to save oil and gas and to reduce that. This amendment does that. It relies on that plan, and as a matter of fact, embellishes the plan to include other known ways to save oil and gas. This is absolutely germane.
Other members? The chair is prepared to rule on the point of order. The gentleman from Michigan makes a point of order that the amendment offered by the gentleman from California is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on the subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under the color of amendment. The bill prohibits the drawdown of petroleum products in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Secretary of Energy has developed a plan to increase the percentage of certain federal lands leased for oil and gas production. The amendment would add requirements to the existing plan that apply more broadly to any drawdowns of petroleum products in the reserve. The chair finds that the amendment goes beyond the subject matter of the underlying bill. It is therefore not germane. The point of order is sustained. Who's next? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment. Will the gentlelady specify?
It's the DeGette amendment.
The DeGette amendment.
89, I think it is.
A congressional record offered by Ms. DeGette of Colorado.
Gentlelady from Colorado. The gentleman from Michigan reserves for a point of order. Order. Very good. The point of order is reserved. The gentlelady from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment requires oil and gas companies operating on our public lands to make one simple pledge to the American people, that it won't gouge consumers at the pump. It requires the Secretary of Energy to secure that commitment before any new permit to increase production on our lands will be approved. It would help prevent some of the damage that this disastrous bill would do to our nation's ability to address skyrocketing energy prices in the country. Frankly, the bill before us is nothing more than a shameless attempt by my Republican colleagues to help increase drilling. If this bill were titled correctly, it would be known as the Big Win for Big Oil Act, and it would come as a huge price for the American people. As the chair of the Energy and Commerce Oversight and Investigation Subcommittee in the last Congress, I've been in the front lines to bring down gas prices in this country. I held a hearing last year with the top executives from 6 of the nation's largest oil producers to have them explain why Americans were suddenly being asked to pay record high prices at the pump, and why Americans should be forced to provide their companies billions of dollars in subsidies each year when they were reporting record high profits and hardworking families were struggling hard to fill up their cars. Despite what happened, or despite what the supporters of this bill will tell you, not one executive at that hearing claimed that opening up federal land for drilling would lower prices at the pump. In fact, one executive at that hearing even admitted that opening up more land to drilling in the country would do nothing to bring the cost of gasoline down. Why? Because there is nothing, and I repeat nothing, preventing the oil industry from expanding its production tomorrow if they wanted to. They just choose not to because of profits. The oil industry currently leases 26.6 million acres of federal lands. Less than half of that land under current lease, 12.7 acres, is currently being used for production. So there's no relationship between opening up more federal lands for the production of oil and gas and the price that Americans pay at the pump. None. None. And instead of helping to bring down prices for consumers, what this bill does is it really makes harder for future administrations to respond. It takes away the one tool that's been used effectively to help alleviate the pain consumers were suddenly feeling this past summer, and the one tool we have to prevent it from happening again. It prevents the president from releasing our nation's oil reserves onto the market during a crisis. It prevents the administration from taking the steps necessary to curb excessive price increases that can cause real harm to people, family, and businesses across this country. If Republicans were serious about helping consumers, let's do it, but let's do it explicitly. Let's include in this provision a bill that will expressly prohibit these companies from gouging consumers at the pump. My amendment requires the Secretary of Energy to secure from any oil company looking to increase production on federal lands a commitment that it will not excessively increase its prices during periods of future disruption. It gives the oil companies what the Republicans say the industry wants, which is the ability to increase production on the public lands. So all we ask for, Mr. Chairman, is a simple commitment that they won't gouge consumers at the pump. Sounds like a win-win to me. I would urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment to the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back her time. Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I insist upon my point of order.
Gentleman will state his point of order.
Clause 7 of Rule 16 prohibits the House and its committees from considering non-germane amendments. This amendment is not germane because it violates the subject matter test of germaneness. H.R. 21 proposes to limit the drawdown of petroleum in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Department of Energy develops a plan to increase the percentage of federal lands leased for oil and gas production. This amendment would introduce a new subject matter into the bill. Specifically, the amendment requests leases or permits issued to be accompanied by a certification. This is about permit holders, not a leasing plan. This idea should be judged on the merits in a separate bill. And I yield.
Other members wish to be heard. Gentlelady from Colorado.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is focused on the development of the plan in the underlying bill, and therefore it is germane. It's not, it was, we actually narrowed this amendment, so we didn't get into actual implementation.
Other members? The chair is prepared to rule. The gentleman from Michigan makes a point of order that the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. The bill prohibits the drawdown of petroleum products in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Secretary of Energy has developed a plan to increase the percentage of certain federal lands leased for oil and gas production. The amendment would limit the availability of leases or permits under the plan and thus have the effect of narrowing its application. The chair finds that the amendment is within the subject matter of the underlying bill. It is therefore germane. The point of order is overruled. Any member seek time in opposition? Gentleman from Michigan.
Mr. Chairman, H.R. 21 is about strengthening the SPR by requiring any non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American oil resources. This amendment is unworkable as a matter of certification, and if it were to work, it would lead to inhibiting the price signals necessary for generating more supply. The market economy, allocating resources through supply and demand, is the best system for assuring affordable, quality goods and depends on prices to signal more supply. This amendment seeks to curtail price signals for largely uneconomic messaging purposes. This amendment undermines the purpose of the bill, and so I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentlelady from Colorado.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Colorado are postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment. Will the gentlelady be specific on the amendment? Specify which amendment, please.
I don't know what number. Is it 20? Mr. Chairman, Amendment 50.
The clerk will designate.
Amendment number 50, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mrs. Torres of California.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment. Does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I reserve. A point of order.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves a point of order.
Yes.
Point of order is reserved. Gentlelady from California.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer an amendment to the Strategic Production Response Act. The purpose of this bill is to use our strategic national stockpile of oil so that big oil can keep profiting at the expense of hard-working families. Let's remember, the purpose of the strategic stockpile is to protect national security and to reduce prices at the pump for the American people. My amendment would require the Secretary of Energy to certify that the plan to increase oil and gas leasing on federal lands is necessary to restore our stockpile to protect our national security. My amendment would let this or any future administration have the flexibility it needs if we reach another energy crisis. When the people of my district and across the country were facing sky-high prices at the gas pump, President Biden tapped into our strategic stockpiles to ease the prices at the pump and gave working families the financial help that they needed at the time when they needed it. Now, instead of protecting national security and helping reduce inflation, Republicans are trying to take away the tools that we have to help hardworking Americans. Last Congress, Democrats passed several bills to reduce inflation. Over 80,000 families with children in the Inland Empire received monthly payments of up to $300 thanks to the child tax credit. We also created good-paying jobs with the passage of a once-in-a-generation infrastructure bill that invests in our construction and transportation industries and ensures people have access to the education and training necessary to secure good jobs. And we passed legislation to bring down the cost of health care, lower prescription drug costs, cap the price of insulin, and expanded coverage for hearing aids, which would benefit everyone, especially the 85,000 Medicare-eligible seniors in my district. Why are we here trying to pass a bill to help the big oil corporations that will force Americans to pay more at the pump? Republicans are so out of touch that they have put before us a bill that ties the president's hands and restricts him from using the strategic petroleum reserves, even if Americans desperately need the help. I ask my colleagues to vote in support of my amendment to require the Energy Secretary to certify that this oil and gas drilling is necessary to replenish the strategic stockpile, because that's what we should be focusing on, ensuring that we have the appropriate tools to protect our national security and the Americans' wallets, not the big oil corporations' bottom line. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the reservation and I rise in opposition.
The reservation is withdrawn. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would condition the enactment of the bill upon the Secretary of Energy certifying that the leasing in the plan is necessary to get the SPR back to where it was on February 23, 2022. This is nothing more than an attempt to delay implementation of H.R. 21. We cannot trust the Secretary of Energy to responsibly manage the SPR and ensure it's adequately filled. Under President Biden, the SPR has been depleted to its lowest level since 1983. 2 of the 4 caverns are nearly empty. The Biden administration plan is attacking American energy using every regulatory tool available to drive the oil and gas industry out of existence. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I support the underlying bill, H.R. 21, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentlelady from California.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment on the desk, number 85.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 85, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Georgia seek recognition.
Oh, sorry.
The gentleman from New
Mr.
Jersey
Chairman, I reserve for a point of order.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves a point of order. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
I rise in support of Amendment 85, Mr. Speaker. My amendment imposes important limits on any Department of Energy plan so that our adversaries, including Iran, Russia, China, and North Korea, can't capitalize on American domestic energy production. We must take steps to ensure any plan involving a drawdown of our strategic petroleum reserve and any increase in energy production does not benefit those doing business with or under the influence of nations like China, Russia, terrorist Iran, or North Korea. My amendment would put our national security first, ensuring that any plan created under this bill would not financially benefit companies owned by or contracted with these foreign entities. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this common sense provision. Thank you.
Does the gentleman yield back his time?
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman may not reserve.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman has reserved a point of order.
I reserve the point of order.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
Mr. Chair, I insist upon my point of order against the amendment. Clause 7 of Rule 16 prohibits the House and its committees from considering non-germane amendments. This amendment is not germane because it violates the fundamental purpose test of germaneness. The fundamental purpose of H.R. 21 is to require Secretary to develop a plan to increase the percentage of federal lands leased for oil and gas production before the next drawdown of petroleum products in the reserve. The purpose of this amendment is to prevent financial benefit of our enemies. It delves into limiting foreign exports and creates trade prohibitions. Meanwhile, this simple bill before us proposes a mere plan for leasing. It is purely domestic and purely at the Department of Energy. Okay. You want to yield?
Yield back on the point of
I
order.
yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Any other members wish to speak on the point of order? Gentleman from New Jersey.
I believe my amendment is germane and it narrows the scope of the bill.
Any other members wishing to speak on the point of order before the chair rules? The chair is prepared to rule. The gentleman from Georgia makes a point of order that the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under the color of amendment. The bill prohibits the drawdown of petroleum products in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Secretary of Energy has developed a plan to increase the percentage of certain federal lands leased for oil and gas production. The amendment would have the effect of narrowing the application of the bill by excluding specific entities. The chair finds that the amendment is within the subject matter of the underlying bill. It is therefore germane. The point of order is overruled. Gentleman from Georgia, claim time in opposition?
I do.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, 2 weeks ago, the House voted in strong bipartisan support of the Protecting America's Strategic Reserve from China Act. More than 100 Democrats voted in favor. Republicans opposed sending SPR resources to our adversaries, and that's why we are opposed to this amendment. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from New Jersey.
I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment. Will the gentleman specify?
Oh, sorry, number 86. I'm sorry. Apologize.
The clerk will designate.
Amendment number 86, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey.
Does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. I reserve a point of order against this amendment.
A point of order is reserved by the gentleman from Georgia. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise in support of Amendment 86. As Russia's war on Ukraine continues and the brutality of the Iranian regime remains on full display, I'm concerned that H.R. 21 does not properly protect from the terrifying prospect of oil from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve ending up in the wrong hands. My amendment requires the Secretary of Energy consults with the Secretary of Agriculture, Defense, and the Interior on a plan for Strategic Petroleum Reserve drawdown and ensures that any Strategic Reserve drawdown does not result in a sale to Iran, North Korea, China, or Russia. This amendment will allow for the Defense Department and other relevant agencies to have a say in any plan, given the national security implications. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman may not reserve.
Can I
Does the
yield?
gentleman yield back?
I'm going to yield. I yield to Ms. Houlihan from Pennsylvania.
And do I go here?
You go right here.
I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Gottheimer, and thank you, Mr. Chair. As Congress considers reforms to the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, I rise once again to urge my colleagues to close a dangerous loophole that has existed since 2015, which allows our foreign adversaries to purchase our strategic oil supply. As the law is currently written, oil from this SPRO is sold by the Department of Energy to our highest bidders, with little exceptions on what countries can purchase the supply. That means that our fiercest adversaries like China and also Russia, Iran, and North Korea and other sanctioned governments can purchase and export our strategic oil. In fact, Chinese-owned and affiliated companies have won purchase contracts during the past presidential administrations. Simply put, this loophole is threatening to our national security, it poses threats to our American families, and the American people need to act quickly. That's why 2 weeks ago I reached across the aisle to reintroduce a bill that my colleague Representative Don Bacon and I have that addresses this issue. It's called the Banning Oil Exports to Foreign Adversaries Act. This bill is straightforward, and it's common sense, and it prohibits the export or sale of this SPRO to China, North Korea, Russia, Iran, and any country currently under U.S. sanctions. Last week, my colleagues and I voted to pass a bill through the House that would prohibit the sale of our reserve to China, but that legislation does not go far enough. Do we want North Korea buying oil? How about Iran or Russia? So it's clear that this bill remains the most comprehensive and bipartisan policy that's been put forward, and it now has more than 60 bipartisan co-sponsors. So as a veteran and one of the most bipartisan members of this body, my position remains clear. We need to put our national security over party politics. We have to ensure that our foreign adversaries are not allowed to profit at the expense of America and our safety and security. I thank you, Mr. Gottheimer, for your support for this and for this legislation as an original co-sponsor. This amendment we're speaking of right now reflects the fact that Congress has so much more work to do to close this loophole. I urge our colleagues, Republicans and Democrats alike, to support the bipartisan Banning Oil Exports to Foreign Adversaries Act. Let's send this legislation through in proper order, strengthen it, and work together to get it signed into law. Once again, I thank Mr. Gottheimer for his commitment to this cause, and I yield back.
And I yield my time. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my reservation and I yield back.
The reservation on the point of order is withdrawn. Yields his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Recorded vote.
Gentleman from Georgia has requested a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Speaker.
Will the gentleman specify the amendment?
129.
The clerk will designate.
Amendment number 129, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Cohen of Tennessee.
Does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order against this amendment.
A point of order is reserved by the gentleman from Georgia. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
My amendment would prevent any new oil and gas production under the proposed plan if those activities will have a negative effect on the air quality. I'm a strong proponent of efforts to lower energy costs, promote energy independence, and create a stronger, more economic, secure economy. I recognize this will take a multifaceted approach, but it must include more investment in renewable energy resources and a smart transition away from oil and gas. The fact is, for the past couple of decades, the federal government has issued far more drilling permits than oil and gas companies have acted upon. Nearly 80% of offshore oil is in areas that are already open for exploration, according to the National Resources Defense Council. Oil and gas drilling is a dirty business, and we should think long and hard before we invite more of it on our federal lands. Drilling releases several pollutants that are making our air more smoggy, more dirty, and harmful to breathe. The toxic particulate matter, carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, ozone, and volatile organic compounds released by oil and gas drilling can lead to many poor health outcomes, including premature births, asthma, and heart disease, and is often low-income and minority communities that bear the brunt of these awful effects. We should continue to work of the Inflation Reduction Act in creating a new clean energy economy and not move backwards with an empty political gesture that will ultimately do little to address oil and gas prices and our energy security and independence. I might note that Exxon did a study in the early 70s on these issues, and their scientists found that what's occurred with fossil fuels and the effect on our climate and our air was accurately predicted 50 years ago, but they didn't release it. And it's been found that what they predicted was almost exact 50 years ago on what this would do to our world's climate, and but they didn't release it. We must protect our environment and the health of our current and future generations from the toxic effects of fossil fuel production. I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my reservation and I rise in opposition.
Reservation is withdrawn. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment prohibits an entity from providing oil and gas to fill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve as part of the Secretary's plan if those activities will negatively impact air quality. Yet the amendment does not define negative impact. Under this amendment, you could have 1 hour of emissions increase that are below federal requirements for air quality, and you would be disqualified under this bill. The oil and gas industry has made great strides in reducing the emissions of their operations. This amendment is creating an extra-legal and difficult to ascertain and comply with standard that will prevent us from being energy secure for real emergencies. Let's not forget that we produce American energy in the most environmentally responsible way, and our environmental standards are the highest in the world. I urge a no vote, Mr. Chairman, of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentleman from Tennessee.
We want a roll call. We request a roll call. Ayes and nays, roll call.
You would like a recorded vote?
Yes, sir. All the
A recorded
all the above.
vote is requested by the gentleman from Tennessee. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, number 53.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Garcia of California.
The gentleman will suspend. Gentleman from Georgia seek recognition.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order against this amendment.
A point of order is reserved by the gentleman from Georgia. My apologies. The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, releasing our strategic petroleum reserves helps us respond to emergencies, supply chain disruptions, and disasters, and have been utilized by both presidents of all parties, including the former administration. Today, thanks to President Biden's use of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, gas prices are down, saving the average family $170 a month. While consumers are just now recovering from record costs and getting back on their feet, oil and gas companies are sitting on billions of dollars and thousands of unused but approved permits that they could be using to boost production right now. The last thing these oil companies need is more federal land while they sit back and watch the American people suffer. This bill will not make energy cheaper, but it will harm our planet. If we want our children to have a future, we must fight for climate justice. To my Republican colleagues from California, this bill could result in leasing federal land on the outer continental shelf, including our very own coasts here in California. Will you vote to endanger our beautiful coastline back home? Will you vote to jeopardize the jobs our coastal economy provides? This Republican bill puts polluters ahead of the American people. Our planet is in distress. Storms are getting stronger, faster, and more powerful, while wildfires take lives and destroy homes, and floods devastate crops and communities throughout our nation. While Republicans in Congress sit back and do nothing to address the climate crisis, Democrats know that we must act. That is why I'm introducing an amendment which blocks implementation of this bill until the Secretary of Energy certifies to Congress that leasing will not increase harmful greenhouse gas pollution. My amendment would stop this Republican giveaway to big polluters in its tracks. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes for the planet, yes for the children's future, and yes for this amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Georgia.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw the reservation and I claim time in opposition.
Reservation is withdrawn. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in opposition.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would condition enactment of the bill upon the Secretary of Energy certifying that increasing lands leased for production will not result in increased greenhouse gas emissions. I know you find this hard to believe, but this is another attempt to delay the implementation of H.R. 21. I'm afraid that this amendment is not sincere. Since day one of the Biden administration, Democrats have attempted to block fossil fuel projects at every turn. As gasoline prices surged out of control, the administration raided the SPR, selling oil to China, while begging our adversaries in OPEC and Russia to produce more oil. This amendment would double down on that while also making it more difficult for us to assess our resources to develop a plan to refill the reserve in case of a legitimate emergency. I urge a no vote on this amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I support the underlying bill, H.R. 21, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment, the ayes have it. Does the gentleman from
Mr. Chairman,
Georgia?
I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 11 by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan. Amendment number 71 by Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware. Amendment number 3 by Ms. Castor of Florida. Amendment number 104 by Mr. Pallone of New Jersey. Amendment number 133 by Ms. Mace of South Carolina. Amendment number 2 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 44 by Mr. Soto of Florida. Amendment number 33 by Ms. Boebert of Colorado. Amendment number 29 by Ms. Spanberger of Virginia. Amendment number 15 by Mr. Huffman of California. Amendment number 65 by Mr. Huffman of California. Amendment number 26 by Mr. Panetta of California. Amendment number 18 by Mr. Levin of California. Amendment number 7 by Ms. Del Bene of Washington. Amendment number 21 by Mr. Levin of California. Amendment number 55 by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona. Amendment number 56 by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona. Amendment number 57 by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona. Amendment number 89 by Ms. DeGette of Colorado. Amendment number 50 by Ms. Torres of California. Amendment number 85 by Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey. Amendment number 86 by Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey. Amendment number 129 by Mr. Cohen of Tennessee. And amendment number 53 by Mr. Garcia of California. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The chair will say again, the chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 11 offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 11, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This first vote is a 15-minute vote. All subsequent votes will be votes in duration of only 2 minutes. Be so advised. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 220. The amendment is not agreed to. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Members are advised that we are about to do something we haven't done in a long time. We are about to proceed to 2-minute votes. The chair would like to respectfully remind everyone 2 minutes is 2 minutes. Please remain close to the floor. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 71 offered by the gentlelady from Delaware, Ms. Blunt Rochester, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 71, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware.
A recorded vote is requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise to be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 218. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 3, offered by the gentlelady of Florida, Ms. Castor, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 3, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Castor of Florida.
A recorded vote is requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise to be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
Have all members voted? Any member wish to change vote? On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 219. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 104 offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 104, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Pallone of New Jersey.
Recorded votes requested. Those favoring recorded vote will rise, be counted. Sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. One minute. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change a vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 219. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment 133 offered by the gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 133, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 389, the nays are 42. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 2 offered by the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk redesignates.
Amendment number 2, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote is requested. Those supporting a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 14, the nays are 418. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 44 offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 44, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Soto of Florida.
A recorded vote is requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. The motion was voted. The sitting member was excused to vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 218. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 33, offered by the gentlelady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 33, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mrs. Boebert of Colorado.
A recorded vote is requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. voted? Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 212. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 29, offered by the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 29, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Spanberger of Virginia.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. One minute remaining. Has the gentlelady from Wisconsin voted? Have all members voted? Is any member wish to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 218. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 15, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 15, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Huffman of California.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 212, the nays are 218. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 65, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 65, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Huffman of
Recorded
California.
vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change vote? On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 225. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 26, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 26, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Panetta of California.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. One minute remaining. members voted? Does any member wish to change the vote? On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 218. The amendment is not agreed to. Unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 18 offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 18, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Levin of California.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. One minute remaining. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 218. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a recorded vote on amendment number 7 offered by the gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Del Bene, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 7, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Del Bene of Washington.
A recorded vote is requested. Those in support of a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. The ayes are 213, the nays are 219. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 21, offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Levin, on which the proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 21, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Levin of California.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic devices. It's a 2-minute vote.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 222. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 55, offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 55, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 219. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 56, offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 56, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
All members voted. Any member wishing to change your vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 219. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 57, offered by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 57, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 197, the nays are 235. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 89, offered by the gentlelady of Colorado, Ms. DeGette, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 89, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. DeGette of Colorado.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 220. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 50, offered by the gentlelady from California, Ms. Torres, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes were prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 50, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mrs. Torres of California.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
to change your vote?
This vote, the yeas are 204, the nays are 228. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 85 offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 85, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 419, the nays are 13. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 86 offered by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 86, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Gottheimer of New Jersey.
The recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 418, the nays are 12. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 129 offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 129, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Cohen of Tennessee.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic devices as a 2-minute vote.
All members voted. Any member wishing to change your vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 199, the nays are 232. The amendment is not agreed to. Before we take our final vote, the chair, as a point of personal privilege, would like to thank his colleagues, the members of the House, for your splendid cooperation in this 2-minute vote series. In this 24-vote series that would have used to take over 5 hours, we will have completed in a little over 90 minutes. Thank you for making the People's House work. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 53 offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Robert Garcia, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate.
Amendment number 53, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Garcia of California.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise, be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
minute remaining. Have all members voted? Any member wishing to change their vote? Have all members voted? Any member wishing to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 199, the nays are 230. The amendment is not agreed to. Enjoy your dinner.
We'll start over here. Committee will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment. Would you specify which amendment, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself as such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman will suspend. We need
I'm
you to
sorry, this
designate
is
which amendment.
Excuse me. Let me get the amendment number 84. I'm sorry.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 84, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Lee of California.
The gentlewoman
Thank you.
has 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of my amendment. It's H.R. 21, which would prevent increased drilling on federal lands under this act until the Secretary of Energy certifies that it would not perpetrate environmental injustice.
The room is not in order. Could you please take your conversations off the floor? Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Let me just thank, first of all, Chairman Pallone for his leadership and support in advancing this amendment. My amendment is very simple. It prohibits increases in the percentage of federal lands leased for oil and gas production under this act if that new drilling would perpetuate environmental injustice. Environmental justice is the right to a safe, healthy, and productive and sustainable environment for all, regardless of race, class, income, or background. For too long, we have overlooked the impact of environmental issues on underserved communities in this country. EPA data shows that people of color are much more likely to live near polluters and breathe polluted air. For instance, asthma, which is often caused by particular pollution, impacts approximately 13.4% of African American children compared to only 7.3% of white children. But all low-income people and communities, and especially in poor communities, all communities deserve to be safe from environmental health impacts, and people of all races confront environmental injustice. In rural communities are also adversely impacted by mining pollution and contaminated air and groundwater. Environmental injustices impact all of us, from urban centers to rural regions. In my home state of California, we're experiencing the climate emergency firsthand. We know that these unprecedented fires are driven by climate change. Preventing harmful oil and gas drilling, especially when it harms those already most vulnerable, will help get us back on the path to justice. This amendment builds off of the A. Donald McKeachum, our beloved late colleague, his Environmental Justice for All Act that I am proud to co-lead with Chair Grijalva, which sets the stage to begin addressing the long history of environmental racism and injustice in the United States. Now, Mr. Speaker, this fight for environmental justice is also very personal for me. I was born and raised in El Paso, Texas, under the shadow of smokestacks of the Asarco copper smelter. Myself, my friends, my neighbors, we were constantly exposed to toxic chemicals. I watched so many people close to me, including family members, suffer with major health challenges because of lead that spewed from that plant. In the 1970s, the CDC found that 62% of children under 10 living near the plant where I live had toxic levels of lead in their blood. Even after the smelter was shut down, I think it was like 2013, it took decades before any of the residents harmed saw any sort of justice. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record an article. It's titled, "Before Flint, Before East Chicago, There Was Smelter Town."
Without objection, so ordered.
So I'm not going to quit until all of my colleagues understand the human consequences of environmental discrimination. And I ask my colleagues to consider the people, the families who every day bear the unequal and unjust consequences of our addiction to fossil fuels. As President Biden has said, justice must be at the heart of our response, and my amendment does just that. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time. Okay.
The gentlelady is advised you can't reserve for time, so
Thank you.
If you're ready to yield back, that'll be in order.
I'll yield my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. You know, H.R. 21 is about strengthening the SPR by requiring any non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American oil resources. Energy security based on energy abundance leads to reliable, clean, and affordable delivery of energy. This is fundamental for our jobs, our economic health, for communities to strive for better opportunities. It reduces energy poverty and improves health and welfare. This amendment really is an unnecessary messaging exercise. There's no reason to delay implementation of this. So let's focus on results for Americans, and I urge a no vote on this amendment. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The question on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California is those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Those opposed to the amendment, please say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, the proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the gentleman specify which amendment? Which amendment is at the desk? Would you like to specify, please?
I believe it's Amendment 79. Seventy-six. Stand corrected.
Amendment 76. Would the clerk please designate the amendment?
Amendment number 76, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Payne of New Jersey.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my amendment affirms that minority and low-income communities disproportionately bear the costs of climate change. And if this misguided bill were to become law, the increased emissions from oil and gas drilling would increase greenhouse gas emissions, further exacerbating climate change. Most of the impact would fall on these vulnerable communities. This is something we know all too well in my district. In Newark, minority communities have been dealing with runoff, waste, and pollution for over a century. In 2021, EPA scientists confirmed that minorities are 40% more likely to live in areas with extreme temperature-related deaths, and 34% more likely to live in areas with high concentrations of childhood asthma. Extreme weather events also threaten these communities. Black Americans are 10% more likely to live in inland floodplains. Latinos are 43% more likely to work in industries vulnerable to heat-related deaths, and low-income Americans are projected to experience a 7% increase in premature deaths due to global warming. The dangers of extreme weather were made clear for my district during the tropical storm Ida floods in 2021. It was the poorest communities in my district that experienced the worst damages from the floods that filled people's homes and apartments. That is why this amendment is necessary. We know that more drilling increases greenhouse gas emissions. We know that more greenhouse gas emissions exacerbates global warming. And we know that negative impacts of this will continue to fall on minority and low-income communities. My amendment simply reaffirms what we already know and ensures that everyone who votes for this bill also says publicly that they know they're voting for more pollution for the most vulnerable communities in our nation. I urge all members to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Now the gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. H.R. 21 is really about strengthening the SBR by requiring non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American oil resources. Increased supply of American-produced energy lowers cost for all Americans. Energy security provides all communities with reliable, clean, and affordable energy. This is fundamental for our jobs, economic health, and for communities to strive for better opportunities. It reduces energy poverty. Lower-income households pay a higher percentage of their income for energy. Lower costs help everyone. Greater supplies, lower cost, create jobs here in America with American-produced energy resources. This amendment misses the point. It's an unnecessary messaging exercise. So let's focus on results for Americans, American jobs, American energy, and I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, number 59.
Amendment 59. Would the clerk designate, please?
Amendment number 59, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Releasing oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is a critical and common sense strategy that is helping to lower price of energy for working Rhode Islanders and for all Americans. In my state and across the country, people have been struggling to keep up with energy costs. We all hear it from our constituents. They are struggling with the cost of gas, with the cost of oil, with the cost of heating their homes. Many of us campaigned on doing something about it, which is why it boggles the mind that the Republican leadership has not yet brought us a single bill to tackle lowering energy costs for consumers, and in fact, is instead introducing a bill to restrict one of the tools the administration has to lower energy costs. Who stands to benefit from this attempt to restrict the ability of the President to utilize the Strategic Petroleum Reserve with unnecessary red tape? Certainly not consumers, certainly not people in my state who are struggling with the cost of energy. No, this bill puts oil company profits ahead of working people struggling to keep up with inflation. So my amendment is a simple one. It states that this bill, if it should pass, cannot restrict the ability of the President to utilize the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to lower gas prices for consumers. Now, we've heard the other side say that there is already an exception in the bill to allow for emergencies, but that's not entirely accurate. As it is written, the exception is narrow. It only applies to supply disruptions. There are many other things that can cause prices to spike, and there is no protection in those situations. So this amendment is drawing a line in the sand. On one side stand the oil companies and their profits. On the other side are the working people of our districts who are struggling to keep up with the cost of energy. This is a moment for every member of this chamber to show which side we are on. I ask my colleagues to support this amendment to show that we stand with working people who are struggling with energy costs as opposed to just the big oil companies and their precious profits. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. You know, this is a messaging amendment. We saw the president draw down the SBR in order to lower gas prices. That's not the purpose of the SBR. The SBR is not a political tool to be implemented with a drawdown right before an election. This was a blip on the radar for lowering gas prices for our constituents. The SBR was designed for emergencies for this nation, whether there's a hurricane hitting Louisiana or a war. That is the purpose of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. It's not just a reserve that the president could tap into to influence elections and lower gas prices for folks. The way to do that is to increase American energy production in this country. You know, we're blessed in this nation with abundant natural resources, but apparently we're cursed by liberal politicians who don't want us to tap into those abundant resources that will help the quality of life of people, not only in America, but by exporting some of those resources to people across the globe, you can improve the quality of lives for people around the world. But yet we saw a drawdown of the SBR to temporarily lower prices. That was wrong. Emergencies only. And when we draw it down, we ought to produce American energy and refill it, not buy oil from OPEC or adversaries using American resources, again, that we're blessed with in this nation. This amendment will allow the Department of Energy, the administration, to continue abusing something that wasn't intended for that, and that is the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We can use SPR, we can call it SPOR, we can try to downplay the intended purpose, strategic purposes, to help Americans at a time where it's needed. That's time of emergency. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Rhode Island. It's okay, I'm new. It's all right. I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to, no offense to the folks in Rhode Island, pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island will be postponed.
Mr. Chair, I also stand to with an amendment at the desk number 58.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 58, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Magaziner of Rhode Island.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is winter, and in Rhode Island, in my state, 1/3 of our households rely on oil to heat their homes. In response to increased energy prices, the Biden administration has released oil from the Strategic Reserve to provide much-needed relief to families who are worried about heating their homes this winter. And my colleague across the aisle is correct. Extreme weather events like blizzards, like cold snaps, are emergencies that are legitimate uses of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. But now, in one of the first acts of this Congress, the leadership on the other side has introduced a bill that will restrict the ability of the administration to lower energy costs for working Americans by introducing unnecessary red tape into the process. People are struggling to heat their homes this winter, in my state and in states all across the country. So I'm offering an amendment that will prevent this legislation from taking effect if the Secretary of Energy determines that it will negatively impact households that use oil to heat their homes. I understand that this will not be popular with the oil companies that are looking to increase their enormous profits by expanding their drilling on public lands as quickly as possible. But we have a responsibility to the people back home to make sure that we do not do something that will impact the administration's ability to help people heat their homes this winter. So I encourage my colleagues once again to side with the working people of this country who are struggling to heat their homes by supporting this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South
Mr. Chair, I
Carolina?
rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. You know, this is just another distraction and delay tactic, nothing more than a stunt. You know, Secretary of Energy had culpability in drawing down the SBR to lower gas prices just before a midterm election. She would certainly delay the implementation of this bill without making that certification that is included in this amendment. If we really want to protect consumers, let's prioritize them instead of radical climate policies. Let's produce American energy here at home. Safe, reliable, deliverable, lowering prices at the pump, transportation fuels, lowering prices at homes and heating, lowering prices for manufacturers that need natural gas, reliable electricity produced by fossil fuels in many instances. Let's take the first step. The intent of this bill is the SBR. Let's take the first step in reducing the price to consumer by unleashing American energy production, lowering cost here at home. Let's take care of the SBR for its intended purpose. That's the purpose of this bill. And I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Without, I yield back.
Gentleman from South Carolina yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Yeah,
a recorded vote is requested pursuant to Rule 6 or Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I rise to offer an amendment number 16 at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Goldman of New York.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
I reserve a point of order against the amendment.
Point of order is reserved. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is simply a big oil bill that is a massive gift to fossil fuel interests. We are facing a climate crisis. In my district, 10 years ago, a little more, Hurricane Sandy decimated New York City. And it was considered to be a 100-year storm. But now, as we are trying to make our district and our city resilient, we are told that this storm may happen in another 10 or 20 years. Climate change is real, and this bill just continues to destroy our climate. So consistent with our nation's commitment to tackling climate change, my green equity amendment would turn a planet-killing corporate giveaway into a recommitment to energy independence and a comprehensive and equitable green energy transition. Rather than increase oil production, we should be investing here at home in green energy. This amendment would kill the GOP's attempted giveaway to big oil, instead require that in order to release oil from the SPRO, the executive branch must first certify to Congress that, first, the United States is meeting the Paris Climate Accord's targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and second, the recommendations of the Justice 40 initiative, requiring that 40% of federal investments flow to disadvantaged communities that are marginalized, underserved, and overburdened by pollution are met. While tapping into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve can be a critical tool to protect American families from high gas prices, we have an obligation to future generations to make dramatic and sustained progress towards an equitable and sustainable future. That's why I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Sorry, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I insist on the point of order.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
The amendment violates Clause 7, Rule 16 of the House Rules because it's not germane to the underlying bill. Specifically, the bill limits the drawdown of petroleum in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Department of Energy develops a plan to increase the percentage of federal lands leased for oil and gas production. The amendment limits the drawdown of petroleum in the SPR until the Department of Energy certifies to Congress that the U.S. is meeting the Paris Climate Accord's targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and the recommendations of Justice 40 initiative. The amendment also requires a report outlining how funds made available under Public Law 117-169 are being used to confront decades of underinvestment in disadvantaged communities that bear the burden of climate change and environmental hazards. All of this is well outside the scope of H.R. 21, which simply asks for a plan to increase oil and gas production on federal lands. For that reason, the amendment is not germane.
Is there any other discussion on the point of order? The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not surprised that my colleague across the aisle thinks this is not germane, because I understand that my colleagues on the other side don't believe that oil production has an impact on climate change. But the sad reality is that fossil fuel production is what is causing our climate to burn and is what is causing the climate crisis that we are facing. Whether it's in California recently, after years and years of drought that now has torrential downpours, or other extreme weather events around the country. The reason for that is greenhouse gas emissions, and that stems directly from fossil fuel production. So yes, this is precisely germane to what the issue is.
The gentleman will suspend,
in terms
please.
of additional oil production and the impact
gentleman will
that it
suspend,
have.
please.
Sorry.
Please confine your remarks to arguing the point of order as opposed to the underlying amendment. Please proceed.
Thank you. I was getting to the point that is very germane to meet our climate change promises pursuant to the Paris Accords, to meet the Justice 40 initiative, to make sure that economic justice is also at the forefront of our energy production. So it is very germane. I yield back.
The chair is prepared to rule. Both gentlemen have yielded back. The gentleman from South Carolina makes a point of order that the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. The bill prohibits the drawdown of petroleum products in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Secretary of Energy has developed a plan to increase the percentage of certain drawdowns. Accordingly, the amendment is ruled federal lands leased for oil or gas production. The amendment would add new requirements beyond the plan in the bill to address the Paris Climate Accords. The chair finds that the amendment does go beyond the subject matter of the underlying bill, and it is therefore not germane. The point of order is sustained. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the gentlelady specify the amendment number?
Amendment number 74.
The clerk will designate amendment number 74 from the gentlelady from New York.
Amendment number 74, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment prohibits fossil fuel companies that have engaged in stock buybacks over the last decade from leasing land for oil production, particularly with respect to the Strategic Reserve. You know, I've sat here for much of today and listened to many of my colleagues, particularly those on the opposite side of the aisle, introduce amendments and legislation that conveniently benefit the fossil fuel industry while fear-mongering about things like the Green New Deal and positive climate action, to which I say, boo. Last year, 4 of the major oil companies, Shell, Chevron, BP, and ExxonMobil, posted record profits totaling $75 billion. Speaking of $75 billion, yesterday it was announced that Chevron will spend $75 billion on buying back their own stock after reaping record quarterly profits in 2022, driving up their own stock prices and padding CEO compensation. This reckless Wall Street profiteering at the public's expense and the planet's expense should have consequences. In this bill, the Republican majority seeks to give away even more sensitive land for oil and gas development without even the pretense of a guarantee that it would even lower gas prices. This amendment is simple. Companies who engaged in stock buybacks in the last 10 years should be prohibited from leasing new land for oil and gas production. I urge the adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 21 is about strengthening the SPR by requiring non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American energy resources. We've witnessed the tremendous benefit of energy security from the shale revolution, the amazing technological advancements, innovations from American companies, private companies, companies that have ownership in equities markets. America does not have state-owned oil companies like OPEC and Russia. This amendment not only undermines the important purpose of this bill, it undermines American innovators who thrive on the capital markets. Capitalism. I understand, gentlelady across the aisle doesn't like capitalism, but capitalism provides benevolence in so many ways. This amendment's anti-free market. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on the amendment, and with that I yield back.
Carolina yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The lady from New York is recognized.
I'd like to seek a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been asked for pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment by the gentlelady from New York will be postponed. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk, number 72.
The clerk will designate Amendment 22 from the lady from New York. 72.
Amendment number 72, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Let's get to our second point of business here and break down this myth that oil companies need even more permits. This is simply not true. Though, in fact, the oil industry already possesses more than 9,000 unused drilling permits on federal lands. Nearly 5,000 of those permits were approved in 2021 alone. The oil industry already has at least 10 years worth of unused leases at its disposal. They are only producing oil or gas on roughly half the area that is already leased. And there are nearly 14 million acres onshore and more than 9 million acres offshore that are currently under lease but are not being used for oil production. Why lease even more? My amendment prohibits oil and gas leasing on federal lands in a way that would increase even further our net carbon emissions. That is to say, we shall not include any federal lands where oil and gas leasing would increase net carbon emissions. I urge the adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Gentlelady from New York yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment.
Let me state again that H.R. 21 is about strengthening the SPR by requiring non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American oil resources. You know, I invite the members across the aisle to actually go out and talk to oil and gas producers, understand leases, understand that every square acre out in the ocean or on land doesn't have oil or gas under it. They've got to find it. They've got to start drilling, exploring, producing. And once they produce, they've got to pipe that either to the beach or put it on a ship to be taken to refineries. They have permitting process for pipelines that do that. Permitting processes to get the well actually permitted once they discover resources. Go and learn. Go and learn for yourself about this. Educate yourself on how America attained its low emissions. If you care about the air quality, you care about climate change, natural gas is what got America there. Educate yourself on that. Then we can have a better debate about future resources, future energy production. But this debate tonight is not about any of that. It's about the SPR. It's about the fact that the Biden administration drew down on the SPR for one purpose, to lower gas prices for Americans right before an election. That's influential politics. This is about efficient, clean American energy production. Efforts to reduce our production means the world relies more on nations that do not impose state-of-the-art controls on emissions. Think Russia, think China. Think about what America has done. This amendment would limit clean energy, American-produced clean energy, and increase emissions-heavy foreign energy. You know, it hurts me when I see an American LNG tanker in the Boston Harbor when we have a natural gas here in this country, cleaner burning natural gas. This is about the SPR. As chair of the Energy Subcommittee, I look forward to a lot of debates on energy resources, American energy production, and clean energy, and what works to make America energy dominant once again. But we're not doing it tonight. We're going to talk about the SPOR. We're going to talk about replenishing it. We're going to talk about American resources. It's counterproductive to energy security, this amendment is, and addressing climate risk. American oil production is the cleanest in the world, where it's produced and where it's used. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair would remind all members to address their comments during the various debates to the chair. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. Oh, I'm sorry. For what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I yield to the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you. Thank you to Ranking Member Pallone. You know, I understand in this body it's not the first time that it seems as though the opposing side can't seem to be able to debate the issue. And so they must come after my character. While I cannot control the fact that the other side seems to have made the assumption that I am uneducated, one of the things that I can say, or what they may say about my worldview, one of the things that I can say is that while I may not work for Wall Street, that is true. I may not be here with the mission to increase profits for corporations. That is true. My mission here is for the well-being and dignity of our family and our planet's future, for our children's ability to live on this planet. That is what this amendment is about. Moreover, when we talk about education, we should all take it upon ourselves in this body to educate ourselves on the science of the challenge of climate change that is before us. By around 2050, we are looking at the western states to be projected to further increase, wildfires to further increase 2 to 6 times. And that is just scratching the surface. Thank you, and I yield back to the ranking member.
New Jersey.
And I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Yes, I'd like to seek a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Lastly, I amend desk number 73.
The clerk will designate amendment number 73 from the gentlelady from New York.
Amendment number 73, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez of New York.
The gentlelady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you very much. And lastly, this final amendment requires and states that we shall not include tracts where oil and gas leasing would be inconsistent with our goals and the goals of the Paris Accords. We know that leasing more land to fossil fuel companies does not guarantee that gas prices will drop. As we've seen this past year, even when these companies have record profits, they do not pass along those savings to their consumers, to customers. What leasing more land does do, however, is guarantee that we will accelerate the devastating impacts of climate change and see more deadly and destructive weather events. In 2015, the nations behind the Paris Agreement set a target for keeping global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. The latest IPCC report spells out just how difficult it will be for the world to stay under that limit unless we drastically slash emissions in the very near future. If we do not course correct now, the impacts on the daily lives of our children and grandchildren will be devastating. No one will be immune, and the most vulnerable communities right now will continue to be hit the hardest moving forward. Even in rainy regions like the Southeast, wildfires are also projected to increase by about 30%. The Southeast United States is also expected to see a rise in new mosquito-borne diseases as temperatures warm. And farmers in all parts of the country will suffer enormous losses, and grocery prices will continue to rise. We don't even need to look towards the future to understand the cost of climate change. In 2021, the federal government estimates that 20 different natural disasters that year alone cost the nation an estimated $145 billion and killed nearly 700 people. The only way to guarantee consumers reliable, affordable energy is for the United States to invest in renewable energy. It's also the only way to protect our country from increasingly devastating weather events and rising temperatures. I urge the adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
The last time I checked, I don't think the United States of America signed on to or ratified the Paris Climate Accord. This is a messaging amendment. If we're serious about addressing global climate risk and preserving and expanding prosperity of the American people, we should focus on American energy security and American energy resources. But you know, when you bring in the Paris Climate Accord or Kyoto, the United States, to my understanding, has actually achieved the carbon emissions goals set forth in those agreements. And we've done it through American energy resources, like clean burning natural gas. This bill is about protecting our strategic resources and ensuring American energy production, which we do more cleanly than most any other nation. I mentioned Russian natural gas in Massachusetts. It burns dirtier. Burns dirtier than American-produced gas. So I got a solution. How about we permit pipelines from the Marcellus up to New England and allow New England to burn cleaner burning, less carbon emitting natural gas produced here at home. This amendment is unnecessary. It's a messaging amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman may not reserve. Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. Those in favor designate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
The lady has requested a vote of the yeas and nays pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask to present an amendment at this time. Amendment number 35.
Clerk, please designate amendment number 35.
Amendment number 35, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you very much. I see that I have my good friend Mr. Pallone over on this side, and I thought I would have my good friend from South Carolina. But now I have my good friend from Texas who is here, and I'm sure they understand that everybody who comes to the floor is sincere. The gentlelady from New York and others that have offered their amendments, they are sincere, they are factual, they have knowledge. I just want to put that into the record so that no one's integrity is challenged. I am sincere, and I believe that we need to have a little history lesson as to what the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is all about. It exists first and foremost as an emergency response tool that the President can use should the United States be confronted with an economically threatened disruption in oil supplies. It is also
where oil can be released from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve under exchange arrangements similar to loans with private companies. Exchange contracts provide for a loan of crude oil to be repaid in kind within a certain time frame and with additional petroleum barrels. However, as we move toward an increasing respect for climate change, I think amendments have to be in place that strategically allow for the utilization of this reserve to decrease emissions, to provide relief in emergencies, and to understand that we must have a 21st century strategic petroleum reserve. Let me cite for you when this reserve has been used. 2005 Hurricane Katrina sale, 1991 Operation Desert Storm, 1990 Desert Storm Shield Test, 2006 Ship Channel Closure Exchange, 2006 Barge Accident Exchange, 2005 Hurricane Katrina Exchange, 2000 Heating Oil Exchange. Again, it is doing what it's supposed to do. At the same time, I believe it's important to modernize the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. I have a very simple amendment, and my amendment would preserve exchanges that occur and protect the nation from gasoline shortages and likely much higher fuel prices following natural disasters. We have had many, and I cannot for the life of me understand the opposition to what President Biden did, where we have heard complete silence about high gasoline prices. And so it is important in Amendment number 35 that we have the ability to help those desperately suffering from natural disasters that certainly occur in the Gulf, but they also occur on the Atlantic, they occur in the Pacific, and we need to be able to help the American people. I ask my colleagues to support Jackson Lee Amendment number 35 that would preserve exchanges that occur to protect the nation from gasoline shortages in the likely face of the terrible natural disasters that have hit our American citizens or our country in various reasons. With that, I reserve.
Gentlelady cannot reserve. Does she yield back?
Well, I ask my colleagues to support Amendment number 35 to help the American people and to ensure that when disasters come, America stands with the American people. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Texas yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition against this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment fails to see that depleting our strategic reserve for non-emergency reasons hurts our ability to help hurricane victims. Listen, my Gulf Coast of Texas, District 14, where I'm the member of Congress, suffers all of the consequences of hurricanes. We need to have the stability of a strong SPR. America needs that ability. In downplaying the role of domestic supply, as it seems the other side is intent on, it guts the legislation in several ways. First, it treats swaps of oil out of the strategic reserve that we're not done, Mr. Speaker, for emergency reasons as an emergency. For instance, we could lend oil to China for any reason for an indefinite period without a need to explain how we're going to make ourselves whole in the interim, aka keep our country safe. Keep District 14 safe in Texas. This is extremely personal to me. Second, it takes the lawmaking role from Congress and gives it to the executive branch. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've read the Constitution. I don't think the president's supposed to make laws. I think that's supposed to be up to us in Congress. It gives the DOE, the Department of Energy, power to decide whether or not the law takes effect. That's not their role. And finally, even though it conditions the effective date on a finding by the Department of Energy, in no way does it require the Energy Department to make a finding of one way or the other. So this amendment would make this bill worse, absolutely worse. So we would love to see our colleagues say, no, this amendment is not something that we need. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the
Mr.
amendment
Chair.
is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
on that I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 36.
The clerk will designate amendment number 36. Please.
Amendment number 36, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
I thank you very much. And my good friend from Texas apparently did not understand the prior amendment in terms of its utilization in the time of disasters that his district faces, as mine does all the time, and many other Americans. So let me indicate as I move to number 36, this is, again, an effort to help Americans and to address the question of the efficiency of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. My amendment would allow the necessary and routine test drawdowns that occur as part of the work to make sure the reserve can fulfill its function of providing access to the resources on a moment's notice in time of emergencies. Those of us in various parts of the nation understand emergencies, in keeping with our commitment to addressing the core mission of many of us to reduce emissions. We may need a number of tests. Tests are basic to the core mission of the reserve and often involve numbers of barrels or less being drawn down. The Jackson Lee Amendment would provide the provisions of this bill should not be triggered by Strategic Petroleum Reserve tests. The Jackson Lee Amendment would ensure that tests can continue without delay or suspension out of concern regarding the requirements of the bill, so that this Strategic Petroleum Reserve can stand ready to be able to efficiently address what is needed. I'm concerned about the direct attack because the CEO, the President of the United States, and the executive rather, utilizes his powers to help Americans in the midst of a disaster. I hope that this amendment can be accepted by my friends, which says that we have to do diligence on testing. I understand the authors of the bill have a specific policy objective in mind, believe that the bill will accomplish a narrow policy change. However, I would hope that they believe in efficiency, and the utilization of this Strategic Petroleum Reserve in an efficient manner requires tests and drawdowns. And if we're going to be ready for emergencies to save lives in a crisis that is either heating or otherwise, again, let me remind my colleagues that we did not hear a word, a Republican word or a Democratic word, when gasoline prices came down. So the executive, the Article 2 executive should have the right, if you will, to make those emergency decisions. But to have the ability to test is a reasonable response to ensuring that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve works well every single day that we need to use it. I ask my colleagues to support Jackson Lee Amendment number 36. And I also finish by saying, please understand what we're saying. Please know that we understand both the legislation and the need for improvement of the legislation. I ask my colleagues to support Amendment number 36, Jackson, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to Amendment 36.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes in opposition.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to hear the comment that apparently I didn't understand the last amendment. Having grown up on the Gulf Coast of Texas, my first Hurricane Carla in 1961, I went through that. I think I understand the Gulf Coast of Texas and think I understand hurricanes. I've been there a long time. So I have to rise in opposition to this amendment. Why? This amendment fails to see that depleting our strategic reserve for non-emergency reasons could actually hurt our ability to help American people exactly in those times, those events of a real supply interruption like a hurricane or a natural disaster. And Lord knows, I've lived and been through a lot of them. This amendment would jeopardize America's energy security and energy jobs in several ways. First, it actually creates a loophole to allow test sales, Mr. Speaker, of oil out of the strategic reserve to be exempted, even when it's not an emergency like we talked about on the Gulf Coast of Texas, my home area. For instance, under this, how do we know this? History teaches a valid lesson. For instance, under this amendment, the Biden administration could abuse its authority by using, again, a test sale to fund a new government program just like President Obama did in 2014. Second, again, it takes the lawmaking role of Congress and gives it to the executive branch. I've read the Constitution, too. I've read the Constitution. It gives the Department of Energy power to decide whether the law takes effect. That's unbelievable to me, Mr. Speaker. Finally, even though it conditions the effective date on a finding by Department of Energy, DOE, in no way does it require the Energy Department to make a finding of one way or the other. We could be stuck in limbo for Lord knows how long. This amendment would make the bill worse, and indeed it is a poison pill, and for this I urge my colleagues to make a no vote. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
On Jackson Lee Amendment number 36, I ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentlelady asked for a recorded vote. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, Ross number 70.
The clerk will designate amendment number 7.
Amendment number 70, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Ross of North Carolina.
The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The bill we're considering today does not protect U.S. consumers. And instead, it is a giveaway to big oil. The fossil fuel industry already controls large swaths of our public lands and our waters. Offshore, the industry already has over 2,000 active leases covering 12 million acres of federal waters, 75% of which are not even being used to produce oil and gas. North Carolinians cherish our pristine coastline and rely on a clean and healthy marine ecosystem to support robust tourism, recreation, and fishing, vital to our economy. They are the economic lifeline of many of our coastal communities. Elected officials of both parties in North Carolina up and down the Atlantic coast as well, ranging from county commissioners to governors, have expressed staunch opposition to opening our waters to offshore drilling. Putting our coastal economy and environment at risk is the last thing that North Carolinians need. And our neighbors to the north and south agree. Congresswoman Mace made this same point to the South today. My amendment would take the simple step of preventing the plan required by this bill from including oil and gas leasing in the mid-Atlantic, including my home state of North Carolina. This protects our constituents, our economy, and our environment. I hope that my colleagues from both sides of the aisle, just like people from both sides of the aisle in my state, will listen to their constituents and support this common sense amendment rather than putting both our environment and our economy at risk. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from North Carolina yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in opposition.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment goes beyond the status quo and even existing law by creating new barriers to oil exploration and development. It's funny because the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is about storing that same oil for our nation for what's strategic. It's funny that they want to actually put in new barriers. H.R. 21 is about strengthening that Strategic Petroleum Reserve and our nation's very energy security by requiring any non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan, I don't know, to actually produce more American oil reserves. Why wouldn't we want to do that and make our nation safe? Energy dependent on nobody. That's why we have the SPR, Mr. Speaker. This amendment undermines the purpose of this legislation, and I urge a no vote on the amendment, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from North Carolina. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request the yeas and nays.
The gentlelady requests a recorded vote, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from North Carolina will be postponed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk, number 66.
The clerk will designate Amendment 66.
Amendment number 66, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Caston of Illinois.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
My amendment would require oil and gas companies drilling on public lands to submit plans for cutting the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the production and use of their products in half by 2030 and to zero by 2050, as is called for by climate science. My amendment would also allow the release of no more than 1% of the superpollutant methane brought to the surface by drilling operations. Mr. Speaker, let's be honest here. We've been here a long night. H.R. 21 is not about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, nor is it about domestic energy security. Because if it was, we'd be talking about the fact that the United States is an oil exporter. We have a lot of tools, not just limited to what's in a few tanks around the country, to affect domestic supply of oil. But we're not talking about that, are we? We're talking about using the SPR to get a nose under the tent to meet the larger and consistent Republican goal to expand drilling on public lands. Now, since this bill is really about public lands, we cannot discuss this bill without addressing our stewardship responsibilities for those lands. Forested lands that are increasingly prone to climate change-driven wildfires, coastal lands that are prone to climate change-driven sea level rises, wildlands where climate change and drilling is destroying habitat and contributing to the most rapid rate of extinction in our history. Our stewardship of those lands, Republicans and Democrats, our stewardship of those lands compels us to eliminate the causes of global warming, to stop emitting greenhouse gases. Now, public reporting has shown that Exxon scientists not only knew their products were responsible for climate change in 1977, but they did a really good job of predicting the changes that were going to follow. So did the world's climate scientists who called for global action. The 1992 Rio Summit and Kyoto Protocol were designed to avert climate disaster, but as we know, the fossil industry did not respond with stewardship. They started a massive disinformation campaign that continues to this day, spending enormous amounts of money to confuse the American public and to delay climate action. Now today, I'll be honest, every major oil company pays lip service to the reality of climate change and the need to address it. Many have even pledged sharp reductions of their direct emissions. But they know that most of their contributions to global warming is downstream. It's what people do with their products, or upstream, the methane that gets released from their production. It would take leadership on their behalf. It would take entrepreneurial vision. It would take stewardship for them to realize that they are experts at giving people useful energy. They are in the business of providing that. They could do that. But instead, they've decided that they just want to be committed to the extraction of oil. So, Mr. Speaker, This amendment just provides an appropriate stewardship of our public lands to this bill. We know from history that the oil companies cannot be trusted to protect those lands, and so it behooves us in this body to require that any expansion of drilling on those lands must be met by a reduction in the gross greenhouse gas emissions associated with drillers' operations. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to hear the term this isn't really about energy, or we'll be talking more than about just a few tanks in the country. That's a really interesting phrase. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is put in for strategic reasons for the entire country, not for political gain. This amendment would prohibit oil and gas companies from producing on a lease outlined in the leasing plan unless the entity submits to the Secretary of Energy a plan, quote, a plan to reduce its global warming pollution. This amendment is simply nothing more than to delay the implementation of H.R. 21. That's all this is. Let's call it for what it is. It's not about a few tanks in the country, really. It's not about that. Americans are suffering under record high gas prices that hurt low-income Americans the most. And they want to call that, oh, it's a discussion about a few tanks in the country. Really? Really? Families can't put food on their tables. They can't put gas in their tanks. They're struggling to get by. This is just a discussion about a few tanks in America. That's all. We have this, Mr. Speaker, we have the strongest environmental and safety standards in the world, bar none. Let's let American energy workers do their job, make America safe, make the world cleaner, and let's pass H.R. 21. I vote no on this amendment, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. Those in favor, please say yea. All those work. Those in opposition say no. Pay close attention. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested. And so, pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk. It is amendment number 67.
The clerk will designate amendment number 67.
Amendment number 67, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Caston of Illinois.
Well,
the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Well, my friend from Texas and I are going to get to continue talking about a few tanks. My amendment would require the Secretary of Energy to determine whether curtailing U.S. oil exports would be more effective than drawing from the SPR to stabilize U.S. oil prices and protect U.S. energy security. If it is determined that curtailing oil exports would be more effective, the increased drilling on federal lands otherwise required by H.R. 21 would not be allowed. Now, Mr. Speaker, H.R. 21 is based on the false premise that a drawdown from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve weakens our energy security and therefore must be made up for by expanding drilling on federal land. Let's run through a little history here. Strategic Petroleum Reserve was created in 1975 in response to the first OPEC price shocks to provide a domestic buffer against future global market volatility and supply constraints. We had that oil in our country, we wanted to use that to bolster domestic supplies. The conditions under which it were created changed in October 2019. That was the month when the United States, for the first time, became a net oil exporter, and we have remained one since. That means, as you know, that for the last 4 years, we have had not one but two tools we could use to protect ourselves domestically from global volatility. We could either release from those few tanks in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, or we could reduce the exports that are leaving our country, keep that, and prioritize good old apple pie smelling United States oil for United States use. Now, as an economic matter, both of those are equivalent, right? If we had a barrel to our domestic supplies, that's a barrel we don't have to import. That's a barrel that eases price pressure internally, regardless of where that barrel came from. And moreover, and this is important because this is about those few tanks we were talking about before, the volume of oil that we export today is way bigger than the amount that we release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. If I may, Mr. Speaker, most of our Strategic Petroleum Reserve is still underground. When the United States became a net exporter in 2019, though, something changed. The thing that changed was the politics of this conversation, because it created a new set of players at the table. Oil exporters who have a vested interest in a high oil price. They don't seek to maximize value for the American people. They seek to maximize value for their shareholders. I would point out many of their shareholders are not U.S. citizens. They want to maximize that value by selling American oil overseas at the highest possible price. Now let's be really clear. Every single American is an energy consumer. A tiny number of Americans are oil exporters. The greater good is always to maximize the benefit to U.S. consumers by lowering energy prices. So I've introduced this amendment to ensure that we use the full suite of tools available to us when we face domestic price or supply constraints, inclusive of SPR releases and export curtailments. This amendment would simply direct the Secretary of Energy to determine whether curtailing U.S. exports would be more effective than drawing from the SPR at stabilizing U.S. oil prices and protecting U.S. energy security. And if it's determined that curtailing exports would be more effective, the increased drilling on federal lands otherwise required by H.R. 21 would not be allowed. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, to block the exports.
The gentleman is
I rise in
recognized
opposition. I rise in opposition
for
to the
5
amendment.
minutes in opposition to the amendment.
Thank you. What can I say? To block the exports of oil from America, we just reinstated them in December of 2015, if I remember correctly. This is nothing more than a delaying tactic to delay and defeat H.R. 21. It's just that simple. I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. Those in favor designate by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For
Mr.
what
Speaker, I
purpose?
request a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests the yeas and nays recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment from the gentleman from Illinois will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk. It is number 68.
Clerk will designate amendment number 68.
Amendment number 68, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Caston of Illinois.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to tell you I will not need 5 minutes. This is a really short amendment. It simply strikes the word natural gas from this bill. Mr. Speaker, domestic production of natural gas has nothing to do with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is a strategic reserve of petroleum. Today, holds about 372 million barrels of petroleum, oil if you prefer. It does not hold natural gas. And yet, H.R. 21 says that a release from the SPR, again, of oil, should be linked to an increase in drilling for oil and gas on federal lands. Now, if you're not following that, I want you to imagine that you're at the grocery store and your significant other calls you up and says, hey, we're out of turkey. You come back and say, well, I will return with turkey or milk. You might not have a happy spouse. Same deal here. So if the majority would like to provide more subsidies to drill for gas on public lands, you're, of course, free to do that and propose legislation to do it. But that has nothing to do with releases from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Since the underlying bill is predicated on an event of SPR release, my amendment is both simple and necessary. It simply strikes all mentions of natural gas from a bill that claims to be about oil. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Illinois yields back. The gentleman from Texas seeks recognition for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in opposition.
Thank you. You know, it's kind of funny that our friends across the aisle don't understand that natural gas burns so clean. And that's one of the reasons America produces energy cleaner than almost every other country in the world. Now Democrats are waging war on natural gas. There's no shock, right? This amendment would limit the leasing plan to only considering oil production, not gas. We have 2 LNG plants in my district. We ought to be producing as much gas in every facet that we can to help bring down CO2 emissions, indeed helping other countries. This amendment is short-sighted. Here's a news flash for my friends across the aisle. Oil and gas production are linked. Increasing both oil and gas is imperative. For that reason, Mr. Chairman, I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what reason?
Mr. Speaker, request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman requests the nays and the gentleman requests a recorded vote.
Yes, he does.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment will be postponed.
For what purposes does gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the gentlewoman please specify which amendment number?
It's amendment number 75, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will report. When will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 75, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Wasserman Schultz of Florida.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 21 that would prohibit the SPR plan from including oil and gas leasing within the ecologically critical Big Cypress National Preserve. Established in 1974 as one of the first national preserves, Big Cypress is a unique and fragile ecosystem that spans 720,000 South Florida acres and hosts an array of plant and animal life. It's also an important cultural site for the Miccosukee and Seminole tribes of Florida. Opening this area to oil and gas drilling would not only be environmentally destructive, it would also threaten the livelihoods of the people who depend on it for hunting, fishing, and tourism. We know that drilling causes pollution and habitat destruction. Just a few years ago, big oil speculators hauled in massive trucks weighing 33 tons and used low-frequency vibrations to look for oil. They left deep ruts in the swamp and plowed over dwarf cypress trees that had survived for more than 200 years. In pure economic terms, this vast, sensitive swampland is essential to the health of the neighboring Everglades, which is vital in providing clean drinking water to millions of Floridians. The solution here is to protect this national treasure by banning the SBR plan from including oil and gas drilling in Big Cypress in perpetuity. And don't just take my word for it, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Talbert Cypress, chair of the Miccosukee tribe, very succinctly describes why it is so vital that we protect this land, saying, and I quote, "The tribe would not exist without the Everglades, which Big Cypress National Preserve sits on. We used it for survival. We used it to keep our traditions alive and our culture still going to this day. So that's why it means so much to us," unquote. This is simple. We can protect an ecologically sensitive treasure, drinking water for millions, and a traditional way of life, all by voting to ensure that Big Cypress National Preserve is never littered with reckless speculators or polluting oil derricks. I urge you to join me in taking action to protect Big Cypress National Preserve from oil and gas drilling by voting yes on this amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman, for text to what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment blocks energy production on federal lands that are not subject to any restrictions. This is nothing other than another messaging amendment which is meant to undermine H.R. 21, quite frankly, quite simply stated. Mr. Chair, we need to be focused on ways to make America more energy. That needs to be our focus. We want to make America more energy secure and lower gas prices for the American people. They want to know Congress is doing that. There's a good messaging, a good message for the American people. So for that reason, Mr. Chair, I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Noes have it. Gentlewoman is recognized.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentlewoman asked for a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, number 131.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 131, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Snyder of Illinois.
The gentleman is recognized for the purpose of the amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Great Lakes are a national treasure and a regional economic driver for all of us in the Midwest. The lakes account for more than 90% of our nation's surface water and 20% of the surface fresh water on the planet. More than 30 million Americans rely on the Great Lakes for their drinking water. For generations, there has been a deeply held bipartisan consensus on the need to protect the Great Lakes from invasive species, from environmental challenges, and from irresponsible development. Look no further than the broad bipartisan support for the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative. I want to work with my colleagues in making progress to protect our Great Lakes, not to open the door, even the slightest crack, for dangerous development. And that's why today I offer an amendment to clearly reiterate our vital protections of these Great Lakes. My amendment ensures that H.R. 21 would continue the bipartisan consensus that there will be no exploration, development, or drilling for oil and gas in the Great Lakes. With nearly 1 in 10 Americans relying on the Great Lakes for drinking water, we must ensure that a disaster like the Deepwater Horizon ever happening in Lake Michigan is not only unfathomable, but impossible. This amendment ensures that that is the case. Today we must say with one unified bipartisan voice that there will never be drilling in the Great Lakes. Thank you, and I yield back.
Jeff from Illinois yields back his time. What purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, the diversions, the deflections, and the derelictions of congressional duty by the other side is getting increasingly disappointing, if I can use the D words. Congress's duty is to protect Americans and help them with energy prices. The legislation we are considering today is a national solution for a national challenge to prevent national energy emergencies. We can't arbitrarily remove places from consideration if the best science, technology, and practices can safely and responsibly obtain the energy Americans need to survive through an emergency. H.R. 21 does not require the Secretary of Energy to drill any specific area. We shouldn't take items off the table before a considered review by the experts has been done. There's a novel thought. Let the experts look at it, review it. How about that? Moreover, a plan can be changed as new information comes along, while the mandate in this amendment is inflexible to facts, science, and needs arising from national emergencies. So for that reason, Mr. Chair, I urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back his time. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 27.
Thank you. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 27, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Manning of North Carolina.
The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes for her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I rise to offer my amendment, which would help protect our nation's public waters and coastline. My common sense amendment would prevent additional leases for drilling on federal lands on the outer continental shelf. Fossil fuel companies can currently access public lands and waters to help secure our nation's energy independence and reduce energy costs for hardworking American families. Yet, even as Americans faced high gas prices in 2022, oil companies failed to use thousands of existing permits for millions of acres that they had already leased. Currently, oil companies are sitting on more than 2,000 active leases covering 12 million acres of federal waters. 75% of these leases aren't being used. We should use existing leases rather than increasing threats to our coasts, including the beautiful coast in my state of North Carolina. That's why my common sense amendment seeks to protect our nation's shores, public waters, and marine life. 30 states have shorelines, and millions of Americans rely on clean beaches and clean oceans for countless jobs, nutritious food, and much-loved recreation. In closing, I encourage all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this reasonable, common-sense amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina yields back her time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of the
Mr. Chairman,
opposition to the amendment.
This amendment severely limits the potential for energy production by prohibiting lands within the outer continental shelf from being included in the leasing plan. Here's a factoid that my colleagues across the aisle need to understand. Virtually all oil and gas leasing in the OCS occurs in the Gulf of Mexico. Oil and gas exploration in the outer continental shelf accounts for roughly 15% of all domestic oil production and 2% of domestic natural gas production. By actually further limiting this vast resource, are they going to bring American energy prices down? No way. If we limit this vast resource, we will not, I repeat, will not be able to meet the demand for oil and gas. For that reason, I urge a no vote on the amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair,
Gentlewoman.
I request a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from North Carolina will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk.
Number 60.
Could the gentlewoman designate the amendment number?
Yes, sir, number 60. Amendment
60.
number 60.
The clerk will designate the proper amendment 60.
Amendment number 60, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Skolton of Michigan.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes on this amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I rise today to address an issue which every American cares about: gas prices. When gas prices were high last summer, the administration took action by releasing millions of barrels of oil from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve to lower the costs for consumers. The Treasury Department has estimated that the administration's use of the SPR cut prices for American consumers by as much as 40 cents per gallon, saving the average driver hundreds of dollars per year. This use of the SPR not only helps insulate Americans from foreign adversaries' price manipulations, it puts money back in the pockets of working families and is a top concern among young people. By introducing H.R. 21, a bill inhibiting the administration's flexibility to use the SPR, Republicans are showing once again that they care more about their friends in the oil industry than hardworking Americans. My amendment would address this issue by allowing the Department of Energy to release oil from the SPR if the department thinks that a delay in doing so would lead to an increase in gas prices. This common sense amendment gives the department the flexibility it needs to help lower the price at the pump. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back her time. The gentleman for Texas, what do you seek? For what purpose does the gentleman seek time?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, this amendment states that the bill does not require a leasing plan if the Secretary of Energy determines that delaying a drawdown would increase gas prices. As has been previously stated, the SPR is not supposed to be used to lower gas prices. It's supposed to be used in case of emergencies for reasons that I don't know might be strategic, thus the name, Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And it's supposed to be used for our national security, another very important strategic reason. Our friends across the aisle, the Democrats, say they want to lower gas prices when nearly every single one of their energy policies does exactly the opposite. The way to lower gas prices and keep them low, and I applaud their apparent desire to lower gas prices, their aim's a little off target. The way to lower gas prices when nearly every single one of their energy policies does exactly the same is change that focus. Because the way to lower gas prices and to keep them low is to increase American energy production at home, right here at home. And that is exactly what H.R. 21 does. If the Democrats want to support lowering gas prices, I urge them to support this bill. I'm glad they want to. They should support this bill, H.R. 21, to require the Secretary of Energy to develop a plan to actually increase energy production for those working Americans that they cited. For this reason, Mr. Chairman, I urge a no vote on the amendment and a yes vote on H.R. 21 to decrease energy costs for all Americans. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back his time. The question's on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman is asking for a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Lee Amendment 25.
The clerk will designate the amendment number 25.
Amendment number 25, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mrs. Lee of Nevada.
The gentlewoman from Nevada is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of offering the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of my amendment to H.R. 21. This amendment would assure that the federal government is not forced into leasing public lands with low or no potential for oil and gas development to the fossil fuel industry as a result of this bill. The reckless leasing of low to no potential lands, also known as speculative leasing, has allowed millions of acres of our nation's invaluable public lands to be put in harm's way for no real economic benefit in return. The problem is pervasive, affecting all Western states. However, it is particularly severe in my home state of Nevada, where there are very few productive oil and gas formations, but plenty of federal land. Speculative leasing is a serious problem that costs taxpayers serious money. These leases are cheap, they're easy to acquire, usually selling at near the minimum bid of $2 per acre. And because they're so cheap, companies with purely speculative interests target these lands with little intent or likelihood of putting them into production. Thus, the government is then forced to use taxpayer dollars to administer and monitor them, but the leases almost never generate royalties or other benefits for the American taxpayer. In fact, According to the GAO, 99% of these non-competitive leases, which are frequently issued with little or no potential lands, never went into production or generated royalties for taxpayers. In addition to burdening taxpayers, these leases also come with environmental risk. In many instances, low potential lands receive fewer protections than areas with high potential because federal land managers forecast low likelihood of development activity. This leaves land, water, and wildlife all incredibly vulnerable. The current policy creates an opportunity cost. Once leased, low potential lands are not prioritized for other uses like conservation and recreation, regardless of their development status. My amendment will prevent speculative leasing from becoming an even bigger problem. It will exclude federal lands with no or low potential for oil and gas development from the scope of this bill. My amendment will save taxpayer dollars. Instead of strong-arming federal agencies into spending those tax dollars on issuing and administering speculative leases that generate little or no revenue. This means the federal oil and gas program can more efficiently focus on managing leases that actually generate royalties and revenues for taxpayers. My amendment will mitigate environmental risk. Nearly 50% of all leases in the West, spanning 9.9 million acres, are currently idle. With iconic landscapes, they encompass frequently left neglected, and the unique cultural and natural resources of these storied places likewise are left largely unprotected. This amendment will prevent additional acreage from being put in environmental jeopardy to satisfy leases that half the time are simply left to gather dust. On balance, this amendment reins in the practice that has numerous costs and provides little or no return on investment for us, the American taxpayers. So I implore all of you, Democrats and Republicans, to vote yes on my amendment, a clear example of common sense land management and fiscal responsibility. And with that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Nevada yields back her time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, this amendment precludes land that has, quote, no or low potential for oil and gas development, end quote, from being included in the production plan. I've got news from my friends across the aisle. If lands have no or low to no potential for oil and gas development, end quote, the private sector likely would not seek a lease for that land in the first place. And regardless, it's not the government's job to make that decision. The government shouldn't be in the business of choosing winners and losers. Didn't we see that with some other industry out in California a while back? If it were the government's job to choose winners and losers, we would not have had the shale revolution. And look what that's done for America. This amendment is unnecessary, and it's vague enough to be abused as a political tool, as we've seen with the current administration with the SPR. We don't want that to keep happening. Mr. Chair, I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Nevada. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Noes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentlewoman from Nevada.
I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Nevada will be postponed. What purpose does gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer amendment number 45 as printed in the congressional record.
The gentlewoman is recognized. Excuse me, the clerk will designate the amendment number 45.
Amendment number 45, printed in the congressional record, offered by Ms. Porter of California.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Taxpayers should not be a piggy bank for big oil to line its pockets. As a taxpayer advocate, I'm introducing an amendment to protect our money from big oil's greed. Under current law, oil and gas companies get a tax break when they tap into their reserves as part of doing business. This amounts to about a $2 to $3 billion handout each year. Now, as we look to spend taxpayer dollars to replenish the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, corporations are poised to double dip to profit off the American people. Without a change in policy, polluters get tax dollars once in the form of a government contract and again in the form of a special tax break. As a champion for capitalism, I strongly oppose this corporate abuse. When the federal government negotiates a contract with oil companies to buy their product with tax dollars, they do it at a fair price. That's capitalism. But to turn around and then give them a tax break, that's corruption, bought and paid for by the fossil fuel industry, which spends $100 million each year on lobbying. As a consumer protection attorney, I have never met any American, Democrat, Republican, Independent, who likes to be cheated. Consumers should get what we pay for. Big oil should not get to double charge taxpayers for the same oil. Many of my Republican colleagues talk about safeguarding capitalism. They stress the importance of protecting tax dollars. A handout to big oil is antithetical to these goals. Big oil shouldn't get a bonus helping of tax dollars after they've received government contracts. I urge all my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, to stand up for our capitalist principles, to protect taxpayers, and to adopt this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back the time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment prohibits the leasing plan from providing a financial benefit from any entity that is allowed to make gross income or take a tax deduction on oil depletion. Really? They're really going after the companies that are providing energy for Americans, lowering the price of energy? This amendment is not only punitive, it's literally aimed to hurt the American energy and the American energy workers, the families who are working and striving hard to make American energy independent. You know, Mr. Chairman, the left needs to stop trying to punish the oil and gas industry for trying to produce and unleash American energy independence so that we can increase the supply, which helps American families. For this reason, Mr. Chair, I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back his time. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose does gentlewoman
I request the yeas and nays.
seek time? Does the gentlewoman request a recorded vote?
Yes.
Gentlewoman seeks a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Mexico seek time?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, number 63.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 63, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico.
The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
I rise today to offer an amendment to H.R. 21, the Strategic Production Response Act. I represent the 2nd District of New Mexico, home to the Permian Basin. Public lands are where I hunt, they are where I fish, they are where I live. They're part of who I am, and they're part of the culture and tradition of my district. Now, my amendment is simple. It requires the Departments of Energy and Interior to publish a report on the number, the location, and the owners of all unused permits to drill for oil and gas on federal land. We must proactively look at the resources the energy industry already has and is not using. I am proud that my district in New Mexico is one of the top energy-producing districts in the United States, so I'm well aware of the vast resources that are available to us. Today, there are over 9,000 unused permits for drilling across 26 million acres of public land. I'll say that again, 9,000 existing unused permits locking up public lands for no other use. Why wouldn't we look at these existing permits before locking up new federal land? That's just common sense. I know that in my family, when the pantry is full, we don't go to the grocery store to look for more. That's called hoarding. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is a critical tool to ensure that Americans don't pay the price for global shocks in the energy market and the volatility in the global energy market. When I was in my district last week, I traveled more than 1,600 miles between constituent meetings from Albuquerque to Santa Teresa to Carlsbad. Those meetings included meetings with oil and gas producers, with folks in Carlsbad and in Hobbs. My constituents make these commutes every single day, paying more at the pump because we are not passing common sense legislation that allows us to lower the cost of gas in this country, which the SPR allows us to do. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from New Mexico yields back his time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, this amendment is simply another delaying tactic to delay the effect of the bill until after the Secretary of Energy publishes a report exposing how backlogged the Department of Interior is on drilling permits. It is nothing more than a delaying tactic that's going to simply hurt American families, American workers. We already know the answer, Mr. Chairman. There are thousands of permits waiting action from the Department of Energy for wells that could actually come online and help respond to the energy crisis and help American workers and American families. There's no need to wait for DOE to issue a study. That's a delaying tactic, especially on matters at the Department of the Interior. It's nothing but a delaying tactic. For that reason, Mr. Chair, I urge a no vote on the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas in opposition yields back his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Mexico. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair,
for what purposes, gentlemen?
I would like to call for the yeas and nays.
Is the gentleman seeking a recorded vote?
Yes, sir.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Mexico will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, number 64.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico.
Gentleman from New Mexico is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer an amendment to H.R. 21, the Strategic Production Response Act. My amendment removes the needless, burdensome paperwork for federal agencies and simply says that the Department of Energy should seek to stock the Strategic Petroleum Reserve with American-produced energy. This will help Americans, including my constituents, who commute hours, countless hours every day across our expansive state, save money at the gas pump. If the goal is to support American workers, then my amendment to prioritize existing American production is the answer. If the point of this legislation is to support American workers in the energy industry, many of whom are in the Permian Basin in New Mexico, then I urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Pass my amendment to prioritize domestic energy over reliance on foreign nations. Because the reality is that the bill before us today adds more government bureaucracy and more needless paperwork. Why would we pass a bill that would delay using the SPR in the times of our country's greatest need? The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is a critical tool to ensure that Americans don't pay for these global energy shocks. H.R. 21 is a bill to make Americans pay higher prices for longer. This doesn't make sense. Last week, as I mentioned, I was in my district, traveling across the vast district, almost the size of the state of Pennsylvania, and I heard directly from my constituents, from energy officials, from folks that are in Carlsbad and Hobbs, and I know what it means to support American workers. Mr. Chair, if we want to support our workers, we should pass my amendment to guarantee that the first place we turn to restock the SPR is right here in the United States without the needless paperwork. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman from New Mexico yields back his time. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is designated 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Plain and simple, this amendment is unnecessary and misguided. And not to mention, it strikes the whole bill. You know, maybe a lesson is needed for our friends across the aisle. You know, the United States is the world's largest energy producer, in case y'all didn't know that. And combined with our allies, Canada and Mexico, North America is the world's largest energy superpower. Our network of pipelines, production platforms, and refineries span our borders, providing the American people with energy security that is absolutely unmatched around the world. Let me repeat that. Absolutely unmatched around the world. Our refineries along the Gulf Coast, which I have the third upper part of the Gulf Coast of the state of Texas, are the most complex and technically advanced in the entire world, bar none. We take crude of oil of all grades from around the world and make valuable fuels and refined products that actually drive our entire economy. This amendment would cut off a valuable source of energy, just like when President Biden canceled the Keystone XL pipeline. I think I heard them say that they were about helping American workers. And how many jobs were lost when he canceled the Keystone pipeline? For that reason, Mr. Chair, I urge a no vote on this amendment because it will make America less energy secure, the exact opposite purpose of H.R. 21, the bill before us. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back his time. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Mexico. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Noes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to call for the yeas and nays.
Is the gentleman asking for a recorded vote?
Yes.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from New Mexico will be postponed. What purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer Amendment 135 as printed in the congressional record.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 135, printed in the
Point of order is reserved.
Point of order is reserved.
Thank you.
The clerk will continue designating the amendment.
Amendment number 135, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in support of my amendment to H.R. 21, the Strategic Production Response Act. My amendment would prohibit offshore drilling for oil and gas along the coast of New England and the contiguous waters of the state of New York. In Rhode Island and throughout New England, the health of our coasts is sacred. Rhode Island's coastline supports good-paying jobs and economic growth in every city and town across our state. Crucial coastal industries like tourism, commercial and recreational fishing, and boating are really the lifeblood of our communities. According to NOAA, the NOAA Office for Coastal Management, Rhode Island's coastal economy employs more than 467,000 people and contributes $59.3 billion in gross domestic product annually. Rhode Islanders do not want oil and gas drilling just a few miles off our shores, threatening our health, our economic livelihoods, and the way of life. When the former president announced a plan in 2018 to open New England's coastal waters to offshore drilling, I introduced the New England Coastal Protection Act to ban his administration and any future administration from taking this disastrous action. So I am here, Mr. Chairman, to ask my colleagues to support this amendment that really, without it, this legislation threatens the economic stability of my constituents and the quality of life for those who live in coastal communities all across the New England coast. Make no mistake, this legislation would have catastrophic effects on the oceans and many of the other invaluable natural resources that we hold so dear and that we're obligated to protect. While my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to place the profits of big oil above all else, I oppose these dangerous and short-sighted policies at every turn and am committed to protecting my constituents and the communities that I represent. So I urge my colleagues to support my amendment, and I'd like to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman is not allowed to reserve under the
Oh,
rule.
then I'll yield back with deep gratitude.
The gentleman from Rhode Island yields back his time. If the gentleman from North Dakota recognized his point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my point of order.
The gentleman removes his reservation. Gentlemen seek recognition.
I do, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
The legislation we are considering today is a national solution for a national challenge. We cannot arbitrarily remove places from consideration if the best science, technology, and practices can safely and responsibly obtain the energy we need to power our economy. H.R. 21 will strengthen our energy security and stop the Biden administration from raiding our strategic stockpiles. I urge a no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from North Dakota yields back his time. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Rhode Island. Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
The amendment is not agreed to pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment by the gentleman from Rhode Island will be postponed. Yeah, thank you. For the purpose, for what gentleman is the purpose from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk. I believe it's number 125.
Clerk will designate the amendment 125.
Chair, I reserve a point of order.
For what purpose does gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 125, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Quigley of Illinois.
The gentleman from Illinois is now recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I offer an amendment today to ensure that the President and the Secretary of Energy are able to use the Strategic Petroleum Reserve without arbitrary limitations during a time of war. This amendment allows for the U.S. to have the full capabilities of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve at its disposal without restrictions for as long as Russia continues to illegally attack Ukraine. On February 24, 2022, Russia launched an illegal invasion of Ukraine, altering the geopolitical landscape, not only in Europe, but across the globe. President Biden and our allies took swift action and significant action to support Ukraine by banning Russian energy imports. These actions have put pressure on Putin and allowed Ukraine to continue defending its sovereignty and, with it, our democratic ideals. Putin's war has caused a global energy crisis, which has been exacerbated by increased demand as we recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. Americans felt the energy and gas prices rising as U.S. energy suppliers worked to meet the need. Thankfully, the U.S. has the Strategic Reserve at its disposal. This reserve is the world's largest supply of emergency crude oil, with the sole purpose of meeting energy demands in times of crisis. President Biden smartly utilized all the tools at his disposal to limit energy supply constraints and released enough barrels of crude oil to fill the gap left by Russian oil. Experts show that Biden's actions helped lower the price of gasoline for Americans everywhere from 13 to 31 cents a gallon. Sadly, almost 1 year later, the international landscape continues to be in crisis. We're no closer to reestablishing Ukrainian sovereignty while Russia continues to launch offensives. Until Ukraine is free, until Ukrainians feel safe, until Russia is held accountable, our global energy markets are at risk. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back his time. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I insist on my point of order against the amendment.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
Clause 7 of Rule 16 prohibits the House and its committees from considering non-germane amendments. The amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the House rule because it is not germane to the underlying bill. Specifically, the bill limits the drawdown of petroleum in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Department of Energy develops a plan to increase the percentage of federal lands leased for oil and gas production. but the amendment addresses the Russian invasion of Ukraine. This is outside the scope of H.R. 21. Conditioning enactment of this bill upon an entirely unrelated foreign military event is not germane.
Does any member wish to be heard on this point of order?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
A gentleman in Illinois be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For these purposes, the subject matter can be construed as preventing certain SPR drawdowns until the administration develops a production increase plan. This amendment narrowly addresses the same subject matter without broadening the plan. Rather, it ensures a timeline conducive with our current state of international crisis. This amendment says the plan can't be implemented before the Secretary of Energy certifies that Russia's invasion of Ukraine has ended. It does not condition the effectiveness of the bill, nor does it require any extraneous action or bring any new statute or new committees of jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Does any other member wish to be heard on this point of order? The chair is now prepared to rule. The gentleman from North Dakota makes a point of order that the amendment is not germane to the bill. Clause 7 of Rule 16 provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. One of the central tenets of the germaneness rule is that an amendment may impose a related condition on the terms of a bill. The bill prohibits the drawdown of petroleum products in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Secretary of Energy has developed a plan to increase the percentage of certain federal lands leased for oil and gas production. The amendment provides that the prohibition, and I quote, the prohibition contemplated by the bill may be effective only when Russia's invasion of Ukraine has ended. Various precedents recorded in the manual section 940 illustrates the principle that an amendment may subject the operation of a bill to a condition, but only if that condition is related to the general purpose and within the scope of the pending proposition. The chair would note a relevant precedent as an example of this principle. On December 11, 1973, a bill authorizing military assistance to Israel and funds for the United Nations emergency force in the Middle East was under consideration. An amendment was offered conditioning the availability of the authorized funds on a presidential certification related to a specific level of domestic energy supplies and was ruled out of order because the amendment conditioned the effectiveness of the underlying measure on an unrelated contingency. That precedent is carried in Daschler's Precedents, Chapter 28, Section 31.22. The amendment in question provides a condition on the effectiveness of the bill as earlier described. The chair believes that the condition based on a foreign invasion is not related to a prohibition on the drawdown at the Strategic Petroleum Reserve pursuant to this bill. In this way, the chair finds that the condition imposed by the amendment is not related to the subject matter of the bill. For this reason, the chair finds that the amendment is not germane. The point of order is sustained. And purposes, gentlemen from California seek recognition.
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer Amendment 80. Number 80 is printed in the congressional record.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 80, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Chicano of California.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple in that it would improve the transparency of the process around the development of the plan required in the underlying bill. Like other regulatory processes where public input is required, my amendment would require the Secretary to provide for an opportunity for at least a 90-day public comment period on the plan. If Congress is going to be is going to open up more federal land for oil and gas production, we must hear from the communities and stakeholders that would be affected by most of these projects. This amendment simply gives an opportunity for the public to offer their views and knowledge for the Secretary to consider in the formation of any plan. Oil and gas drilling can be a terribly destructive process for the environment and the communities around these drilling sites. The individuals and families who must live near drilling sites are forced to experience the harsh day-to-day realities of air and quality impacts, which can lead to increased risks of developing asthma, respiratory disease, cancer, and other harmful side effects. If the Secretary is going to recommend a plan to expand more drilling, then we should hear from experts, stakeholders, and others who have a vested interest and allow them to participate openly and honestly in the process. This is a simple, good governance amendment. We are elected to Congress by the people, and if the people who deserve a say in what happens, and we need to have the people who are affected have a say in what happens in their communities. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back his time. For what purpose does gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
H.R. 21 is about strengthening the Strategic Petroleum Reserve by requiring any non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American oil resources. It is about conditioning non-emergency uses with a requirement to focus on energy production. Notably, this amendment does not seek public comment on non-emergency political uses of the Strategic Reserve. It doesn't require comment on the value of preserving our strategic assets for true energy emergencies. This amendment needlessly delays the plan, and I urge a no vote. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Dakota yields back his time. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer Amendment 81 printed in the congressional record.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 81, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Takano of California.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
I thank the chairman. My amendment would require the Secretary to consider the current number of inactive but approved federal oil and gas leases and permits to drill in the development of any proposed plan. My amendment is vital to fully capturing the scope of unused oil and gas leases and permits to drill on federal lands that companies are choosing not to utilize. There are currently over 9,000 approved permits to drill on federal land, and yet my Republican colleagues want to open up even more federal lands and approve additional permits to drill. The underlying bill is merely a politically motivated effort to undermine this administration's ability to tap into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve while opening up more federal lands to exploitation by private sector interests. Before the Secretary can draft any plan that proposes expanding drilling on federal lands, I believe it is important that it consider all information relevant to such a plan, and that includes how many leases and permits are already approved but left ineffective or left inactive. Thus, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back his time. For what purpose does gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
H.R. 21 is about strengthening the Strategic Petroleum Reserve by requiring non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American resources. This amendment raises a misleading issue. Consider a couple of facts. The majority of leases on federal land are currently producing oil and gas. 2/3 of active leases are producing. The rest are going through a burdensome regulatory process or being tied up by litigation. This is an unnecessary amendment that seeks to impede the important goals of H.R. 21. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from North Dakota yields back his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
The gentleman requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to offer Amendment 82 printed in the congressional record.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number.
Excuse me just one moment, please. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved. Gentlewoman will continue designating the amendment.
Amendment number 82, printed in the congressional record, offered by Mr. Takano of California.
The gentleman from California is now recognized on the amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The United States is at the forefront of clean energy development and clean energy deployment globally. Not only are we developing countless private renewable energy projects across the country, we have hundreds more wind, solar, and geothermal projects on federal lands, with many more on the way. If we are to remain a global leader in renewable energy deployment, then we should ensure that any new oil and gas drilling does not impede the rapid deployment of renewable energy projects that are so critical to our energy independence and security. And before we consider approving even more land for outdated and highly polluting forms of energy, we must continue on our march into the future and invest in renewable energy projects, not just on federal lands, but in every community that stands to benefit from these projects. My amendment would require the Secretary not only to not only certify that increased oil and gas drilling on federal lands will not negatively impact renewable energy project development, but also prohibit the inclusion of any recommendations to expand such drilling in this plan if it would do so. Yes, we must make gas affordable at the pump, but the President of the United States has already helped lower prices for the American people by drawing down the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And in fact, the underlying legislation would create additional barriers to keeping gas prices low. The answer is not more drilling. The answer is to invest in renewable energy and to make these new technologies affordable for everyday Americans. And if we want to keep the United States from falling second to China in the deployment of renewable energy projects, then we should be taking every reasonable step to continue their deployment. My amendment would do just that by ensuring that the plan required in the underlying bill mitigates any impacts to renewable energy projects on federal lands. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back his time. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I do insist on the point of order.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
The amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the Rules of the House because it is not germane to the underlying bill. Specifically, the bill limits the drawdown of petroleum in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Department of Energy develops a plan to increase the percentage of federal lands leased for oil and gas production. But the amendment would establish an effective date based on the certification of federal lands considered for the plan will not impact deployment of renewable energy projects on federal lands. Since this bill is about strategic petroleum supply, the deployment of renewable energy projects is outside the scope of H.R. 21, and the amendment is not germane.
Does any member seek to speak on this point of order?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I respectfully reject the point of order against my amendment. Adding limitations to the scope of the existing plan required in paragraph 1 falls squarely within the jurisdiction of the base text and the legislative intent of the bill.
Did any other members seek time on this point of order to be heard? The gentleman from North Dakota makes a point of order that the amendment is not germane to the bill. The bill prohibits the drawdown of petroleum products in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Secretary of Energy has developed a plan to increase the percentage of certain federal lands leased for oil and gas productions. The amendment in question provides a condition on the effectiveness of the bill. The condition provides that the Secretary will certify that increased drilling will not impact deployment of energy projects on federal lands. The Chair believes that oil and gas drilling is reasonably related to the plans contemplated by the bill. In accordance with the Chair's detailed analysis of the underlying protocol principles stated earlier today, the Chair finds that the conditions imposed by the amendment is related to the subject of the bill. For this reason, the Chair finds that the amendment is germane. The point of order is overruled. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
H.R. 21 is about strengthening the SPR by requiring any non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American oil resources. This amendment undermines the purpose of the bill. It seeks to erect limits for the sake of expanding renewable energy projects on federal land. Yet these very same renewable projects, such as weather-dependent wind and solar, must have natural gas backup and other firm energy to assure reliability. This amendment not only undermines the energy security purpose of this bill, it would help intensify the reliability crisis that is growing worse and worse all across the United States. It's time to get serious about energy security and affordable, reliable energy. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from North Dakota yields back his time. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer Castro Amendment number 4 to H.R. 21.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Castro of Texas.
The gentleman from Texas is now recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to offer an amendment to the Strategic Production Reserve Act to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from approving new oil and gas leases on federal lands that have high concentrations of orphaned oil and gas wells. Over the 160-year history of industrial oil and gas extraction in the United States, companies have dug millions of oil wells to fuel energy demands at home and around the world. When the pumps run dry and the wells are no longer profitable, companies are supposed to seal them up to stop toxic chemicals from escaping into the environment. Unfortunately, they often have not. Between the lax regulations of the oil boom and the patchwork of current state and federal laws, oil companies have been able to shirk their responsibility to keep the communities around their wells safe. Today, the American landscape is dotted with abandoned, uncapped wells that leak toxins into the air we breathe and the water we drink. The U.S. Geological Survey has documented more than 117,000 orphaned wells, and the EPA estimates that as many as 3 million could exist across the country. Last year, as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law, Congress authorized $4.7 billion in investment to plug orphaned wells and protect the areas around them from further environmental harm. But even with this funding, the government is playing whack-a-mole with new orphaned wells emerging as we struggle to clean up the ones we already have. Right now, as we debate this bill, the largest owner of oil and gas wells in the country is teetering on the edge of bankruptcy that could leave more than 70,000 orphaned wells spewing poison in different parts of the country. As taxpayers cover the tab for the mess that oil companies created, We should not be signing leases that open the door to a new generation of orphaned wells. My state of Texas is the top oil and gas producing state in the nation, and I'm acutely aware of how important the energy industry is to our state and our national economy. This amendment does not ask oil companies to repay taxpayers for the billions we've already spent to clean up their toxic wells, and it doesn't prevent further drilling. Instead, it pauses new drilling leases on federal lands with the highest concentration of orphaned wells, giving the government a chance to catch up with the cleanup efforts that are already underway. This is a common sense amendment that would bring relief to the 14 million Americans who live within a mile of an orphaned well. And I ask my colleagues to support this common sense amendment. With that, Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas yields back his time. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition from North Dakota?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, the purpose of the bill is to prevent further abuse of the SPR and require the Secretary to establish a plan to increase and unleash American energy production on federal lands and offshore waters. This amendment is nothing more than another attempt to limit oil and gas production in the United States. American energy workers are eager to get back to work. We can produce million more barrels of oil per day instead of relying on OPEC and Russia for our energy needs. President Biden's Department of Interior only leased 126,228 acres for drilling during his first 19 months in office. To put that in perspective, no other president since Richard Nixon leased out fewer than 4.4 million acres at that stage in their first term. The Biden administration has made it more difficult than any other administration in history to produce energy, and this amendment would add to that. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from North Dakota yields back his time. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair,
Gentleman,
I ask for a recorded vote.
the gentleman seeks a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. What purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, number 24.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 24, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Berragan of California.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to offer an amendment to protect the public health of our communities in this plan to increase oil and gas production on public lands. My amendment prevents federal lands from being included in the required oil drilling plan if it's within 3,200 feet of a residence, a school, or a hospital. This is a common sense measure to limit the harmful impact of this legislation. People living near oil wells are exposed to air pollutants that can cause asthma, cancer, pregnancy complications, and preterm births. I've seen it firsthand in my district. Kids are suffering from headaches and nosebleeds from being too close to oil drilling. Come to my district in California, in Wilmington, to see how and meet these kids. See how many of them have asthma inhalers around their necks and in their pockets. But whether you're in an urban community, a suburban community, a rural community, a tribal community, everyone has a right to clean air and a safe environment. Now, oil and gas producing states like Colorado, Pennsylvania, Wyoming, Texas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico have drilling setback laws to protect communities. California also has passed a public health setback of 3,200 feet for any new well. This is a common sense amendment for Democrats and Republicans to protect communities near our federal lands from drilling. I urge my colleagues to vote for this amendment to protect public health. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman from California yields back her time. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek time?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, this amendment prohibits oil and gas production with 3,200 feet of a residence, school, or hospital. The limits established by this amendment are arbitrary and would further restrict our ability to lease land to produce energy. A 3,200-foot boundary would be among the most aggressive prohibitions in the country. This is an issue best handled by state and local governments, not the federal government, and I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman is seeking a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California will be postponed. Yes, good friend. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk. If the gentlewoman would specify the amendment number, please.
Mr. Chair, I have amendment number 43.
The clerk will designate the amendment. 43.
Amendment number 43, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Plaskett of the Virgin Islands.
The gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would prohibit the bill from taking effect until the Secretary of Energy, in consultation with other federal agencies, certifies that this bill will not result in an increase in the average price of energy for Americans. The world's largest supply of emergency crude oil, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, was established to reduce the devastating impact of supply shocks on prices. When supply shocks are allowed to occur uninhibited, prices rise and American people suffer. Whether it's mile-long lines at your local gas station or home energy costs that force families into cold or heat, supply shocks in energy markets hurt people. They may not hurt some of my colleagues' neighborhoods, but they certainly hurt mine. My constituents would feel deeply the pain that would happen if the president were not permitted to utilize the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to do its job. All too often, affording to keep the lights on is an everyday struggle for my constituents and for many other Americans as well. My district, the Virgin Islands, has among the highest residential and commercial electric rates in the country. The SPR is one of the few mechanisms that the federal government has to prevent ever-growing price pressures from crushing people. Less than a year ago, in the face of global crude oil instability following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, President Biden acted with great positive effect to make measured drawdowns from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, causing price reductions by as much as 40 cents per gallon at the pump. Today, average gasoline prices are down by more than $1 and half per gallon from their peak last summer. So the utilization of the SPR thus far to release oil into the market has been very effective for the American taxpayer. The SPR is a force for good when it is allowed to operate unencumbered. However, this bill would significantly weaken this critical energy security tool and hamstring the president's ability to utilize the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in a time of disruption, which will result in more oil supply shortages. It would do so by making it harder to withdraw oil into the market quickly to increase supply when the market needs it most, which will drive up gasoline prices. The president must be able to rapidly provide oil from the SPR to address supply disruptions and respond to emergencies. Arbitrarily requiring the completion of reports related to energy production on federal land specifically, a matter which the Department of Energy does not control, would only delay response and increase prices when energy disruptions occurs. So my amendment is simple. It provides the SPR utilization may not be limited unless the Secretary of Energy certifies that this would not push up average energy prices in America. Nothing is standing in the way of domestic oil production. Oil production is up by 1 million barrels per day under President Biden and is on track to reach a new record high this year. and there are nearly 10,000 approved but unused permits to drill. The basic rules of economics must continue to apply. The SPR should continue to serve as a flexible and responsible emergency supply recourse to put down pressure on energy prices. Under my amendment, this bill must not yield the opposite and raise energy prices. I urge all my colleagues to please approve my amendment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Virgin Islands yields back her time. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, this amendment is just aimed at delaying the implementation of the bill. We all know that the Biden administration has used the SPR for political gain to artificially decrease the price of gas at politically convenient times for his administration. And they've continued to deflect the blame for high energy prices anywhere but their own policies. They've attempted to blame these record high prices on Russia and on Putin and on gas station owners and on oil companies. They've attempted to blame, the reality is prices were already up over $1 a gallon well before Russia invaded Ukraine. Maybe it has something to do with President Biden stating on the campaign trail, no more subsidies for the fossil fuel industry, no more drilling on federal lands, no more drilling including offshore, no ability for the oil industry to continue to drill, period. He also pledged to stop the Keystone XL. On his very first day in office, he placed a moratorium on drilling and revoked the permit for the Keystone XL pipeline. All the while, earlier this week, Secretary Granholm said at the White House press briefing, there is nothing standing in the way of the oil and gas production in the United States. The simple fact is the Biden administration has taken a whole-of-government approach to regulate the industry and try and force it out of existence. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from North Dakota yields back his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, I ask for a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman seeks a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the state of Washington seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Perez 79.
The clerk will designate the amendment. 79.
Amendment number 79, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Perez of Washington.
The gentleman from the state of Washington would be recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
I rise to offer an amendment prohibiting oil and gas leasing on any tract of the Washington-Oregon planning area where leasing would negatively impact coastal fisheries. The health of our economies depends on a clean Pacific. Washington generates over $8.5 billion of revenue in fisheries and seafood processing a year. My district is home to one of the most fishing-dependent communities in the entire U.S. Pacific County is home to the largest shellfish producing community in the entire West Coast. Pacific County produces almost 50 million pounds of shellfish a year. That's 600 jobs and over $10 million of value. The towns of Ilwaco and Chinook support over 200 fishing vessels. That's 1,300 jobs, generating 21 million pounds of fish and shellfish and $25 million of personal income. To be clear, this is critical to the economies of our coastal communities. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve will continue to be a critical part of our national security infrastructure, and oil and gas will continue to be part of our energy economy for a long time. But we can't sacrifice our rural economies for a one-off jackpot in oil. I am proud to offer this amendment. to protect coastal fisheries and the communities they support. And I am glad to stand up for people who work for a living, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from the state of Washington yields back her time. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for opposition.
Mr. Chair, H.R. 21 is about strengthening the Strategic Petroleum Reserve by requiring a non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American oil resources. Increasing energy security means increasing energy supply, reducing prices, as we witnessed during the tremendous advancement of American energy production up until just a few years ago. This amendment aims to limit any expansion of energy in these areas, regardless of the environmental practices. It will harm local economies, assure higher prices for fishermen, and undermine the purpose of this bill. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from North Dakota yields back his time. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from the state of Washington. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I request a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from the state of Washington will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Bowman, amendment number 92.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 92, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Mr. Bowman of New York.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. According to my friends across the aisle, the purpose of this bill is to promote energy security and lower costs for consumers. I hope they will agree that if our goal is to protect Americans, then we cannot allow price gouging corporations to participate in any increased drilling on federal lands under this bill. That would defeat the entire purpose. My amendment to H.R. 21 simply says that if you price gouged the American people last year, you should not be allowed to participate in a plan whose goal is to reduce prices and promote the public interest. Nobody can deny that big oil and gas engaged in price gouging in 2022. They raked in record profits, $343 billion in the first 3 quarters of last year, at the same time that historically high gas prices were pummeling American workers across the country. Inflation gave these companies cover to jack up prices even higher. Supply chain disruptions and a refinery crunch gave them cover to keep supply restricted and to engage in market manipulation. This is not my interpretation. This is what they broadcast to their investors. Exxon and Chevron executives, for example, bragged about maintaining capital discipline and about funneling billions back to shareholders in the form of dividends and stock buybacks. We should not accept that behavior. Let's come together on a bipartisan basis and protect the American people from corporate price gouging. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman from New York yields back time on the amendment. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes as opposition.
Mr. Chair, H.R. 21 is about strengthening the SBR by requiring any non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American oil resources. This increases energy security, increases the supply and affordability of oil, and creates stable prices. This amendment seeks to condition a plan based on entities that may or may not even participate in available lease track auctions. This amendment undermines the purpose of the bill, and I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman from North Dakota yields back time. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
And I would like to request a recorded vote.
The gentleman is seeking a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment by the gentleman from New York will be postponed. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer my amendment, number 13, to H.R. 21.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
For what purpose, North Dakota?
Excuse me, for what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I reserve a point of order.
Order is reserved. Gentlewoman will proceed with the clerk.
Our residents.
Excuse me, just a moment, please. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is now recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our residents elect each of us to represent them in this body, not special interest groups or well-funded lobbies. Yet each year, the oil and gas lobby spends millions of dollars buying meetings with members, influencing and writing bills, and defeating even the smallest efforts to help address our reliance on oil. I believe the American people deserve to know just how much their members are receiving from the oil and gas lobby to support their favorite policies, and that's what this amendment would do. Transparency, Mr. Chair, is paramount to building public trust, and this amendment would go a long way in restoring the public's faith in this body. I urge my members and my colleagues to support my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Michigan yields back her time. The gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I do insist on my point of order.
The gentleman will state his point of order.
The amendment violates Clause 7 of Rule 16 of the Rules of the House because it is not germane to the underlying bill. Specifically, the bill limits the drawdown of the petroleum in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve until the Department of Energy develops a plan to increase the percentage of federal lands leased for oil and gas production. This amendment requires the chair of the Federal Election Commission to submit to Congress a report of certain campaign donations. Campaign donations are outside the scope of H.R. 21. I would also suggest that the disclosure of campaign donations falls within the Jurisdiction Committee on House Administration, but that committee does not have any jurisdiction over the subject matter of H.R. 21. This amendment is not germane.
I'll seek to be heard on the point of order. Gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although I respectively disagree with the gentleman, I also, acknowledge the importance of the parliamentarian rule and agreement, whatever the rule or decision by the parliamentarian can be made, I will respect that decision. So again, I respectfully disagree and believe very much that this is applicable to this bill.
I'll seek a time to speak on the point of order. The chairman is prepared to rule. The gentleman from North Dakota makes a point of order that the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan is not germane. Clause 7 of Rule 16, the germaneness rule, provides that no proposition on a subject different from that under consideration shall be admitted under color of amendment. Among the fundamental principles of germaneness is that an amendment must confine itself to matters that fall within the jurisdiction of the committee or committees with jurisdiction over the pending measure, as documented in Section 934 of the House Rules and Manual. The bill was referred to the Committee on Energy and Commerce. The jurisdiction falls within the legislative jurisdiction of the Committee on House Administration. By addressing a matter within the jurisdiction of the committee not representing the bill, the amendment is not germane. The point of order is sustained. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise to offer my amendment number 14 to H.R. 21.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in the Congressional Record, offered by Ms. Tlaib of Michigan.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, Big Oil is sitting on 9,000 approved unused drilling permits on federal lands. Folks are lying to you when they say we need more permits and more drilling. My amendment is simple. It lowers the permissible increase in federal lands available for drilling from 10% to 0.1%. What we really need, Mr. Chair, are windfall profit taxes on Big Oil so that they stop price gouging our residents at the pump. So again, I urge my colleagues to please support me on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Michigan yields back her time. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the
The gentleman is
amendment.
recognized for 5 minutes in opposition to the amendment.
Mr. Chair, H.R. 21 is about strengthening the SPR by requiring any non-emergency use to be accompanied by a plan to produce American resources. By lowering the number from 10% to 0.1%, you essentially defeat the whole purpose of introducing the bill. To be quite frank, it wouldn't be worth the paper we're using to put it in front of Congress at this point in time. And we should have a conversation about this because at any point in time, we are going to blame whether it's an invasion in the Ukraine, our big oil, our small oil, our gas stations, our American consumers, our climate, our crisis, or all of those different things. But the reality of this conversation in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is at the lowest rate it's been since 1983, putting us at dangerous supply risks if any kind of weather event happens in the chair's home state of Texas or Florida or the Gulf, where we really have these types of issues. But the reality to this entire conversation is that prior to the election of President Biden as president, the oil and gas production onshore and offshore in the United States had made us less vulnerable to foreign interference than any other time in our current history. And since this administration has been in place, we have relied more and more on outside oil and become subject to the same crises and problems that we witnessed in the 80s and the 90s and until we discovered shale in places like North Dakota. This amendment guts the entire purpose of the bill, and while that's the intent of the amendment, I would strongly urge a no vote, and I would yield back.
Gentleman from North Dakota yields back his time. The questions on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Dakota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent that the committee do now rise.
Does the gentleman will offer a motion to rise?
I move that the committee do now rise.
The questions on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises. Then I'd do that.
Mr. Chairman.
Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had consideration of H.R. 21, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that that committee has, under consideration of H.R. 21, has come to no resolution thereon. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches.
For what purpose is the gentleman from New York?
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to implore my colleagues to act with haste on the critical energy crisis that is currently dragging down the productivity of our economy and bleeding our workers bone dry. My constituents are already weighed down by the heavy burden of taxes and regulations and cannot afford to pay the rising energy prices that currently hinder their ability to invest and rebuild in our local economy in the wake of a global pandemic and the suffocating lockdowns that have absolutely ravaged our communities. They can no longer afford the inefficient and opaque decision-making of our energy policy and strategic reserve by bureaucrats who don't know what it means to be unable to fill up their gas tanks, balance a monthly food budget, or sacrificing the miles they drive in search of baby formula for their children. On behalf of the constituents of New York's 3rd Congressional District, I urge my colleagues to join me to aggressively demand common-sense energy policies to encourage due diligence and transparency from the decision-makers and to shore up our strategic reserves for the sake of our precious national security. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the memory of Tracy Alexander Golden, who tragically died after being killed in the neighborhood that I live in. She was somebody that was incredibly loved by her community, by her SEIU union family. She was a respiratory therapist at Sinai Grace Hospital in Detroit. Her mother was known to all of us. She was the chief of staff to Senator Carl Levin for over 30 years. Tracy cared deeply about the community and wanted justice for those who were disadvantaged and impacted by systematic racism. In the name of her, Bianca Alexander, her daughter, she said, "I am the daughter of Tracy, the victim of a senseless murder just a few days before the new year of 2023. My mother was a loving, hardworking woman who did everything in her power to provide for our family and in no way, shape, or form deserved a death like this one." On behalf of the 12th Congressional District, take a moment to acknowledge and mourn the loss of Miss Tracy Alexander Golden. With that, I yield.
For what purpose would the gentleman from Wisconsin seek to be recognized?
Request unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
We have an ongoing saga, which the mainstream media, I think, has begun to wake up to, but they are still not publicizing enough, and that is what's going on at our southern border. I stand today because last Friday, always on Friday when the press isn't paying attention, the numbers for December came out as far as illegal immigrants entering the country. They hit an all-time high again. 238,000 illegal immigrants stayed in the country from December 2022. This is not inevitable. 2 years ago, before the administration, in December of 2020, there were about 21,000 immigrants. So we've gone from 21,000 to 238,000, with, I assume, a corresponding increase in the amount of fentanyl coming across the border. Of those 238,000, over 8,000 were unaccompanied minors coming here without a family. I don't know where these people were or are today who supposedly care about keeping families together when another over 8,000 children come here unaccompanied by their parents. But in any event, I hope the American public wakes up and talks a little bit more about the all-time record number of illegal immigrants coming here in December. Thank you very much.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized until 10 p.m. as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. We're going to do a couple things tonight, but first, just every once in a while we get behind these mics and you got to get something sort of off your chest because it really annoys you. if I see one more headline from the scribes who are basically the Democrat propagandists, and I'm sorry to be that mean, I've tried to treat the press respectfully over these years, but, you know, the Republicans want to cut Social Security and Medicare. Okay, up until a few hours ago, I was the senior Republican over Social Security in Ways and Means Committee. No one's asked me. I talk about Social Security every single day when I'm here. I've never met a Republican member, ever, talk about cutting Social Security. So yesterday, I grabbed one of the reporters out here and who had it in their story but had no names, walked up, said, okay, tell me who this is because I really need to talk to them. I can't tell you. It's a reporter thing. I can't explain that to you. No, you need to tell me who's telling you to write stories that the Republicans intend to cut Social Security. I'm the ranking Republican, I was up until a few hours ago, over Social Security. I've spent the last year of my life working on it. No, I can't tell you who. If you're going to make crap up, stop doing it in a way that you hurt people. You know, for my Democrat colleagues, I know power. I know you desperately want to be back in charge. But the fact of the matter is the math is the math. You all saw the CBO numbers from a couple days ago. Social Security runs out of money in 10 years. Do you care? The fact that CBO is saying there's going to be a 23% cut in Social Security recipients' checks in 10 years. We will double senior poverty. Do you care? Or is the politics of weaponizing it more important than saving retirement security? This is perverse. And this is called reporting around here. If you want to weaponize something that doesn't crush people. I feel better getting that off my chest. All right. I want to do something I consider a bit amusing and maybe a little sadistic. A week ago or so when we were here, I did a presentation on structural deficit, and I was trying to talk to the new members of Congress, my friend from Oklahoma, others. What's actually going on? Where does the debt come from? The fact that 10 years from now, you have almost a $2 trillion structural deficit, and that $2 trillion is functioning interest, $1 trillion, and the growth in Medicare, and a little bit of Medicaid. And then I did something I almost never do. I actually read the comments. And look, I'm appreciative. Almost 600-some thousand people have watched the YouTube video. And you'd get these comments like, well, cut foreign aid, that will balance the budget. Just don't pay members of Congress and Senate, and that will balance the budget. So we had a conversation in our office. How do I explain the scale? Look, if you're not used to 12 zeros, or in this case, current deficit, 14 trillion, or if we're at 31 trillion, that's 14 zeros. If you're not comfortable with the math, maybe I can find an easy way to discuss this. And if this comes across a bit sarcastic, I mean it too. So we actually built a little calendar. And we thought this would be sort of fun because we have too many people out there. They hear the political class get behind the microphone and say, we have a spending problem. And then they come up with stupid ideas that really don't save us. So let's actually walk through these. Let's start with the one I consider most amusing. A number of the comments were, just don't pay members of Congress and the Senate. Okay, great. So this is a calendar of the year. 12 months, 365 days. If I said, this is just the borrowing, so this is a calendar, every day we borrow the equal amount, and we're going to base it on last year's borrowing, so it's a real number. If you didn't pay any member of Congress, maybe we shouldn't get paid for the quality of our work. I'm not going to argue about that. How much of the debt deficit would it take care of? Well, it turns out it's this little tiny sliver down here. We calculate it's about 28 minutes for an entire year. That's all you got. You got a whole 28 minutes. What would you like to do with the other 365 days? 364 days, 23 hours or 23 and a half hours. You get the point. I know it may make you feel better. I lashed out. I was mad. But you have a country that structurally is going to be buried in a scale of debt where you're starting to flirt with a debt crisis and a failed bond auction in a decade or so. This is not a game. This level of debt takes down a republic. So let's do a couple of the others here just for the fun of it. I'll explain what these colors. So whatever color that is I guess that's like a turquoise. Foreign aid, every dime of foreign aid. If you removed it, hey, a function you just got rid of maybe 17 days, and we threw everything into it. So you got rid of 17 days of borrowing. Okay, what would you like to do with the rest of the year? Well, if we got rid of the 2017 tax reform and played the fake scoring that every dime would come in and you didn't lose the growth effects that we got from the tax reform and all those other things, you basically get 2 weeks of borrowing. Okay, well, this obviously isn't working. So if we went to a marginal 50% tax rate, 50% tax rate, which some of the Democrats have actually proposed, you basically take care of 6 weeks of borrowing. Now, you slowed down the economy, but let's just pretend the money keeps coming in. You walk through, hey, how about a 35% marginal tax rate on corporations? Well, you got rid of, you maybe get another month and a half of borrowing, just borrowing coverage. And that's assuming that you get all the revenues in and you haven't slowed down the economy, slowed down GDP, which is pretend. Okay, let's do one of my others. You take out itemized deductions. Okay, you got rid of a week. To understand almost all the ideas that are out there, really, on the scale of it, if you threw them all in, you can't even get rid of half the year's borrowing. And that's for that last year. Understand, this year we're going to probably borrow a little less than $1 trillion. In 10 years, we've doubled it. And I beg of our brothers and sisters here, if the Democrats don't want to help, don't want to play, don't want to tell the truth about the math, and the math will always win, I beg my Republican brothers and sisters, let's be the truth tellers. And yes, there's waste and fraud. As of a couple hours ago, I just became the chairman of the Oversight Committee in Ways and Means. And there is waste and fraud we are going to grind into. There's a chance unemployment fraud, some of the pandemic fraud, may be the largest fraud in human history. And we're going to find out what happened. But I need you to think of our world and our government. We functionally have become an insurance company with an army. So I want to walk through a couple of the other comments you get, just so I can get them off my chest. When you look around the House here, you notice there's no people here. These are what we call the special orders. It's a chance for members to come to the mic and walk through something, tell a story. But we're on probably 1,000 televisions around Capitol Hill. So sometimes I do this, I'm not actually talking to my constituents at home in Arizona. I'm actually talking to the staff. I'm talking to the new members of Congress to help them understand. Here's the numbers I see. I'm the senior Republican in the House on something called the Joint Economic Committee. So I have a handful of economists who are just freaky smart, who are in my office pounding information into my head every single day. I know it's not the shiny objects. We want to talk about a laptop with secret documents and a Chinese spy and this and that. Those are shiny objects that you can see on cable television tonight. I will argue these numbers are what take out the republic. So let's actually go over some of the other comments I get over and over and over and over, particularly when I've talked about Social Security. And this is back to the cruelty the Democrats and the press have been doing this last 2 weeks, trying to light people's hair on fire with basically, what's the proper term? Oh yeah, lies. For the average American who's going into Social Security today, remember, I keep seeing these comments, if I could just get all my money back. Okay. If you were willing to make a deal with the Republic, saying if I gave you back all your money on Social Security